Chapter 61, No more grain levies needed. The rice I bought won't arrive for 2 days. Out of boredom, Liu Yao went to a gym to test his current fitness level. He had never been to such a place before, so he randomly picked a bench to sit on and started by casually lifting a 50 kg dumbbell with one hand. Next, he tried bench pressing, finding 100 kg to be somewhat light. Liu Yao kept adding weight, pushing up to 300 kg for over a dozen repetitions before he ran out of strength. Finally, he did deadlifts with an improper form, also at 300 kg. After finishing, he dusted off his hands, to find a group of astonished and speechless muscular hulks behind him. The strong men had taken notice when Liu Yao kept increasing the weight. Initially, they intended to gently remind him to be careful, to prevent the young man from injuring himself. But the more they watched, the more unbelievable it became. Their builds were 2 to 3 times wider than Liu Yao's, yet their numbers were only half or even 1/3 of his. At this moment, they really wanted to know how did Liu Yao, with his utterly unremarkable physique, manage to do it. And his form and movements had the look of a complete novice, relying purely on brute strength. Realizing he was being watched, Liu Yao quickly left the gym, trying to keep a low profile. There was a television hung on the wall at the gym's reception, and just as Liu Yao was leaving, he happened to see the news being broadcast. Our country's new range of weapons makes a stunning appearance at the International Defense Exhibition, astonishing the world. The news showcased military drones capable of firing missiles. But Liu Yao's gaze was caught by a 6-barreled Gatling gun that happened to come into view. It was the famous Fire God cannon, with bullets as large as soda bottles, a sight that sent chills down the spine. This fearsome weapon was not designed for human targets. Its purpose was to demolish enemy vehicles, turning armored cars into piles of rubble. Liu Yao's blood surged with excitement. This is what real men should use. Only wimps use Gatlings. In an instant, he felt his own AK was less appealing. He even pondered, if one at the marrow-cleansing realm has the strength of a mighty elephant, could they possibly lift the Fire God cannon? With boundless anticipation for the future, Liu Yao ran to the supermarket and bought 10 cases of 80-proof strong spirits to make the genuine golden elixir brew. He also purchased some clothes and snacks, and took the supermarket's delivery van back to the warehouse. Late at night, the purchased rice finally arrived. The trucks with a capacity of 30 tons were loaded with over 100 tons each. It took only 4 trucks to transport 500 tons of rice. The loading workers started unloading immediately. The entire process went smoothly and effortlessly. Liu Yao just needed to stand by and watch. Before long, 500 tons of rice were in his possession. What is a precious strategic material in the other world can be easily purchased without leaving home on Earth, such is the difference between eras. Once everyone had left, Liu Yao entered a meditative state to ensure everything was secure and began the first massive material transport. In his mind, he issued a command, and a green, vortex-like portal appeared on the ground. The portal expanded to its largest size, about 5 meters in diameter, engulfing the contents of the warehouse like quicksand. In the other world warehouse, Liu Yao was the first to step out of the portal, followed by countless bags of rice materializing out of thin air. The 500 tons were transported in less than a minute. Liu Yao visited the office of the ship chartering office, found Manager Zhang, and asked to borrow the telephone. Manager Zhang agreed promptly, no problem. Master Liu, whom do you wish to call? Call the Commandery Princess. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhang became even more respectful. Please, this way. The telephone connected to the magistrate's office is here. Arriving in the telephone room, he wiped the desk and chair with his sleeve and even enthusiastically cranked the generator. The antique phone required cranking to operate. Soon the operator's voice came through, and Liu Yao said, "Connect me to the National Martial Arts Association." Shortly after, he was in contact with Zhang Jin. Eunuch Zhang, this is Liu Yao. I'd previously promised to help with disaster relief. I'm prepared to donate some rice. It's in this warehouse at the ship chartering office. Zhang Jin's hoarse and weary voice came through, Young Master Liu, your nobility is exemplary. Our house, on behalf of the Commandery Princess, thanks you. We will send someone over to take over immediately. Although he spoke courteously, he did not take it to heart. The shortfall in grain was enormous, a personal donation was but a drop in the bucket. At that moment, Zhang Jin, with a pale face, knelt to the ground and cried out. Commandery Princess, your own collection only yielded less than 5,000 kilograms of rice. Grain has become a strategic material, countless powers are hoarding, and it is very hard to buy even with money, we truly have no other options. Li Pei was also aware of the importance of grain in times of turmoil. At present, rice was not just representative of wealth. Continue collecting with my dowry, I will go to the Xiang family to requisition grain. Your dowry? When did you move your dowry? That must not be. Commandery Princess. Commandery Princess. Having said her piece, Li Pei left, leaving behind a frightened and powerless Zhang Jin, who did not know what to do. The Einheit concession, the Xiang family mansion. This mansion was nothing short of a luxurious palace, equipped with a large garden and even boasting a statue of an angelic fountain. The ability to own such a mansion in the foreign concession spoke volumes of the Xiang family's connections and power. The Xiang family, generation after generation of wealthy merchants, had now even furthered their status by riding the coattails of foreigners. The head of the family was not only knighted as a Sir of Einheit but had also donated a large sum to the imperial court to receive a third-rank official title, making him a figure the world watched. When Li Pei arrived, a young man dressed in a white suit was already waiting. Commandery Princess, I just received an urgent telegram, you're moving the shares from the weaving venture? But that was supposed to be part of your dowry. Li Pei's expression turned cold, and she interrupted, Xiang Cheng, your Xiang family has hoarded 70 million kilograms of grain, I need to requisition a portion of it to provide relief to the people outside the city affected by the disaster. Upon hearing this, Xiang Cheng's face changed, and he leaned in a bit and whispered. Don't rush. The price of grain hasn't peaked yet. Wait a few more months, after the snow falls is the time to act. When it's cold and there's no grain, people will certainly die, and the price of grain can double again. Li Pei was momentarily stunned before realizing what he was implying, seeing that the two of them were on completely different wavelengths. She emphasized again, effective immediately, I am initiating a forced requisition of the Xiang family's grain for relief porridge to aid disaster victims. Xiang Cheng looked at her in amazement, are you targeting the Xiang family? Are you acting on the prince's orders? Commandery Princess, it's negotiable what we pay in tribute each year, and this marriage can be annulled any time. We can sit down and talk about any issues, there is really no need for this. Xiang Cheng could not comprehend Li Pei's actions, convinced that she must have a deeper motive behind them. Li Pei took out a grain requisition order stamped with the official seal and threw it at Xiang Cheng, saying coldly. Under the laws of Great Shun, I am now enforcing a requisition of the Xiang family's grain. I'm giving prior notice out of consideration for our family's old ties, I hope you will not obstruct. Xiang Cheng looked at her with a complicated expression for a long time before realizing that she was serious. Suddenly he roared, have you gone mad? Are you actually going to give the grain to the starving people? His roar was so forceful that it caused the ceiling to shed dust, and his expression was filled with disbelief. They were nobility, and powerful martial artists at that, how could they possibly take risks for the lowly masses and trouble themselves? Li Pei was speechless, was he just now getting it? The people are suffering from disaster, as a commandery princess, of course I must provide relief to the victims and render aid on behalf of the imperial court. Xiang Cheng scoffed, crumpled the order into a ball, and threw it at Li Pei's chest, those stocks of grain include the Empress Dowager's and your father's shares, go ahead and requisition them. Li Pei's expression stiffened, these were the two individuals she least dared and least wanted to offend. Looking at her contemptuously, Xiang Cheng sneered, I thought I was being targeted by someone, but after all this, it's just you acting crazy and making me anxious for nothing. What, are you staring at me like that because you want to hit me? Pointing to his own cheek, Xiang Cheng said, come on, hit me hard, I too have undergone a blood exchange. Before he could finish, he saw a shadowy fist coming toward him, which Xiang Cheng easily blocked, ready to mock, but then he realized that the shadow was a mere afterimage. In the next instant, Xiang Cheng's groin was suddenly struck hard, accompanied by a painful sound of chaos. He let out a horrific scream as he was sent flying, crashing through the luxury mansion and making a big hole before tumbling inside. The entire street heard the commotion, and Li Pei's attendants and the Xiang family's servants all rushed forward to confront each other. In the distance, the guards of the concession were also coming, blowing their whistles. Just then, the disheveled eunuch Zhang Jin rushed over, his body steaming with sweat from vigorous running, emitting a bluish vapor. Commandery Princess, Commandery Princess. There's no need to requisition grain anymore, no need. Chapter 62, Million kilograms of rice. Just when Li Pei had thoroughly defeated the Xiang family, in less than half an hour, Governor Wenren Liang received the news. He immediately summoned 2 subordinates who were deeply involved with the matter to meet in his study. Although Princess Yongping is well-intentioned, it looks like she will not be able to raise the necessary grain, said Wenren Liang as he twirled a well-worn sandalwood Buddha bead in his hand, calmly stating. Yunzhou is dotted with concession territories and is frequented by politicians and dignitaries from various countries. It serves as an important trading port in the face of our dynasty, and we cannot afford any mishaps. Liu Shija and Su were inwardly focused and silently listened to the prefectural governor without uttering a word. Wenren Liang stopped twirling the Buddha bead, took a deep breath, and said, General Su, eradicate the disorderly people outside the city immediately, don't wait for them to storm State City. Liu Qunqi, you will oversee the military operation. Act decisively, and I will stand with the commandery princess to take responsibility for everything. By your command, Governor. The 2 men exchanged a glance, both breathing a sigh of relief, and internally praised the prefectural governor for dragging the commandery princess into the situation, ensuring a foolproof plan. Wenren Liang reminded them, make sure to disperse the reporters in advance, it won't look good for anyone in the reports. This subordinate understands. After bowing respectfully, the 2 left the room. With his subordinates gone, Wenren Liang, holding the Buddha beads and expressionless, entered the inner chamber of the study, which surprisingly housed a small Buddhist shrine. He sat down cross-legged and silently chanted the scriptures, whether to absolve the countless souls soon to be wronged or to find peace of mind for himself. Facing the kind and benevolent Buddha statue, Wenren Liang suddenly realized he was visiting here more and more frequently. As an official in the Great Shun dynasty, you can hardly sleep without praying to gods or paying respects to Buddha. Before he had even finished half of the scripture, a trusted standard-bearer centurion suddenly called out from outside, My lord, the commandery princess has raised 1,000,000 caddies of grain and is organizing people to distribute porridge. Wenren Liang burst out of the shrine, rapidly twirling the Buddha beads, and calmly ordered, Go quickly and recall Liu Qunqi and General Su. Have them assist the commandery princess with the distribution. Understood. Also, where did the commandery princess get the grain from? A wealthy overseas donor with the surname Liu donated 1,000,000 caddies of rice. Wenren Liang, who had an excellent memory, immediately recalled the young man he had once seen on the city walls. I thought he was just an insignificant figure, but it seems I misjudged him. With the Liao family now performing blood exchange and organ refining, and the support of a wealthy patron, the Heilong gang is going to have a hard time. Outside, chaos reigned, yet the boxing gym remained a tranquil haven. At that moment, Liao Ya was training her sister Liao Qi, their strikes causing a loud bang as bursts of white energy exploded from time to time. Bathed in sunlight, the sister's skin looked ever so fair, like creamy jade. Suddenly, the sound of a car approaching broke the peace, followed by the urgent honking of a horn. The sisters went out to look and were surprised to see Liu Yao driving up in a black vintage car. Isn't that the commandery princess's car? How come you're driving it? I donated grain, and Zhang Jin came over to see. But it seemed like he ran into some urgent matter, he didn't even drive the car and just took off across rooftops using his light body technique. I had some use for it, so I borrowed it. Open the gate for me so I can drive in, Liu Yao replied. The Liao family sisters opened the gate wide, removed the doorstep, and Liu Yao drove the car into the yard, where he parked it. Curious, Liao Ya asked, how much grain did you donate? Liu Yao scratched his head, 500 tons, how many caddies is that again? Anyway, it's not much, I just bought some casually. Forget that for now. After opening all 4 car doors and the trunk, they saw it was filled with stuff. Come on, I brought you some gifts. Liao Qi cheered and rushed over first to check out the items, picking up a sports bra with delight. Yes, this is what I wanted, a comfy sweat-wicking bra, saving me from being drenched after each boxing practice. Liu Yao fondled her sister's peachy bottom, saying indulgently, I brought plenty, take your time choosing. Liao Ya leaned over nonchalantly, with the air of a demure and dignified lady, but her hands moved swiftly, quickly gathering a bunch of items she wanted around herself, especially several large bras, her cheeks flushing red. Liu Yao chuckled inwardly, after all, she was still a 17 or 18-year-old girl, no matter how mature she pretended to be, her innocence was still evident. Sister, I've also brought a lot of high-proof spirits, you can start preparing the golden elixir brew. The three of them carried the items back into the house, talking and laughing happily. Suddenly, the sounds of rapid air splitting approached, signaling that an expert was hastening on their way, utilizing their movement technique at full force. As they stepped outside, they saw the commandery princess descending from the sky. Li Pei must have traveled for quite some time as she appeared somewhat disheveled. Her clothes were untidy, she was drenched in sweat, and her short hair clung to her forehead. But she disregarded all that, cupping her hands before her chest and bowing deeply to Liu Yao. "Young Master Liu, your noble donation of 1,000,000 kilos of polished rice has saved the people from disaster. Li Pei is endlessly grateful. 500 tons, that was indeed 1,000,000 kilos. Liu Yao replied modestly, "It's nothing but a trivial effort." Upon hearing Li Pei's words, the Liao family sisters exclaimed in shock, "A million kilos? Polished rice? Liu Yao, you donated so much?" At that moment, all three women were equally astonished. They had thought at most a few tens of thousands of kilos would be donated, but 1,000,000 kilos was beyond their imagination. Liu Yao shrugged, "A million kilos of rice isn't really much in the food trade. But you mustn't say that." Li Pei responded, somewhat ashamed, "With the current situation, even if you have money, you can't buy rice anymore." She then added with earnest, "I'll report this to the imperial court and help you get the rank of a 7th grade Daoist official. It will make your travels much easier." "Thank you, Commandery Princess. Actually, I haven't been much help, it's mainly you who has been running around taking care of things." Li Pei chuckled, "Young Master Liu is being too modest." She took out a brocade box from her bosom and handed it over, "Here are some dragon sparrow eggs for you to enjoy." Upon opening the box, there lay 3 chicken eggs. A unique fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating the spirit and suddenly quickening the flow of qi and blood. Liaoya gasped in surprise, "Demon beast eggs." As a blood exchange martial artist, her hands were actually trembling. Such an item was incredibly precious. "I got these from my father. Go ahead and eat them, think of it as a token of my appreciation." Li Pei adjusted her clothes and was about to leave. "I still have to attend to the porridge distribution, I must go now." Liu Yao quickly said, "Wait, your carriage." Li Pei was already walking away, her voice trailing back, "I gave it to you." The commandery princess is actually quite proud. Liaoye, holding the box of demon beast eggs, reflected. She doesn't like to owe others, and she always gives us very precious things. Last time it was the secret scripture from the inner palace, this time it's demon beast eggs, sigh. Liao Qi sniffed with her cute nose, taking in the relaxing scent, and asked curiously, "Are these very expensive?" "Expensive? You can't even buy such top-tier nourishment with money, only the most elite nobility can enjoy it." Liaoya explained. "Monster beasts are nearly extinct, very rare. These are for blood exchange and even innate experts, it's a bit wasteful for us to eat them as we can't absorb all their vitality and spirit." Remembering the high-proof spirits that Liu Yao had brought back, she had a sudden inspiration, "We might as well infuse them into medicinal alcohol to enhance their effects." Chapter 63, Small Goals of the Fire God Canon. Liaoya began to concoct the legitimate golden elixir brew. She found a huge medicinal liquor jar, poured in 20 kilograms of white liquor, and then submerged the required medicinal ingredients in the high-proof alcohol, finally dipping both hands in to channel an immense amount of inner breath. The medicinal ingredients in the liquor seemed to become somewhat crystalline, and the dragon sparrow eggs added to it shone like luminous pearls. Liaoya nodded with satisfaction and said, "With this weather, it'll be ready to drink in 7 days, and this time, thanks to my junior brother's luck in getting a demon beast egg. The legendary golden elixir brew with the addition of a demon beast egg, who knows what kind of divine product it will brew." The girl carefully sealed the medicinal liquor jar, filled with anticipation. Seeing this side wrapped up, Liao Qi pulled Liu Yao inside and said, "Elbow, follow me into the room." Not seeing each other for 3 days, she missed him deeply. As martial artists possess strong vitality and desires, what they wanted to do was self-explanatory. Liu Yao laughed and said, "Master, you promised to teach me how to advance to the bone-tempering realm." Liao Qi glanced at him and said, "Come, let me show you the prowess of my carp stance today." Liu Yao was somewhat puzzled. He had seen the girl's carp stance several times, and it was indeed a delight to the eyes, but where was the power in it? He soon found out. Liao Qi took the initiative to be the attacker, demonstrating the use of the carp stance, swaying her waist flexibly to move forward, backward, left, and right using the strength of her spine, swift and silky. Liu Yao gained a profound understanding of the stance. You mean to use the carp stance to temper the spine? MHM. Other bones are easy to handle, but the carp stance requires diligent practice. Thank you for the guidance, master. Liao Qi coquettishly activated the full effect of the carp stance, resembling a nimble brocade carp. Liu Yao, this is really too much fun. Hurry up and advance to the Jin realm. I'll do it soon. I'm definitely going to show you how formidable I am. Liu Yao was brimming with confidence, able to easily handle any physical training. Early the next day, the two got up and Liao Qi began to guide Liu Yao in advancing to the next realm. In the bone tempering realm, every move must be performed with enough energy to penetrate the bones, achieving the effect of tempering the entire skeleton. Liu Yao followed the girl's instructions and swung his fists vigorously, his arms and shoulders creaking, the soreness, swelling, and stinging pain coming wave after wave, terribly uncomfortable. This is the necessary bitter tiredness and pain that anyone practicing martial arts must undergo. But Liu Yao enjoyed it, practicing with a proper stance. Now, apart from his ultimate goal of curing disease, he had another minor goal to withstand the fire god cannon just for the thrill. Ever since he randomly saw it on the news, Liu Yao made this peculiar ambition. The joy of a boy is just that simple. Start with both arms, and end with the great dragon. Remember, you're using energy to temper. Liao Qi occasionally corrected Liu Yao's moves, her pretty face serious, exuding the dignity of a teacher. Unfortunately, that was interrupted the next second as she stuffed her mouth with a handful of chips and chewed noisily, disrupting the solemnity. She was quite fond of the snacks Liu Yao brought back, having devoured nearly half of them in less than a day. And with such a beautiful woman as a master, pleasing to the eyes and to the hands, amidst her giggling, Liu Yao's bitter tiredness and pain was significantly alleviated. After practicing for a while, Liao Ya came over. She checked Liu Yao's cultivation progress and said with satisfaction. Not bad, I heard a clang from inside the house every once in a while. That's quite rare, indicating that you are consciously projecting energy through your bones. You're not far from success if you can do this. Liao Qi was smug. Who do you think is teaching him? Liao Ya patted her sister's head and said with a smile, you're both impressive. The cultivation during the day advanced rapidly, but when it came to spirit refinement at night, he hit a snag. The three of them gathered around a stick of ambergris, the unique fragrance of which briefly transported them into a state of oblivion. Although they had lost consciousness, their awareness of their surroundings was remarkably acute, as if in a lucid dream. Seconds later, the state faded, and the three of them stared at each other with wide eyes, equally bereft of any breakthroughs. Liao Ya stood up first to comfort them. Spirit refinement is extremely difficult, don't be disheartened. I'll use the Art of the Dragon Slayer manual to massage you too. Junior brother, you go first. Thank you, senior sister. Liu Yao took off his shirt to reveal his back, and a pair of fair hands kneaded him inside and out. Truly, he felt thoroughly relaxed and extremely comfortable. This set of massage techniques was most beneficial to Liu Yao, stimulating the reflex areas of various organs, giving him a taste of organ refining's wonders beforehand and greatly enhancing his physique. Watching her junior brother in such bliss that his soul seemed to soar, Liao Ya said enviously, the Art of the Dragon Slayer manual has infinite uses, I really want to try it too. The biggest drawback of this nurturing technique was the dependence on someone else, and for now, only Liao Ya knew it, while Liao Qi was still learning. Liu Yao flexed his muscles, feeling a surge of boundless energy as if he could fight 2 more rounds of boxing. Don't worry, senior sister, once I have inner breath I'll massage you. Liao Ya laughed, you won't have inner breath until you're in the organ refining realm. You need to hurry up. She didn't take Liu Yao's words to heart as she expected her sister would have learned it by then, so there wouldn't be a need for her junior brother to do so. With so many advantages, Liu Yao finally made a breakthrough to the bone tempering realm on the 3rd day. At that moment, he stood near a wooden post, slowly gathering his strength before suddenly shouting and throwing a punch, which was accompanied by a crack as the post, as thick as the mouth of a bowl, was punched through. Only when the force extended through the bones to emerge could one tear through the air to create a sound, and moreover, the destructive power was greatly increased, allowing one to break a wooden post with a punch. Liao Qi rushed over to hug Liu Yao, jumping and bouncing in celebration of his advancement to the new realm. Liu Yao was quite excited. In Earth's Ya country, breaking a wooden post as thick as the mouth of a bowl with one punch would surely make one a great master. Liaoya assumed her mature and serious demeanor, reminding him, "Well done, junior brother, but you must not become complacent, and don't forget your goal is blood exchange." "Don't worry, senior sister, I always keep it in mind." Liu Yao didn't find his senior sister's lectures tedious, because he knew she had his best interests at heart. However, seeing such a delicate girl putting on a front of being steady and mature was quite endearing. Liaoya continued, "You have just entered the initial stage of bone tempering and need to keep hitting your bones to make them as hard as iron. Today you have just broken through, it's better to rest and stabilize your condition. The commandery princess happens to be distributing porridge outside the city, let's go have a look." This commandery princess was quite magnanimous and generous, and Liu Yao certainly had no objections. Moreover, having been cooped up at home for several days, it would be good to go out for a breath of fresh air. Liu Yao looked towards the old car parked in the yard and gestured for the two sisters to get on. Outside the city, the boy clung tightly to his father's side, lining up to receive today's rice porridge. The queue was orderly, the disorderly folk had already been dealt with by the state soldiers. Soon, it was the father and son's turn. The person serving the porridge was also a disaster victim, scooping out a ladle of rice porridge mixed with bran, wild vegetables and grass roots from the big iron pot. Mixed in such a way, the 1,000,000 kilograms of rice donated by Liu Yao could last for 2 months. Although such food would not necessarily be fit for pigs in Earth's Ya country, the disaster victims were already content. Both father and son had no bowls, so they used their hands to eat, licking each finger clean. Li Pei, watching from a distance, also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling satisfied that the situation was stable. But in a small grove, some seemingly emaciated but actually quite fierce disaster victims dumped their rice porridge and looked towards Yunzhou city with fierce expressions. Chapter 64, People Faster Than Bullets? These special disaster victims deliberately smeared their faces with black ash to disguise expressions that were too ferocious. They moved swiftly and forcefully, not at all like people who had been starving for a long time. The leader had a gun scar at the corner of his mouth, fondling the revolver at his waist, and whispered in a low voice. "I was hoping to stir the hungry population to assault the state city, but I didn't expect the imperial court to actually distribute porridge. Damn it, we came all the way from Zhongzhou, why is it only here that they distribute porridge?" A subordinate asked, "Corps commander, what do we do now? We can't start trouble with state soldiers around." The corps commander did not speak for a long time, he was in a dilemma. As the saying goes, since we've come all this way, it would be too disappointing to just go back. Just then, a commotion came from afar, as many journalists were taking photos. Seeing this, the corps commander was delighted. There's our chance. Just creating a disturbance is enough, if stirring the hungry population to rush the city won't work, then publicly assassinate an official of the imperial court. Attract the attention of the whole world, making it convenient for the heavenly king to make his move. Liu Yao drove his car carrying the slightly excited Liao family sisters to the outskirts of the city. With this thing, it truly was smooth sailing, neither the patrolling officers in the city nor the state soldiers guarding the city dared to stop them. When the three arrived, they happened to see Li Pei and Governor Wen taking photos together. The two stood under the porridge shed with formulaic fake smiles, beside them were women and children brought in to cooperate. With the flash of the magnesium lights, the old-fashioned camera finished taking the photo. This was an event organized by Governor Wen, allowing journalists to take photos for publicity. When Li Pei saw Liu Yao and the others, she moved over with an elegant stride, her face showing a genuine smile as she greeted. "You're here." Thanks to young Master Lu's rice, the porridge distribution went very smoothly. Once we get through this period, we can arrange for the disaster victims to return home. That's good, now I can rest easy, Liu Yao quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He was neither a hero nor a savior, but he sought a clear conscience. At this moment, Governor Wen's ceremonial guard arrived. "Is this young Master Liu who donated 1,000,000 caddies of rice? I am Wen Renliang, the officer, thankful for your noble deed in saving the people from dire straits." This high-ranking 4th-grade official was very amiable, making a very good impression on everyone. But Liu Yao had seen his tactics and responded cautiously, "You flatter me, Governor Wen. I only provided some rice, it is your and the commandery princess's strategic planning that truly deserves credit. Young Master Liu is too modest. By the way, the journalists are here, let them interview and take photos of you." How could the report be without the main benefactor? Wen Renliang immediately wanted to arrange for an interview, but Liu Yao continuously refused. The credit belongs to officials at all levels of the government office, I'd rather not. I seek only peace of mind. Upon hearing the words peace of mind, Wen Renliang's face stiffened a bit, and his hand subconsciously reached to twirl his prayer beads. Soon, other officials came over to socialize, flattering Liu Yao, the overseas tycoon. Many old residents of Yunzhou were deeply moved, never expecting that the Liao family could rise again after Liao Qigong's death. With one spirit refinement and one round of organ refining, and the support of the tycoon's wealth, the future was indeed limitless. Meanwhile, those fierce disaster victims quietly drew out their revolvers. Assistant Commissioner of Preparedness Liu Shizhe was also at the scene. He had already taken several photos, but was lingering, hoping to occupy more space in the newspaper. This rare celebratory event was real merit, and naturally, Liu, who was ambitious in his official career, wanted to seize the opportunity to hog the limelight and claim the credit. He was stalling too much, which irritated Su, the waiting Major General, who couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Liu Shizhe, feigning deafness, took a few more steps to find a scrawny little disaster victim child, suppressing his disgust as he touched the dirty head, gesturing to the journalists to hurry and take the shot. In his heart, he was also pondering how to drive away that commandery princess who cut off people's wealth. This detestable woman, out of the blue, halved the opium trade in the whole of Yunzhou, and what's worse, she's not given up and will surely continue to cause trouble later. She injured young Master Xiang, should I make an issue out of this? Also, the Liao family must be dealt with. The sisters are extraordinarily talented, and now they have a wealthy disciple, they will surely become a major threat in the future. Perhaps I could have Heilong Gang send people into the city. As Liu Shizhe was lost in thought, he didn't notice when several fierce-looking male disaster victims appeared by his side. The disaster victims arranged to pose for the photo had been selected in advance, mostly women and children, elderly and frail. Where did this group come from? He immediately realized something was wrong and was about to call for help, but the criminals had already drawn out their revolvers. This guy's been in the picture for so long, he must be a high official. I'm only a 6th rank official. Bang, 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 the Assistant Commissioner of Preparedness, known for his great ambition, was hit by 6, 7 bullets, with 2 or 3 bloody holes in his face and head, his death a terrifying sight. Ironically, the flash bulb went off at just the right moment, capturing the scene. The reporter, scrambling and stumbling with their camera, fled for their life. One could foresee that this official, Mr. Liu, would definitely occupy a very large space in the newspapers. The violent sound of gunshots caused a commotion, with the faces of the disaster victims and women and children accompanying the photographers filled with panic, not knowing what had happened. Soon enough, numerous vicious gunmen came over and, without a word, fired into the crowd, killing several people and herding the refugees towards Li Pei's direction. Screams surged through the crowd as the thugs took the opportunity to blend in, creating a chaotic and noisy tide. A very cliché tactic of using the refugees as a shield. It must be said the tactic was sound, but unfortunately, they chose the wrong people to mess with. The gang hadn't even gotten close when they were almost simultaneously spotted by Liu Yao and Li Pei. Assassins! Li Pei shouted, and suddenly, in her hands, there was a shotgun. Also in a state of spirit refinement firmness, her shotgun went pop, 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 blowing the heads off 3 assailants hidden in the crowd on the spot. The thugs didn't rashly open fire but instead simultaneously drew their guns and shot at Governor Wen, who was an obvious high-ranking official. The champion of the standard-bearing team, who was proficient in kung fu for toughness, immediately stepped forward. His body swelled, one hand guarding his eyes, the other protecting his crotch, acting as a human shield. The countless .45 caliber bullets that hit made a thud sound, as if hitting rotten leather. However, these handgun bullets didn't penetrate deeply, causing only minor injuries that made him bleed. At the same time, Liu Yao also made his move. With precise shooting from his M1911, thugs hiding behind the women and children of the disaster victims fell, spouting blood. A few breaths later, the gunfire from the assailants dwindled to a near stop. No one else needed to act, the counterattack from just Liu Yao and Li Pei was about to finish them off. Liu Yao's magazine emptied, and feeling that the bullets on him were not abundant and should be conserved, he picked up a revolver from the ground. And just at that moment, the leading corps commander, full of hate, burst forth and shot at this murderer who had killed so many of his men. Go to hell, damn dog! Liu Ya remained utterly unflustered, entered a state of complete focus, and firmly locked onto the enemy in front of him. Predicting the firing position from where the gun's barrel pointed, he moved aside preemptively the moment the man's index finger twitched. With a loud bang, a bullet whistled past where his chest had been a moment earlier, hitting nothing. The corps commander was utterly astonished, but his hands did not cease firing continuously. Liu Yao, controlling his powerful bone-tempering realm body, became Neo, dodging left and right, evading the remaining 5 bullets. The corps commander, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Impossible! How can a human be faster than a bullet?" "I don't need to be faster than the bullet, just faster than you," replied Liu Yao. Handgun bullets near the speed of sound were indeed too fast for an ordinary person. But the shooter was very easy to read. At the moment of the corps commander's utmost shock, Liao Qi rushed forward and floored him with a punch, only spared by Li Pei's shout of "Leave him alive." Li Pei looked at Liu Yao with a complex expression, mixed with a trace of admiration. "You learn quickly." Dodging bullets like a spirit-refining expert might seem easy but required steadfast determination, especially in the heat of the moment. One cannot panic. A moment of panic, a mistake in judgment, and your life would be over. Having dodged bullets on his own strength, Liu Yao was quite excited at that moment and offered Li Pei a fist and palm salute in thanks. "I owe it to the commandery princess for my instruction, I'm grateful you bear me no grudge." Li Pei covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her appreciation for Liu Yao growing. Being so close to a gun and still able to calmly judge, his willpower was indeed rare. The Liao family sisters also came over, their eyes shone brightly. "Junior brother Liu Yao, you're so impressive." The spectacle of him dodging 6 shots within 10 paces was awe-inspiring. Even Liao Ye, as a martial artist of organ refining, couldn't guarantee she could accomplish that. "Ha ha ha, I also have you two to thank for helping me advance to the bone-tempering realm, otherwise my brain could react but my body wouldn't keep up." Liu Yao was not just being polite, he found that in addition to enhanced physical fitness, the greatest benefit of the bone-tempering realm was the tremendous improvement in explosive power. The countless times of tempering his bones had turned his body into a giant spring, not only strong but also rigid and resilient, bursting with ferocious power. Agile like a big tiger. Only with this, aided by spirit refinement, could he dodge bullets at close range. Chapter 65, Apply Knowledge to Real-World Practice. Liu Yao's side was in high spirits, but Governor Wen could not find joy in himself. He stared at the riddled corpse of Liu Qunqi, his face as calm as an ancient well, but internally he cursed furiously, "Damn it! Everyone else survived, but this fucking bastard had to die. Fuck your ancestors!" The murder of a 6th-rank official by rioters meant that he, the photo organizer, was undeniably responsible and was sure to be rebuked. The enormous task of appeasing 100,000 disaster survivors had been settled, yet, unexpectedly, it was ruined by a fool. Governor Wen's eyes flashed cold with fury. Colonel Su kept talking non-stop at his side. "Lord Liu loved taking pictures too much, it would have been better if he let me do it sooner. I wouldn't mind taking a few bullets." Alas, it seems the heavens wanted him. Governor Wen looked up coldly and said, "Why did the state soldiers allow the rebels to blend in with the disaster victims? Why did they allow them to calmly set up an attack on an imperial official? And why didn't they prevent it from happening right after the incident?" A series of accusations fell on Colonel Su, who stood there with his mouth agape, at a loss for words. Fortunately, at that moment, a standard bearer came to report, "Sir, the interrogation is complete." The trouble was caused by followers of the Great Vehicle sect. They seized the opportunity to stir trouble in the prefecture government, aiming to distract the imperial court and provide convenience for their leader. No one present seemed surprised. Nowadays, such deeds were only expected from the Great Vehicle sect. Meanwhile, Li Pei elsewhere was relaying the same news. The Great Vehicle sect is an evil creed founded by altering the teachings of the Western religion, which the imperial court has been unable to effectively ban, despite repeated attempts. They formerly sowed chaos in the south, and now they've actually come to Yunzhou. This will certainly lead to great disaster if it continues. Liu Yao didn't find this surprising, as the collapsing feudal dynasty was clearly a magnet for rebel leaders. Li Pei waved to someone in the distance. Zhang Jin jogged over, carrying an entire set of official credentials and robes. "Young Master Liu, these are the rewards from the imperial court, the position of a 7th-rank Dao Tai official." Liu Yao took them indifferently and politely said, "Thank you, Commandery Princess." Li Pei, in a full spirit refining state, failed to detect the slightest excitement in Liu Yao. She encouraged him, "The imperial court is indeed in need of capable people. For someone as skilled as young Master Liu, attaining a marquisate isn't difficult." Liu Yao gave a perfunctory smile and replied, "Commandery Princess overestimates me, I haven't even cured my illness yet. Let's focus on saving my life first." Looking up at the sky, he added, "It's getting late, and you're busy with many affairs, Commandery Princess. We'll take our leave now." After saying this, he quickly left with the two sisters. Watching the three leave, Li Pei grew solemn and furrowed her brows. This man shows no intention of exerting himself for the imperial court. Zhang Jin spoke up, "Commandery Princess, perhaps it's because he's from overseas. But it's not a problem. The three Liao family fist practitioners are all kind-hearted, and you get along well with them, just take your time." Li Pei did not respond but heaved a long sigh. Back home, Liu Yao tossed the credentials aside and began to practice his boxing. Having just entered the bone-tempering realm, he had much training to do. Moreover, learning how to dodge bullets had significantly increased his interest in martial arts. He finished a couple sets of Liao family fist and soon felt a stinging pain and numbness in his limbs. Seeing the credentials carelessly placed to one side, Liao Qi couldn't help but ask her heartthrob, "Liu Yao, it seems, you look down on the imperial court? It always feels like you don't take it seriously." Liu Yao wrapped his arms around his little girlfriend's 2-foot-wide waist and sat down, slowly saying, "Rather than attaining lordships or becoming prime ministers, I prefer to train in martial arts and improve our strength together, to soon become supermen resistant to cannonballs. That's what I find most interesting." Liao Qi moved to sit on his lap, took out a handkerchief, and wiped his sweat. "What, you want to reach the indestructible golden body realm? I don't think it's difficult. All three of us are advancing quickly." Liu Yao said, his head a bit in the clouds from the benefits of using various power-boosting techniques. "Younger fraternal disciple, you're mistaken there." Liao Ya walked out of the house, holding a color ultrasound instrument. Seeing her sister, Liao Qi quickly got off Liu Yao. Liao Ya went on, "With your help, it's certain we made rapid progress until the organ refining realm, but my marrow cleansing has slowed down tremendously. It's good that we have this instrument, otherwise, we'd be clueless on how to proceed." She handed the color ultrasound instrument to her sister and sat down, continuing, "After cleansing the marrow, there's blood exchange, innate, leak-proof, and only then does one reach the indestructible golden body. It gets harder the further you go. Not only do you need a colossal amount of resources, taking life-threatening risks, and diligent cultivation, but you also need a master's guidance. Without any support, it's very difficult for us. Younger fraternal disciple, don't take things too lightly, be prepared for hardships." The serious look on the young girl's pretty face made her seem pretentiously mature. Her braids had grown a bit longer, resting on her prominently full chest. Sitting so close, the unique fragrance filled Liu Yao's nose, and he sniffed lightly, nodding, "Don't worry, senior sister, there will always be ways." For the next 2 days, Liu Yao cultivated day and night with great enthusiasm, the bang-smack sounds in the courtyard becoming more frequent. Liao Qi always stayed by her sweetheart, diligently teaching and correcting without tiring. At the moment, the young girl was holding a stack of invitations, asking, "Liu Yao, are we declining all of these as well?" "Decline them all, use the excuse of a terminal illness. I don't have time for any banquets." Lately, there had been a steady stream of invitations asking Liu Yao to various gatherings. Liu Yao felt that suffering from a terminal illness was an unbeatable excuse, there wasn't a more sufficient reason. If anyone doubted, they could ask Du Wenlin from the Manufacturing Bureau for confirmation. Having finished speaking, he performed the carp stance, his spine powering his body to move horizontally 3 meters without moving his limbs, looking nothing like someone suffering from a terminal illness. Liao Qi clapped her hands in admiration, "You're getting good at the carp stance." Liu Yao felt quite satisfied with himself, "You once said I wasn't strong enough, and that hurt me. I've been holding a grudge and waiting to get even." "Ah, you took that to heart, but back then, we were 2 full realms apart, and it indeed wasn't smooth." The young girl's eyes and smile were alluring in every move she made. Liu Yao couldn't stand her cocky demeanor, so he pulled her to him, "Come, let's go inside. I want my revenge." Chapter 66, 6 Life Silver Tower. Afterward, Liu Yao was very satisfied. Not only had he gotten his revenge, but he had also gained a deeper understanding of the bone-tempering realm, which was truly celebratory. Liao Qi was still carrying a hint of blush, busy wiping up the large stain on the ground. Liu Yao steadied her slippery shoulder and whispered, "I need to go home to take care of some things." Liao Qi clasped the hand of her beloved, as if she knew he was going to do something violent, softly saying, "Be careful." Liu Yao nodded, instructing, "You know where I keep my firearms, if anything happens, just use them. Is there anything you want?" Liao Qi cocked her head and thought for a moment, then asked sweetly, "I want some snacks, the sweet ones." "You have a sweet tooth, huh?" "No problem," Liu Yao promised readily. Then, the girl brought a basin of warm water, attended to his cleaning, and helped him dress, just like a virtuous and beautiful wife. Liu Yao looked at her peaceful expression, itching for a round too, immediately hugging the girl's slippery, fragrant shoulders. Liao Qi giggled, pushing him away, "No, no, sister said you can't indulge too much." "Ah? You have the nerve to say that when you've been squeezing me dry every day." Liu Yao drove straight to the drugstore. Along the way, passers-by made way for him, either looking at the boss's car with awe or envy. Liu Yao, however, found the thing quite unpleasant to drive, slow in speed. Its only benefit was it could carry a lot. There were also those who looked eager and aggressive, as though they wanted to rob him. They were much more robust than average people, their demeanors fierce, clearly martial artists. Liu Yao touched the AK by his side, not giving them a second thought. As soon as he reached the entrance of the drugstore and heard the movement, Keeper He and his 2 assistants were already waiting in attendance. Upon seeing Liu Yao, they quickly bent down to greet him, "Master Liu, my respects." Keeper He's deference grew by the day. This old patron of his wasn't just wealthy and influential but also had a senior sister skilled in organ refining watching over him, and had entered Cloud City's hero register. He dared not offend him. Liu Yao, a man who valued old relationships, quickly helped the old man up. "Enough of that, we're old acquaintances, don't go through all that. Just hurry up and prepare the medicinal materials." A genuine smile appeared on Keeper He's face, "We've prepared the items you usually buy." Liu Yao nodded in satisfaction, he liked efficiency. At this moment, Keeper He's humble demeanor caught the attention of the other customers in the shop. Liu Yao sensed a few gazes on him and glanced around, spotting 3 raggedly dressed, travel-worn martial artists, exuding an unpleasant odor of sweat. Curious, he struck up a casual conversation, "Keeper He, there seem to be many martial artists in the city lately. With the recent disasters, there are droughts in Zhongzhou and Huai State, with no harvest, coupled with locust plagues in several other states, many martial artists have come to Yunzhou to make a living. Master Liu, you'd best keep your distance from them, they're not on the straight and narrow." Then, several assistants carried over bundles of medicinal materials, weighing tens of pounds. Keeper He personally inspected them to make sure there were no issues before respectfully inviting Liu Yao to examine them. The 3 martial artists witnessed Liu Yao's extravagant spending, exchanged surprised looks, and their expressions immediately turned ferocious. Next, Liu Yao drove to the jewel store. Following the experience of selling jade, he had decided to try out a new venture to earn more money and prepare for some plans, such as extracting health supplements. The health supplements from the other world were already incredibly effective. If they could be extracted using Earth technology, what amazing results would be achieved. The name of the jewel store was Jixiang Silver Building. The 2-storied building was lavishly decorated with carved beams and painted rafters. A large stone tortoise by the entrance, symbolizing good fortune and stability, brought a promising touch. As soon as Liu Yao parked his car, a female manager was waiting for him. This woman was about 40, dressed in a gracefully fitting light green cheongsam, exuding charm. The cultural exchange and fusion among various races of the other world brought forth a dazzling clothing culture, with the sensuous cheongsam being one of them. Liu Yao took a longer look and decided to buy one for his sisters too. The shopkeeper quickly assessed Liu Yao's age and appearance before deducing his status, performing a full kowtow and saying, "Master Liu graces us with his presence, truly a light in the darkness. My name is Wang, are you, the shopkeeper of Liu's Hung House?" "Shopkeeper Wang, I'd like to buy some jewelry, just looking around first." Entering the silver shop, they saw that the first floor sold low-end jewelry from the other world such as jadeite and other gemstones, while the second floor carried the most valuable precious metals, including the popular platinum from Earth. Noticing that Liu Yao's gaze lingered a little longer, the ever-attentive Wang Ru immediately whispered, "Liu's Hung House's platinum is guaranteed to be genuine and pure, and the craftsmanship is extraordinary." Liu Yao said nothing, his mind filled with surprise. Why hadn't he seen any gold? Liu's Hung House had a sizable scale, offering a complete range of jewelry, even including coral products, but there was a conspicuous absence of gold, which was particularly odd. But Liu Yao did not voice his question, thinking he might ask the sisters about it when he had the chance. He casually selected a few of the most expensive items of their kind: a platinum bracelet, a jadeite bracelet, a white jade snuff bottle. He paid the money swiftly, without haggling at all. In total, he spent 3 taels of silver, equivalent to 750 yuan. Fakes on Earth would cost even more. Seeing his extravagant manner of payment, Wang Ru's eyes lit up as she inwardly sighed, acknowledging that his reputation was well deserved. He truly was wealthy. Meanwhile, the 3 martial artists who had been closely tracking him were growing even happier as their fat sheep seemed to be getting fatter. Liu Yao drove towards the warehouse at the port, stopped in a deserted area, got out of the car, and shouted behind him, "Come out!" But nobody responded. The 3 martial artists, filled with uncertainty, exchanged glances, about to use hand signals to discuss their next move when Liu Yao grew impatient. "I'm in a hurry, and you're really annoying. Such small courage for bandits." Liu Yao could clearly sense the greed and malice in his enemy's eyes, and with his telescope-like vision, he could easily spot them. He pulled out an AK with the stock removed from the passenger seat. His strength greatly increased after bone tempering, so even without the stock, he could handle the recoil. This way, the rifle was much shorter, making it agile and easy to carry. Liu Yao fired the gun in the terrified expressions of the 3 men, releasing 7.62 mm bullets at a rate of 10 rounds per sec, instantaneously turning the 3 martial artists hiding in the dark 50 meters away into porous carcasses. It was those same 3 men from the medicine shop encounter. Liu Yao swept his gun from left to right in just 2 seconds, with only the 3rd man realizing what was happening, but he could only desperately clutch the bleeding wound, soon breathless. Liu Yao disengaged the rifle's safety at a leisurely pace, continued driving, too lazy to even glance at the 3 would-be robbers. Now that he had the power to protect his wealth, he didn't need to be as cautious and wary as before. After parking the car in the warehouse, Liu Yao took a pile of things and returned to Earth. It was 8 AM on Earth. In the warehouse in the northern suburbs, Liu Yao pulled out his phone and called Li Lei to come pick him up in the car and also take the opportunity to sell some medicine. The girl arrived before long, looking a bit tired but still spirited. Liu Yao asked, "Everything okay at home?" "Almost. My old man should be able to get a suspended sentence." Li Lei appeared much more relaxed, casually inspected the medicinal materials, and transferred 2 million. "The medicine is 1.15 million, plus the 800,000 I owed you last time, the rest is interest." "Interest? You're not short on money?" Li Lei laughed, "Last time it was just a cash crunch. Thanks to you, I'm now a leading figure in the medicinal trade in our city." "Then congratulations are in order. Take me to the jewelry trading center, please." Both in good spirits, they joked and chatted as they got into the car. Chapter 67, Never Meddle in Others' Business. Liu Yao sat in the back seat, the beautiful driver steered the car steadily, and before he realized it, he had arrived at the jewelry trade center. Qi Kuya astonishingly came out to the parking lot to welcome him, even personally opening the car door and shielding him with her arm, all with the posture of greeting a leader. "Master Liu, you've arrived," Liu Yao said with a smile, being so courteous. "Hey. It's only right," she replied. Li Lei explained, "Since she got that bracelet from you last time, it really made her stand out. Your bracelet turned out to be even more valuable than expected." Liu Yao shrugged his shoulders, "That's their affair now, it has nothing to do with me. This time, I have 2 items for Miss Qi to take a look at." Qi Kuya's eyes lit up, "Rest assured, leave it to me." Once inside the store, Qi Kuya directly closed the main door and stopped receiving customers. Liu Yao first took out a jadeite bracelet. This bracelet was somewhat different, with its clear and bright color resembling water, giving off an icy and immaculate feeling, pleasing to the eye at first glance. But Qi Kuya's face showed a look of disappointment. After examining it, she said, "I see jadeite, substantial fluidity, very good luster, the price is around 50,000. Ah? That low? Liu Yao, in his focused state, did not detect any malice or lies. This bracelet was the most expensive among its kind in Otherworld, but it was not valued highly in Earth, it could only be ascribed to cultural differences. Lastly, he took out a large white jade snuff bottle. This object was also peerless in terms of price among its kind in Otherworld, but the valuation in Earth was unclear. However, Qi Kuya frowned, the jade material seemed too new to appear genuine. But once it was in her hands, her expression suddenly became serious. She looked through a microscope for a long time, pondering before saying somewhat awkwardly. "Could you wait a moment? I will call my second grandfather over to have a look. He happens to be at the antique exhibition." Li Lei seized the moment to tease her. "I thought you said your vision in the antique industry was unmatched." Liu Yao said, "Please hurry, I'm in a rush." Qi Kuya nodded and quickly made a phone call. Li Lei explained to Liu Yao, her family's elder is an expert in the antique world, serving as a judge at the exhibition. At this moment, in the jewelry trade center where they were, an international fashion culture industry exhibition was being held, and the second grandfather Qi Kuya had called arrived in just a few minutes. The man was seen with grey hair but a youthful face, full of vigor, making it quite difficult to estimate his age, which could be anything from 70 to 90 years old. Two young men followed behind him, one of whom was Qi Jun, whom they had met before. Qi Jun had nearly brushed past that 2 million jadeite bracelet before. Upon arrival, he glared fiercely at the group, ready to pounce if murder were not punishable by law. The other man had a buzz cut, looking quite alert, and stayed close to the elder the entire time. This man's expression changed upon seeing Liu Yao, his body tensed slightly, his hands half raised as if he was a feline creature encountering its natural enemy. After a considerable time, seeing that Liu Yao remained seated and still, he gradually relaxed. The elder called out with a strong voice, "Girl, they're making selections outside, I can't be away for too long. Bring over the snuff bottle so I can have a look." Qi Kuya quickly handed over the snuff bottle with both hands. The elder didn't even need a microscope. After placing his hand on it, he directly said, "Turn off the main lights, please." Qi Kuya turned off the main lights in the shop, leaving only a few small ones on. In the dim light, the snuff bottle emitted a soft and slightly yellow halo, resembling coagulated fat. Elder Master Qi said, "Genuine large white jade, its appearance modest and unassuming, with its structure delicate and flawless. Truly as smooth as jade, it holds tremendous value for collectors. As for the price, it usually goes to auction, with large fluctuations. The starting bid is 5 million, but there are instances where it has gone up to 10 million. Upon hearing what the elder said, everyone present drew in a breath of cold air. The snuff bottle, no bigger than the palm of a hand, was worth so much. Elder Master Qi, unable to part with it, fiddled with the object lovingly and said, "This item can be taken out to participate in the exhibition." He then turned to Liu Yao, "Young man, are you going to make a move? I can buy it from you, but I can only offer 6 million, he said. Qi Kuya's face panicked, she never expected the artifact to catch the elder master's eye. Hey, second grandpa, how can you snatch your granddaughter's thing?" Liu Yao didn't respond to the old man, but directly asked Qi Kuya, "You have the right of first refusal," he said. Qi Kuya was first delighted, but then her face soured. "I don't have enough money. Let me figure it out," she said. Qi Jun sneered, but said nothing. Elder Master Qi expression remained unchanged. After a while, Qi Kuya said, "I've only managed to gather 5 million, could I possibly owe the rest?" Before anyone else could react, Liu Yao had already nodded in agreement. "I have no objections, let's settle it at that," he said. Then, turning to Elder Master Qi, he added, "Sorry, but there has to be some order to these things." The price being almost the same, Liu Yao naturally preferred to take care of someone he knew. The cost of the snuff bottle was only 100 yuan, and a profit 50,000 times that was more than enough, one shouldn't be too greedy. Elder Master Qi took a serious look at Liu Yao, his face showing no sign of displeasure, and he nodded, "No harm done, young man. If you have any good items in the future, come to me directly," he said. The young man with the crew cut reached over in a somewhat awkward manner and handed over a business card. It read Member of the National Cultural Heritage Appraisal Committee, Consultant of the National History Museum, Qi Beizai. Liu Yao casually pocketed it, while Li Lei secretly sweated bullets. It wasn't easy to get the old man's business card. He was someone on the national payroll, an esteemed figure everybody in the circle wanted to curry favor with. There were those willing to pay $1 million just for a way to contact him, as numerous as carps crossing the river. Master Lu, thank you so much. Chi Kuya said excitedly as she transferred the money, then carefully locked the snuff bottle away in the safe. After receiving the money, Lu Yao casually spoke, "We're square on the deal, I've got to get going now," and left on his own, his aloofness intact. Li Lei quickly followed, "Let me walk you out." Chi Kuya stood there, dumbfounded, with all the flattering words she had prepared left unspoken. Chi Jun, having witnessed this, felt his worldview being shaken to the core. His original philosophy in life was to consider the behavior of people like Lu Yao foolish, but he couldn't help but ask himself, if there had been no deception and malice from the start, would it have been him acquiring the snuff bottle? The answer was inevitably yes. Elder Master Chi spoke softly to his grandson, "You must have learned something from this. You're young, and it's never too late for anything. Think it over," he said. Chi Jun silently nodded. Then, Elder Master Chi turned to the crew-cut young man and asked, "Xiao Lu, you've been preoccupied, what's on your mind?" Xiao Lu spoke gravely, "This man has killed before, and not just one person." Upon hearing this, everyone was struck dumb. They all knew that Xiao Lu came from a special police force background and had participated in several special operations. He might be wrong about other things, but his judgment on this was absolutely accurate. After a long silence, Elder Master Chi slowly began, "I am 95 this year. Do you all know why I have lived so long?" Everyone shook their heads, somewhat confused and wondering why the Elder Master chose this moment to share his secrets to a long life. Elder Master Chi spoke in a low voice, "Because I never meddle in other people's business." Lu Yao was quite content looking at the 9.98 million balance in his account. This was the rhythm that someone trading between worlds should have. But this money was far from enough for the future establishment of a laboratory to research otherworld pharmaceutical extractions. Additionally, he needed to figure out how to purchase heavy weapons like the Fire God Cannon for a kick, only with it could he sleep soundly. But such items are under strict control, where could he possibly buy one? There's also that bastard Zhang Xin, he needed to make a trip to He Kingdom to gather more information. At least to find out where his stronghold is, making it easier for him to take it out. Chapter 68, Easier Than Imagined. After returning home, Lu Yao went to his parents' room, found his mother's jewelry box, and took out a small golden piglet pendant. It was a birthday present he bought for his mom with his first year's salary. She never wore it, saying she wanted to save it for her future daughter-in-law. "By rights, it should go to Liao Qi, but my senior sister should also get a share. It's a tough call." Despite Liao Ya often acting like a strict old-timer when lecturing others, she was fundamentally just a girl of 17 or 18. If you had something that she didn't get a share of, you could be sure she'd be unhappy. To avoid seeming unfair rather than simply too generous, Lu Yao decided to hang the pendant around his own neck for the time being and see what to do about it later. Moreover, during his wanderings in the jewelry stores of the other world, he noticed there was no gold, so he thought it perfect to ask the two sisters about it. Next, Lu Yao processed his visa to He Kingdom. With nearly an 8-figure net worth on display, the procedures were completed almost instantly. He then booked a flight to his destination Hebin port in He Kingdom. With several hours left before the plane's departure, Lu Yao went to a luxury hotel near the airport, where there was a gym. It was the perfect opportunity to test just how much his physical strength had improved after bone tempering. As if it was nothing, he lifted an 80 kg barbell with one hand, then he aggressively added weights for bench presses, pushing 500 kg 10 times, and finally, he deadlifted 550 kg. "If I use my full strength, it would be a bit higher than the world record," he thought. Lu Yao gained a profound understanding of his physical capabilities and knew that if he had gone through organ refining, these figures would have to be tripled at the very least. By then, other fitness enthusiasts were already rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Lu Yao was about to leave, but then he spotted a punching power tester on the wall, shaped like an electronic scale. All it took was a punch to test one's power. Driven by curiosity, he stood in front of it, took a deep breath, activated carp stance to channel the strength of his entire body through his spine, and punched the machine with a bang. The whole wall seemed to shudder for a moment, and the machine displayed the figure 800 kilograms. Gasps of amazement filled the air, considering an average person's punching force was only around 100 kilograms. In the end, a crack appeared in the machine, and with a clatter, it fell to the ground. Liu Yao quickly made his escape, casually leaving a bewildered receptionist a handful of money. Xia country was separated from He kingdom by the sea, not too far off. All things considered, the trip took just 3 hours. The main goal of this journey was not just to destroy Zhang Xian's outpost, but to gather intelligence. He knew virtually nothing about Zhang Xian, like carrying around a pig's head without finding the temple gate. As long as he could figure out where this turtle grandson's lair was, the rest would be easy. He hailed a cab and began to admire the unique streetscapes of He kingdom through the car window. Neon signs in all shapes and colors were everywhere. Come evening, it became a dazzling display that was hard to take in all at once. Once past the bustling city center, the streets became narrower and hillier, with electrical wires crisscrossing everywhere. It wouldn't be bad to travel around sometime in the future, he mused. The charm of a foreign land struck him, and suddenly, Liu Yao felt he needed to adjust his attitude. I'm someone with double entry capability and superhuman strength. I can totally treat dealing with Zhang Xian as both a journey and a game. It's just fun. In November 2018, Takeda Biological Corporation announced the establishment of a joint venture with Xian Wang Pharmaceutical, with Takeda holding a 49% share. Takeda and Xian Wang Biological Corporation. Gazing at the clean and spacious factory complex in front of him, with uniform white buildings and offices, Liu Yao compared them to the news he had found on his phone and confirmed this was the target of his mission. This place was incomparable to the factory in Nan, and it was not only much larger, but its layout was also more meticulous and well organized. Liu Yao put on an Ultraman mask he bought by the roadside, and when he reached the 3-meter-high perimeter wall, he concentrated all his strength into the sole of his right foot. Touching the wall, he pushed off fiercely and, using the power in both his lower and upper legs, he vaulted over it in one swift motion. Strength has skyrocketed, but the body still weighs 100 and something pounds, making the whole person much more agile. While marveling, Liu Yao moved deeper into the factory area, using the cover of night and shadows. The vast factory area was eerily quiet, deserted at midnight. On the surface, it truly seemed like a factory after work hours. But Liu Yao knew it wasn't that simple. He closed his mouth and nostrils, held his breath, and focused all his attention on his ears. Sure enough, he caught light noises coming from underground. Liu Yao lay on the ground, following the sound until he found a secluded warehouse. The warehouse looked inconspicuous compared to the other surrounding buildings and was slightly run down, but it was actually locked up tight, with no chance for forced entry. Liu Yao continued with his usual method, pushing with feet, climbing with hands, leveraging his strong physique and explosive power to scale the 10-meter-high warehouse roof via windows and cracks in the wall, much like a giant gecko clinging to the surface. The roof had an air vent, seemingly unguarded since it was unlikely for anyone to climb up there under normal circumstances. With nimble hands and feet, Liu Yao climbed through the top and into the warehouse, immediately confirming he was in the right place. He saw barrels like the ones he had seen in the Nanan factory, filled with the familiar viscous liquid. Liu Yao continued to lie on the ground, capturing sounds while tapping to ascertain directions, and quickly located a spot on the floor in a corner of the warehouse. The sound from below was hollow, there was definitely an underground room, and this was its entrance. Just as he was looking for a suitable tool to forcefully break in, the entrance opened on its own. It was an electric door. Liu Yao quickly hid in the shadows, and 4 people wearing yellow biohazard protective suits emerged, preparing to move the warehouse's barrels underground using a hydraulic dolly. Thanks for opening the door for me. Emerging from the shadows, Liu Yao's legs powered him forward in an instant, and with one punch and one kick, he hit 2 of the enemies simultaneously. The person he kicked flew sideways, crashing into a shelf and then rebounding to the floor, silent and immobile. The one who took the punch had his protective mask deformed, spattered with blood on the inside. The remaining 2, seeing an Ultraman suddenly committing assault, shouted, "Shit!" and drew their guns to shoot. Liu Yao moved like a dancer in a mechanic routine, his body making a sudden lateral shift to dodge the bullets. Before they could fire a second shot, he drew close, and with resonating impacts, he punched each in the face. Although he hadn't charged his punches, their force already approached 500 kilograms, twice that of a heavyweight professional boxer. The man holding the gun flew backward, nose and mouth bleeding profusely, lifeless on impact. Liu Yao dusted off his hands and picked up 2 guns, both famous Glocks, the most widely used pistol in the world. Not bad, even got a weapon. He sauntered into the underground area, which was about 2,000 square meters large or the size of 4 basketball courts. Around 20 people in yellow protective suits were operating complex chemical equipment, extracting something from those thick liquids. The moment Liu Yao boldly entered through the main entrance, they spotted him. The group was momentarily stunned, then burst into commotion, drawing their guns to shoot. Liu Yao entered a heightened state of focus, and the people turned into 0.5x speed. The 2 Glocks in his hands fired at once. Amid the thunderous noise, a total of 34 bullets were rapidly discharged from the 2 guns. The noisy drug makers were either screaming or howling in pain, with 1 or 2 new holes in vital areas of their bodies, from which blood and brain matter gushed out. Truly relieving. Liu Yao stylishly performed an airborne mag change, reloading both guns in 1 second. This Glock, despite its smaller caliber, has bullet speeds much faster than the M1911, increasing both range and accuracy. Chapter 69, The Good Play begins. After examining the new weapon in his hands, Liu Yao first picked up a few spare magazines and then checked out what these people were actually refining. As expected, it's pseudoephedrine, the stuff for refining crystal opium. Liu Yao quickly did some mental calculations. Cold medicine is priced at 300 a kilogram, and after processing, it sells for at least 300,000 per kilogram. Even after accounting for losses, the profits are staggering, almost catching up to my double penetration door. No wonder Zhang Xin has grown so rapidly. Also, this stuff is not like growing opium, which is illegal. You just need to purchase cold medicine, which significantly reduces the risk. As Liu Yao was reflecting, his ears suddenly twitched, picking up the sound of hurried footsteps fading quickly. Many of the chemical materials were flammable. He casually fired 2 shots to create sparks that ignited them and then pursued the fleeing figures. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, slightly overweight, was clutching a briefcase tightly, being escorted by 4 well-dressed armed men wielding handguns as they made their escape. Who exactly is that person? Did you see how he shoots? With cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, the middle-aged man tried to alleviate his fear with words, having witnessed a slaughter on the monitors that seemed almost too ludicrous to believe. Over 20 people were killed instantaneously like extras in a video game, too fake to be real. Hey, Jinmuku, are we shooting the Matrix here? Shut up! One of the suited bodyguards interrupted irritably, yanking off his tie and tossing it away. He, too, was shaken. In this line of work, it wasn't rare to have blood on your hands, but such a sharpshooting ability was a first for him. Everyone at the scene seemed to be under the illusion that they were in an action movie. We had an agreement that my personal safety would be guaranteed. I am a doctor from Kyoto University. You shut up. We need to get out of here first. I've already called for backup, and a field team will come to rescue us soon. The group showed no intention of turning back to fight Liu Yao, hurriedly moving towards a door that resembled the vault of a bank. The lead bodyguard stepped forward to input the password, while the other 3 aimed their guns at the corner, standing guard. When the door opened, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was an emergency exit leading outside, to be used for evacuation in case of an accident at the drug factory. But just then, footsteps came from around the corner. The 4 men had just lifted their guns to aim when a figure wearing an Ultraman mask kicked off the wall and flew through the air towards them. Their brains had just issued the command to raise their arms and aim their guns when the assailants' dual pistols already fired. Bang, 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 4 shots rang out, and all met with headshots. The overweight middle-aged man's face was splattered with spotty blood droplets, screaming as he collapsed to the ground. Liu Yao, holding onto him, passed through the electronic door onto the ground level, with spreading smoke and flames behind them. The passage led to the factory's office building. It seemed the entire underground of the factory had been hollowed out to create a massive drug production facility. The man was still shouting something, but unfortunately, Liu Yao could only understand phrases like Yamadai, remaining indifferent to his cries. Taking out his phone, he searched for a photo of Zhang Xin, handed it to the man, and asked in the limited Star Alliance language he remembered, "Where is he?" The He Kingdom was a semi-colony of the Star Alliance country, where people mostly understood the Star Alliance language. However, upon seeing the photo, the man was first startled, then his face showed a look of sudden realization. "Are you here because of Zhang Xin?" "Oh no. Zhang Xin? My dealings with him were merely a simple partnership, not very extensive. Liu Yao raised an eyebrow and said, "You speak Xia?" "Yes, I saw that the news was in Xia, so I'm communicating with you in Xia language." The man before him spoke fluently and respectfully in Xia language. Since ancient times, Xia country had exerted a significant influence on its neighboring countries, so there were many who could speak Xia. The man appeared meek and deferential, but inside he was incredibly anxious, cursing to himself about why his backup hadn't arrived yet. They had guaranteed his safety from the beginning, yet all turned out to be useless. At the same time, stalling for time, he said, "I am a doctor of sciences from Kyoto University, a technical advisor for the factory. I can work for you, generating a continuous stream of huge profits." Liu Yao, growing impatient, cut in, "You just need to tell me where Zhang Xin is." The man swallowed hard and quickly said, "I'm not sure where Zhang Xin is at the moment, but his headquarters are in Guadala City, Inca Nation. He has his private guard and also gets protection from the Inca military." The technical advisor seemed to know a lot. Just as Liu Yao was about to engage in a lengthy discussion with him, he abruptly felt a numbness on his back and his hairs stood on end. Without hesitation, he immediately employed carp stance, using his spine to power his entire body to move laterally 1 meter while keeping his hands and feet still. Something appeared to be hurtling through the air at high speed. After Liu Yao dodged, the technical advisor behind him erupted in a puff of blood, the bewildered expression on his face split in two with a slit, leaving a mosaic of mess on the ground. Only then did the muffled sound of a gunshot reach him from afar, sounding like a fist thumping a comforter. It was a high-caliber sniper rifle with a silencer. By the sound of the gunshot and the direction of the bullet, Liu Yao instantly pinpointed the position of the sniper on a rooftop 200 meters away. It was a woman dressed in a JK uniform, making eye contact with Liu Yao through a 1-2x scope. The woman aimed her crosshairs at Liu Yao's Ultraman mask, blew him a kiss, and then pulled the trigger again. But what happened next was unbelievable to the woman. The target in her scope moved 1 meter to the side at the exact moment she pulled the trigger, dodging the bullet. How is that possible? Struggling with shock, the woman urgently contacted her teammates through her headset, "Be careful, the target is a master." Received, we have entered combat range. The office building's main entrance where Liu Yao was located was already staffed by a team armed with AR-15s, in full-body bulletproof vests, at the ready. The muscular leader, with a full face cover making it impossible to see his features, issued an order in Star Alliance language, "Let's start." A man holding a tablet pressed a few buttons and then hit the enter key, plunging the entire factory area into darkness as the power shut off, and all the lighting failed. The squad had night vision devices ready. Meanwhile, the JK woman on the distant rooftop switched on the infrared mode of her sniper scope, turning the world into an array of odd colors, leaving nowhere for the enemy to hide. Anything with a temperature would show up in her scope, and she quickly targeted Liu Yao, who was hiding behind a wall. Having realized the presence of these armed forces in the factory through his meditative state, Liu Yao understood that they were much more important and more troublesome than he had imagined. Just then, that familiar sensation of his hair standing on end surged once more, and he violently propelled himself to safety. Where he had been hiding, the wall exploded into a hole the size of a bowl, and countless fragments of stone shot out like shotgun pellets. Damn it! This woman's rifle can penetrate walls. But I want it. Liu Yao dove deeper into the office building. He wasn't the least bit afraid, his mind was set on wiping out this group and acquiring a new toy. Chapter 70, Who's Special Agent? At this moment, one couldn't even see their own hand before their face in the entire factory area. But the well-prepared field team was unaffected, methodically surrounding Liu Yao with their night vision devices. Rose, report his position. Second floor, at 3 o'clock, pistol. There are too many obstacles, I can't fire. Received, don't let him escape. The JK girl named Rose relayed Liu Yao's movements to her teammates through the infrared sniper scope while waiting for a chance to fire. The fully armed field team covered each other, approaching the stairwell at the corner of the second floor. Suddenly, the team member who had previously hacked into the power grid brought out a remote control car equipped with a camera and sent it dashing towards Liu Yao's rough location. The remote control car had night vision capabilities, and the clear image appeared on a laptop. Though the target blasted it with a single shot, they had confirmed his position less than 40 meters away. The commander signaled with a wave of his hand, and the team formed a tactical squad formation, ready to strike. But as soon as the point man revealed himself around the corner, 2 shots hit his forehead and chest, punching 2 holes into his gear. Fuck! The bullets were stopped by the advanced bullet-resistant equipment. The man cursed in pain but was otherwise unharmed. The commander was puzzled. Had the opposition also brought night vision gear? Otherwise, how could they shoot so accurately in the pitch-black environment? Your next journey awaits at MVLE Novel Bin. He gestured twice, and immediately a team member leaned out for suppressive fire. 2 others took the opportunity to rush out to occupy advantageous shooting positions, reducing Liu Yao's space to move. But as soon as these people revealed themselves, Liu Yao's bullets accurately struck their throats and eyes. One person clutched his throat and died, making a hee-hee sound. 2 others had blood holes in their eyes and fell without a sound. This level of marksmanship was definitely beyond what a human should possess, and the team was shocked. At that moment, Rose suddenly shouted on the channel, "Be careful, he's charging at you." This was the battleground specifically chosen by Liu Yao. With 2 walls separating him from the female sniper, he didn't worry about her attack and went all out against the enemies before him. Liu Yao's legs pushed off the ground, propelling his whole body to run along the wall. The field team watched in disbelief as the target ran across the wall. They had just raised their weapons when Liu Yao already opened fire, spewing 34 bullets in an instant. Those parts of the enemy not covered by bulletproof vests were penetrated by bullets, and blood splattered on the spot. Several bodies fell backward, their firearms firing weakly, bullets scattering aimlessly. With his charge's kinetic energy exhausted, Liu Yao ended his wall run and landed, performing a slick airborne mag change. His dual pistols continued to fire. 3 team members aimed their guns, but as their brains ordered their fingers to pull the triggers, Liu Yao's bullets had already pierced their eye sockets, exiting the backs of their heads with a burst of brain matter. By this time, less than 5 seconds had passed since Liu Yao appeared, and the entire elite field team had already crumbled. The few survivors left could only hide helplessly behind cover, firing their guns blindly in retaliation. For a moment, fragments of A4 paper, staplers, and file folders flew through the air. Their guns were equipped with silencers, making the sounds bizarre, yet the firepower was anything but weak, punching countless holes in the solid walls, but that was all. Liu Yao stepped over the spent cartridges on the ground, approaching at an unhurried pace. The team leader took a bullet in the knee, quickly injecting himself with a shot of adrenaline before pulling out 2 shock grenades and flicking them out from behind cover. What followed completely shattered the commander's confidence. The 2 shock grenades were blown up mid-air, and it was his own men who were hit. All was white before his eyes, a ringing filled his head, the semicircular canals damaged, he couldn't keep balance and fell to the ground. As his teammates fell one after another, blood and brain matter, still warm, spattered conspicuously in Rose's infrared scope. But all she could do was listen to the frantic, chaotic sounds coming over the team channel, panicking. "I've been hit. Damn it, where is he? Oh God! He's too fast. Tiger and Dolphin are down." Last came the captain's shout, "Retreat, retreat fast." This burly and robust team commander could no longer hide the shock in his voice. The opponent had been alone from the beginning, armed with a pistol, and had crushed his entire squad in under 2 minutes. This action movie-like scenario suddenly reminded him of the super soldier programs that top nations had secretly been developing since World War II. Once the effects of the shock grenade subsided, the captain realized the enemy was already close at hand, and he was the only member of his squad still alive. He coughed up blood twice and pulled out an identification book from his chest, shouting in Star Alliance language, "Stop! We're special agents of the Foreign Affairs Bureau." Liu Yao glanced at the bald eagle symbol on the credentials and sneered, "Agents who traffic drugs, or drug traffickers acting as agents?" The captain suddenly drew his handgun from his waist and fired rapidly, Liu Yao firmly locked onto the position of the gun muzzle. As the captain was about to pull the trigger, Liu Yao moved sideways in advance, evading the bullet, which whistled past fruitlessly. Witnessing this inconceivable scene, the captain showed an unbelieving expression, "Who are you?" Wearing the Ultraman mask, Liu Yao replied in a muffled voice, "I'm Batman." After speaking, he raised his hand and fired a shot. The bullet went through the man's credentials and into his neck. Rose watched as her entire squad was wiped out in under 2 minutes and knew they were in big trouble. They were the He Kingdom-based special agents of the Foreign Affairs Bureau, and dying here while protecting a drug production facility would be a huge scandal. But the factory was too important. It supplied the global opium market, and with daily profits reaching 14 million Star Alliance currency, it could easily be among the global top 500. How could they not protect it well? This operation couldn't stand scrutiny, and she immediately contacted her superiors for damage control. But then she suddenly saw Liu Yao picking up a teammate's weapon and confidently stepping out of cover. "You're seeking death." A mere 200 meters away, daring to provoke a sniper. Rose was certain, her teammate's rifle was only equipped with a holographic sight, and at such a distance, she had the absolute advantage. Liu Yao picked up an AR-15 caliber 5.56 mm, switched it to single-shot mode, and prepared for a mid-range sniper clash. Both were confident, aiming at each other at the first opportunity. The one to fire first was naturally Liu Yao, who, in a state of zen-like focus, initiated the carp stance and moved sideways instantly, firing 2 shots while moving at high speed. Rose was shaken by the maneuver and couldn't even pull the trigger before a bullet traveling more than twice the speed of sound struck her. It felt as though she had been smacked by a giant hammer. A strange burning sensation came from the wound, and her sexy JK skirt was instantly soaked with blood. Her vision blurred more and more, and she desperately reached for the adrenaline tied to her thigh. Liu Yao saw the last enemy burst into 2 clouds of blood mist and fall, then he began to clear the battlefield. After searching the bodies, these armed individuals were half Caucasian and half Asian, each with credentials that besides the conspicuous bald eagle symbol, were also marked, in Star Alliance language, with Star Alliance country's Foreign Affairs Bureau, stationed at He Kingdom Special Agent Office. Foreign Affairs Bureau agents? They sent in the military directly in Annan country too. It seems these factories are earning even more than I initially thought. Liu Yao reflected for a moment but didn't find anything strange. Previously, Star Alliance country's old rival Iron Alliance had released a report accusing Star Alliance country's intelligence agencies of being involved in drug trafficking. Although Star Alliance country categorically denied it, Liu Yao felt that this was probably not a baseless accusation. Chapter 71, Happy to get the big sniper rifle. Liu Yao's haul this time was quite substantial: 5 intact bulletproof vests, several rifles and bullets, 20 shock grenades and hand grenades, as well as special equipment like wireless earpieces and remote control cars. And on a distant rooftop, there was a big sniper rifle waiting to be picked up. When Liu Yao arrived, he only saw a large pool of blood, but the female sniper's body was nowhere to be seen. She didn't die? This woman is lucky. Not paying much attention to it, Liu Yao's gaze was wholly captivated by the weapon in front of him. The gun was about 1.5 meters long, with cold, hard lines that exuded a mechanical precision, truly a boy's favorite toy. It's actually the famous Barrett. Liu Yao recognized it at a glance. This was a globally renowned anti-material sniper rifle that used .50 caliber ammunition and combined long-range, high precision and powerful impact into one. Next to it was a box for the gun, which also contained many bullets and maintenance tools, truly considerate, delivering right to your doorstep. First, Liu Yao packed up the firearms he wanted and then went to the place of the technical advisor who had died horribly. This person had been turned into several pieces by one shot from the Barrett. Liu Yao was not there to mourn but to look for the briefcase the man had been carrying. He found it amongst a heap of mosaic and opened it to find only a laptop. The system was completely different from the standard Windows, and it required a password to enter, a sure sign that it contained big secrets. But this was not a safe place, and he could no longer stay. Liu Yao forcibly pried off the laptop's back cover and removed its hard disk. Then, carrying all his materials, he ran to the woods far from the factory and activated the dimensional door to return to the Otherworld. In the Otherworld warehouse, Liu Yao put the items into the old car and drove it to refuel. There was a filling station at the port with the characteristics of this era, the oil company, whose main business was heavy oil for ships, but they also sold diesel. After filling up, Liu Yao bought 2 extra barrels for the generator at home. Driving the old car leisurely home, he passed people who greeted him deferentially, and Liu Yao casually nodded in response to those he recognized. The people discussed his deeds in earnest. This Master Liu is impossibly rich, he donated 1 million caddies of rice without batting an eye. That car was a gift from the commandery Princess Yongping. He's also an inner disciple of the Liao family fist. Both his senior sisters have done organ refining, and they're not even 18. No wonder he's so prestigious. Listening to these conversations, Liu Yao couldn't help feeling emotional. I've become quite the figurehead myself. And the car Li Pei gave me is quite practical, not only for carrying things but also for showing off. Right. The secret manual she gave me is pretty awesome too, having my senior sister massage me, and later I can massage her too. However, Li Pei, whom Liu Yao was just praising, didn't have it so good. A few days ago, she caused a chicken and egg situation for Xiang Cheng, and it had led to trouble. At this moment, Li Pei let the phone on the table ring incessantly but didn't pick up. Zhang Jin, who was with her, looked worried. Sir Xiang personally phoned the prince and raged furiously, with very harsh words. "You're definitely in for a punishment this time." Li Pei propped her chin with her hands and fretted, "I'll put it off for one more day if I can, wait for father to cool down. I'm extremely dissatisfied with this marriage arrangement, that Xiang Cheng is a scoundrel." Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Commandery Princess, you have to answer the phone sooner or later." Li Pei looked up to see that it was none other than the head of her father's attendants, eunuch Wang. Zhang Jin quickly stepped forward to support his arm. "Godfather, why have you come?" Eunuch Wang shook off his godson's hand, first performed a deep bow to Li Pei, and then, pointing to the incessantly ringing phone, said, "Commandery Princess, please answer it. The prince has something to tell you." Li Pei sighed, picked up the receiver reluctantly, said hello, and then swiftly pulled it away. Only after a long period of growls and roars subsiding did tranquility return inside. Li Pei waited until the noise diminished before she put the receiver to her ear, repeatedly murmuring yes, I understand, and other phrases to show she was listening. After hanging up, her expression turned sour, for the king had ordered her to return to the capital for reflection. "I won't go back. I still have unfinished business in Yunzhou." Eunuch Wang bowed and said, "Commandery Princess, consider it a break to spend more time with the prince. You can return after his anger subsides in a few days." Only then did Li Pei reluctantly nod her head. Eunuch Wang added, "Young Master Xiang grew up in Einheit, the more you interact with him, the better it will be." Li Pei's face was full of disdain and revulsion. Remembering something, she instructed Zhang Jin, "Go remind the Liao family that I will be away for a few days, and to stay alert." Liao family fists gymnasium. Liao Qi was airing out big bags of expensive herbs. All these were bought by Liu Yao, which would take quite a while to use up. Liao Ya also stood in the courtyard, and the sisters exchanged glances, filled with emotion as they looked at the pile of herbs. Expensive medicinal ingredients that were once hard to come by now filled the courtyard to the brim. "It's the 7th day today, the medicinal wine is ready, but let's wait for Liu Yao to come back and we can drink it together." Sister, look what I found." Liao Qi held up an old cloth doll. The doll wore a red belly band, and its facial features were drawn on with a pen, looking adorably simple. Liao Ya exclaimed with surprise, "Where did you find it?" "We used to play house with it all the time. I found it accidentally while sorting the herbs." Liao Qi handed the doll to her sister. "When we were little, you always liked to play the mother, insisting that I be the baby." Liao Ya held the doll in silence for a long time. With a touch of sadness, Liao Qi said, "Ever since our parents passed away, we never played again. You became so strict all of a sudden, I didn't even dare to speak loudly to you." Gently stroking her sister's head, Liao Ya said softly, "There were too many wolves staring at us back then, I had to shoulder the Liao family. Fortunately, it's all fine now. Now, having undergone organ refining and cleansing our marrows, we haven't let our father's name down." Just then, the sound of a car approaching disturbed the tranquility of the courtyard. When Liu Yao drove up to the gymnasium, the sisters had already opened the gates in anticipation. After parking, the two women rushed over to open the car door, only to find no gifts as they had expected. Liu Yao opened the trunk, chuckling, "This time I've brought something different. Why are there so many firearms?" The sisters inspected the AR-15 and Glock they were holding. Liu Yao took out a case for a large sniper rifle, boasting, "That's nothing, this is the real deal. From now on, if anyone dares to bully us, I'll obliterate them." The two women crowded around with curiosity. The case was rather long and upon opening, it revealed 3 layers filled with parts of a Barrett. He had downloaded a complete set of assembly videos from the internet before arriving and had practiced assembling it. As Liu Yao fitted the pieces together and attached the thick, foot-long silencer, the Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle made its first appearance in the other world. Liu Yao proudly taught the women how to use it, and they enthusiastically toyed with it for a while, then aimed at the sky and fired several playful shots. "Wow, that's some power. Yeah, the force is almost like a cannon, right?" The women handled the heavy sniper like a bamboo stick, not needing to brace it against their shoulders, countering the massive recoil with just the strength of their hands. Liu Yao couldn't help but feel envious, eagerly longing to advance realms and achieve the goal of wielding a fire god cannon himself. Chapter 72, Playing House. Liu Yao carefully dismantled the barrel of Barrett's gun and maintained it meticulously, while Liao Qi studied with keen interest by his side. At that moment, the eunuch Zhang Jin arrived to convey a message from Li Pei about her imminent return to the imperial city. The commandery princess will be staying in the imperial city for a few days and made a special point of having me to come and inform you. The National Martial Arts Association hopes you will take extra care. Liao Ya solemnly bowed with fists clasped and responded, "We will do our utmost." Then he asked, "Your Highness, she won't be in trouble, will she?" In broad daylight and in front of everyone, Li Pei had delivered a fatal blow to her betrothed, the young master Xiang. The news had already spread far and wide. Zhang Jin forced a smile and said, "Master Liao need not worry, the commandery princess will return soon. I should not tarry, please excuse me." After delivering the message, the western-dressed eunuch clasped his fists in farewell and, before leaving, turned back to caution, "The Heilong gang has been quite active recently, seeking a new opium merchant. You should be vigilant." After he left, Liao Ye, with a grim expression, said, "With Sun Haoran dead, the Heilong gang will definitely be looking for a new opium merchant. It's sickening to think how many scum are racing to take on such an inhumane business." Liu Yao inquired, "What's the story with the Heilong gang? Doesn't the imperial court do anything?" Liao Ya answered, "The Heilong gang is wanted by the imperial court, but they have taken refuge with the foreigners' opium company and are under the protection of the United Kingdom, while they also bribe high officials with a lot of money. Nobody dares to act against their lawlessness." Liao Qi, flipping her braids, shouted, "A bunch of beasts! Once I have mastered my martial skills, I'll wipe them out." Liao Ya took a deep breath and said, "I have been training tirelessly waiting for that day. By the way, our golden elixir brew is ready to drink." They moved the wine jar, and as soon as the lid was opened, the room filled with the fragrance of wine. Just from the smell alone, there was a sense of floating towards a celestial paradise. Liao Yaxing's excited face turned rosy with anticipation. The golden elixir brew was the favorite wine of the Han dynasty's great writer Sima Xiongru. There is a poem that says, "Amongst the servants, none thirst like Xiongru, if only to be granted a cup of golden elixir. Today, we shall drink a cup." She immediately moved the wine jar and poured a large bowl for each person. The liquor was the color of amber, its rich fragrance overpowering. Liao Qi sniffed curiously and said, "I've never had wine before." "Neither have I, let's try it." The two girls eagerly downed their bowls, after which Liao Ya closed her eyes and took a long sigh of relief, her cheeks visibly turning red as she praised, "The taste is superb. The medicinal effect is also excellent, it opens the meridians and greatly benefits the circulation and the blood. It's of great help to those in the marrow cleansing realm." Another bowl. Liao Qi's cheeks were rosy, and she smacked her lips, "Indeed, it's quite tasty. I'll have another bowl." The sisters each poured another bowl and again gulp 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 drank it down. Afterward, both girls had cherry red cheeks and their eyes rippled with waves, looking adorably tempting. The big sea bowls used for drinking could hold almost a jin. Liu Yao watched in astonishment as the two of them downed 2 jin, over 80 degrees of alcohol. He stepped forward quickly to check on them, "Are you two all right?" "We're fine, it's quite tasty. I want some more." "Then have another." They filled their bowls again, clinked them together, and heartily drank it all in one go, then looked at each other giggling foolishly. Liu Yao watched their tipsy state and gently reminded, "That's 3 jin now, over 80 degrees. Perhaps you shouldn't drink any more." Liao Ya turned to glare at him, slamming the table dissatisfied, "Don't be so stingy." At this moment, her usually gentle eyes were drooping at the corners, looking like a bewitching temptress, filled with wickedness. Liu Yao mentally cursed at the turn of events, realizing that the person before him seemed completely transformed and was evidently drunk. He hurriedly pinched Liao Qi's thigh under the table and shot her a look. But she had also downed 3 kilograms of liquor and was equally intoxicated. Not only did she fail to grasp her beloved's intention, but with a rosy flush on her cheeks, she grabbed his arm, eager to head inside for a rest. Liao Ya burped loudly and suddenly pinched her sister's chin, caressing it while clucking her tongue. "The little cabbage I've raised with such care, I haven't even had a taste of it myself." Liao Qi, with a slurred tongue, retorted stubbornly, "You crafty thing, what delicious treats have you sneaked to grow so big? Spill the beans." Liu Yao almost burst out laughing. This was a priceless piece of embarrassing history. He quickly took out his phone to record a clip before yelling, "Hold on, I'm going to find the ambergris." Ambergris could induce a state of Zuoang for a short period, perfect to handle the wild antics of the drunken sisters. Liu Yao rushed to Liao Ya's room to look for the hidden ambergris, quickly found it, lit it with a lighter, and hurried back to the others. At that moment, Liao Qi was eating merrily, while Liao Ya giggled sweetly. Liu Yao stealthily approached with the incense, waving his hand to help the fragrance spread quickly. Unexpectedly, Liao Ya suddenly let go of her sister and grabbed him, exclaiming, "Let's play house, I'll be the mom." Liu Yao, who was only at the bone tempering level, couldn't resist a marrow cleansing realm martial artist and had to unwillingly indulge in the experience. Before long, the effect of the ambergris kicked in, and all three of them entered the state of Zuoang. Although they had lost consciousness, their awareness of the surroundings was incredibly detailed, as if they were in a lucid dream. Seconds later, when the effect wore off, Liao Ya was fast asleep on top of Liu Yao, even snoring lightly. Liu Yao wasn't the type to take advantage at such a time, and he also feared being beaten to death by the two women once they woke up. Fighting off temptation, he carefully moved both sisters to the bed to settle them down. Only then did Liu Yao breathe a sigh of relief, finally having the opportunity to drink his share of the golden elixir brew. He took only a small sip, which felt like swallowing a ball of flame that flowed from his mouth to his stomach, followed by a sensation of his entire body swelling up. That's an amazing effect. The potency is about 4 or 5 times that of normal restoratives. By then, Liu Yao felt even his fingers and tongue bloating from the powerful drug effects. He rushed to the yard to practice his punches, spending half an hour dissipating the surplus potency. Sweaty through his clothes and the bloating gone, he felt as if all the pores of his body had opened, akin to having had a sauna followed by a full-body massage. He felt exceedingly refreshed. He swung his fist mightily, and it produced a loud bang, as if he had set off a firecracker. Normally, it would take at least 2 or 3 seconds of gathering strength to make such a sound, but now just 1 second was sufficient. When he could make a bang without gathering strength, just casually, that's when he would be ready to challenge the organ refining level. The two women slept for half a day before emerging from the room, rubbing their heads. What happened? Did we get drunk? Liao Ya's face was a mix of confusion and embarrassment as she clutched her left chest and furrowed her brows, feeling something odd there. Whereas Liao Qi took a deep breath, her breathing growing fiercer, and then with both hands at her abdomen, she drew in a deep breath, and her body echoed with rolling thunderous sounds, letting out forceful huffs and haws. "Ha ha, my 5 organs resonance! No wonder, the golden elixir brew is really amazing." Delighted, the younger sister gathered her strength, then threw a punch with a boom, actually causing an explosion in the air. Liao Ya couldn't worry about the abnormal feeling in her chest anymore and circulated her inner breath through her body for a self-check. After a while, her eyes popped open in surprise. "My progress has also jumped by a large margin. It couldn't be just the golden elixir brew doing this, it must be the effect of those 3 demon beast eggs." The two young women carefully hid the wine jar, realizing that this drink, which not only tasted great but could also enhance their cultivation, was truly invaluable. Chapter 73, The Most Direct Way of Handling. Just as Liu Yao and his 2 companions were jubilantly celebrating their significant progress in martial arts, at an estate by the inner harbor dock of Yunzhou, the aged Master Peng was waiting for an audience. This estate covered more than 10,000 square meters, a third larger than a soccer field. With flying eaves and walking beasts on the ridges, and copper bells hanging under the eaves, it could be considered a palace. Every 10 steps, there stood a tall and burly gang member dressed in black, who remained motionless for long periods, exuding an air of fierce discipline. Master Peng stroked the dragon head on his cane, thinking to himself, by using the inner harbor dock to sell opium across the country, Heilong Gang has truly come into its own. Before long, Snake Master, with his narrow eyes and a face full of malice, arrived. As ordinary martial artists would greet each other, the two exchanged a hand salute and took their seats. Then Snake Master said, "Master Peng, sorry to keep you waiting. I won't waste your time. The gang can offer you the price for Sun Haoran, but can you hold on? That commandery princess is bound to return." Master Peng was the picture of confidence, assuredly replying, "Let the Snake Master be informed, my eldest disciple has been promoted to head of the new army. After his rise to power, he still remembers his master and will naturally take care of me. Snake Master nodded, his face easing up considerably, so that's the reason Master Pang is considering taking over the business. Master Pang gently stroked his beard, I am quite confident, or else I wouldn't have come here. But Snake Master changed the subject, saying, we can hand over the business to you. But as per the rules, you need to present a token of submission. What if you deal with the 3 Liao family fist, how about that? Master Pang's hand paused on his beard, rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Snake Master unhurriedly upped the ante, Baron William needs the blood of a virgin warrior. Liao family's eldest daughter is still a virgin, if you capture her alive, you will certainly please him, and then it won't just be the opium business anymore. Master Pang's face showed a look of astonishment as he stood up abruptly, Baron William. Are these words true? Everybody in the gang knows about this, go ahead and ask around. If it weren't for the warrant out on my back making it difficult to enter the city, I'd have already taken the matter into my own hands. A thick greed appeared on Master Pang's aged face. In his agitated state, the sound of thunder rumbled inside him. Gradually, his white hair turned black, and he transformed from an old man into a middle-aged man. Snake Master's narrow eyes widened with surprise, exclaiming, hey, the legendary tortoise crane essence locking skill. Master Pang, you've been holding back a trick. He slapped his thigh, declaring, how about I get in on this deal? Let's plan together and try to capture the Liao family's eldest daughter alive. In the courtyard of the martial arts hall, Liao Qi was feeding moves to Liu Yao. Liu Yao pressed the attack, his punches and kicks well coordinated and substantial, putting on an impressive display. Liao Qi exclaimed in surprise, you've trained well. Liu Yao chuckled without a word, real combat was the best teacher. After a killing spree on Earth, he had gained more experience than from repetitive practice alone. Suddenly, the sound of instruments and noisy fanfare approached. Upon opening the door, they saw a festive procession promoting a street advertisement. They held up billboards, shouting promotional slogans, advertising for businesses. But the content of their shouts was indeed questionable, Shunfa Tobacco Shop grand opening in 3 days. All tobacco products at a 10% discount. Tobacco Shop is a business specifically dealing in wholesale opium, indicating a plan for large-scale sales. Even more outrageous was what followed, the group turned around and began shouting in front of the martial arts hall, directly across the street. The residence opposite the martial arts hall, previously a private home, had unknowingly been bought and was currently having the signboard of Shunfa Tobacco Shop hung up. The onlookers along the road whispered among themselves. Who's so bold to open a tobacco shop right across from the Liao family fist? Do they have a death wish? Keep it down, we should stay out of the martial artists' business. The enmity between the Liao family and opium was no secret to the people of Yunzhou, and to open a tobacco shop right in front of the martial arts hall was a blatant challenge. The sisters were so angry they were seeing red. And it wasn't over yet. Wang Yuan, the Military Preparedness Administrative Commissioner who had previously tried to trick Liaoya into leaving the city, unexpectedly appeared at this moment, accompanied by a team from the Patrol Bureau. He unabashedly exclaimed, Director Liao, I am here on behalf of the Patrol Bureau to remind you Shunfa Tobacco Shop is a legitimate business that has paid its taxes. Don't make things difficult for them, besides, the smell from storing tobacco is not pleasant, so try not to mind it. Liaoya indifferently asked, who owns it? Wang Yuan hid behind the patrolling officers beside him and yelled, it's owned by Master Pang. If you're not convinced, here's a life and death challenge. After saying that, he had someone pass her a life and death contract. The terms on it were strange. Liaoye, if she lost, would have to be a slave for 20 years. Naturally, if Master Pang lost, he would have to give up his estate for nothing. Wang Yuan didn't wait for Liaoye to reply and hurriedly ran away. Clutching the life and death contract, Liaoye said furiously, does this Pang character have a death wish? Although that old man is also at the marrow cleansing realm, he's so frail, how can he compete against me? Liu Yao said, I've heard he has trained 5 powerful disciples. Could it be that one of them will fight on his behalf? Today was quite bustling. As they were speculating, Duan Pei from Thunderclap Martial Arts Hall arrived. They had met him a few times before and their relationship was fairly good. He came in a hurry and, seeing the life and death contract in Liao Ye's hands, he said hastily, Master Liao, you must not accept this challenge. Outsiders are fooled by old Pang's facade, but I know his foundation. He has cultivated a unique essence locking technique. He conceals his vitality normally, but can explode with power equivalent to the blood exchange realm's initial stage during critical moments. The sisters' father was at the blood exchange realm, so they naturally knew just how big the gap between blood exchange and marrow cleansing was. It was like an 18-year-old robust young man beating up an 8-year-old child. Liaoya clasped her fist and replied, "Thank you, Hall Master Duan, for your information. But I must stand up for this. You can't fall for this short-term loss, Master Liao. If it really comes down to it, just moving is an option," Duan Pei advised repeatedly. Old Pang started off running a brothel, his cunningness surpasses even Sun Haoran. There's no telling how many tricks he has up his sleeve. You might as well step back for now and seek revenge when your cultivation has improved. At that moment, Liu Yao suddenly chimed in, "Right, sister, what Hall Master Duan said makes sense. You're still young, there's no need to rush." After he spoke, he winked subtly. With her head bowed, Liaoya said in a low, muffled voice, "Fine then. I'll endure it." Duan Pei replied with relief, "That's very wise. If you need a place to go, you're welcome to stay at Thunderclap Martial Arts Hall temporarily. I take my leave." After seeing off the well-meaning hall master, Liaoya asked in confusion, "Junior brother, what's your plan?" Liu Yao, excitedly taking out the barret, said, "That old sly turtle dares to play dirty. Sister, you just watch this time. Let me blow him away." Liaoya had never seen the power of the barret, and she frowned slightly. Marrow cleansing realm martial artists are agile and robust, they can withstand bullets without needing to cultivate hard techniques. "Are you sure you can do it?" "Absolutely no problem. Plus, if I do it, we can turn this into an unsolved case, and no one will be able to trace it back to us." Confident, Liu Yao escorted the sisters in an old-fashioned carriage, ostentatiously heading in the opposite direction of Pang's martial arts school, deliberately letting many people see them along the way. The three arrived at a small hill, assembled the barret, and through a 1-2x sniper scope targeted Pang's martial arts school, 2 kilometers away. With a clear, high vantage point, the two women, using military binoculars confiscated from a field team, also watched Pang's martial arts school, curious about how Liu Yao would handle things. Liu Yao's approach was simple, placing Master Pang in the crosshairs, he pulled the trigger. With a muffled bang, the silenced barrel released a powerful jet of high-pressure gas, and a .50 caliber bullet shot forth. Master Pang in the scope, instantaneously lost an arm. Chapter 74, Assassination. In Pang's martial arts school, a banquet was being held. Snake Master raised his cup in tribute. Master Pang has his hand over most of the brothels in Yunzhou, and with opium, that really is like adding wings to a tiger. Congratulations to you in advance. Master Pang drained his cup and showed it was empty, saying, "Mutual benefit, let our two families prosper together." Then, he turned to his three sons and spoke, "You lot haven't come to offer a toast yet. This is the Heilong Gang's External Affairs Hall Master. A true hero." The three of them hurriedly offered toasts. They were also very happy, as the opium business was incredibly lucrative, pairing very well with their own brothels. They could also use opium to subdue those untamed horses who were disobedient, truly a business with nothing but profit. Snake Master clinked glasses with each of them, praising, "Master Pang's skill in teaching disciples is really something. Each one of your sons has reached the organ refining stage, admirable indeed. Still, they can't compare to the Heilong Gang's 4 dragons, eh? Is Leader Wu in seclusion again? The leader's power will surely increase significantly with hard training in seclusion." After exchanging a few customary pleasantries, Master Pang brought up the topic he was most interested in, "Snake Master, if this matter succeeds, I'd also ask you to put in some good words for me with Baron William." Naturally, an untouched maiden skilled in martial arts is highly sought after these days, especially one from the Liao family at the marrow cleansing realm. Baron William might even bestow you the initial privilege if he's pleased enough. Master Pang was thrilled, "That would be great. I ask for nothing else, just the simplest transformation to live a few more years." Snake Master listened to the old man's endless talk, sneering inside. "Even I can't possibly receive such favors, and here you are daydreaming. These martial artists with their lifespan nearing an end always love to reach for the impossible." After a few cups of liquor, the atmosphere became even more spirited. "Master Pang, in high spirits, inquired, "I've heard that becoming a vampire, spit, becoming one of the Blood Clan can let you live for 800 years. But before he could finish, his shoulders suddenly burst open, and his entire arm vanished up to the shoulder. Everyone's color changed drastically, they quickly stood up, but before they could react, another bullet came flying. The awful kinetic energy of 18,000 joules caused Master Peng's eldest son to snap into pieces, covering everyone with a mix of warm, sticky, and soft fluids. Master Peng clutched his severed arm and rotated the muscle to stop the bleeding, shouting at the same time, "What the hell is that? What in the world is going on?" No one could answer that question, as Liu Yao was 2 kilometers away, equipped with a suppressor, killing without a sound. The next second, the sound of breaking air attacked again. But even though Master Peng sensed it beforehand, he could only manage to swerve his body slightly as one of his legs was already blown into a bloody mist. The initial velocity of a Barrett bullet is 1 km per second. To dodge it, a martial artist would need a neural reaction speed of 3 milliseconds, 10 times faster than a cat. Liu Yao watched everything clearly through the high-powered scope and couldn't help but feel relieved, truly relieving. The sisters had equally clear views through their military binoculars. As they saw Master Peng missing an arm and a leg, crawling around in a mess, the two girls exclaimed again and again. So powerful! One shot can tear a person apart. And to be so accurate from such a distance. Liao Qi's eyes gleamed as she shook Liu Yao's arm. "Let me try. I've long found those bastards who force good people into prostitution repulsive." Liu Yao stepped aside with a smile. Liao Qi lay on the ground and took aim through the sniper scope professionally, while Liu Yao advised from the side. "Bullets are affected by the wind. Pay attention to the flags in front of the nearby shops to gauge the wind direction and adjust your shooting angle accordingly." Holding her breath, Liao Qi pulled the trigger, and with a muffled sound, a bullet casing the size of an index finger ejected from the side of the gun. The Barrett is semi-automatic, no need to operate the bolt. The bullet accurately blew off the head of Master Peng's third son, 2 kilometers away. The man's head literally disappeared. Liu Yao expressed his surprise, "So accurate. Beginner's luck is always the best." "Nonsense, I took that shot seriously. That wasn't hard at all." While arguing, Liao Qi took aim and fired another shot. At this moment, all the survivors were petrified, all taking cover behind the walls. Just as Master Peng's youngest son, who had been hiding, caught his breath, the wall he was sheltering behind suddenly burst open with a huge hole. Numerous fragments flew out like shotgun pellets, riddling him with holes. His blood gushed out, pooling into a small lake as his head lolled, lifeless. Liu Yao now believed that Liao Qi truly had a gift and raised his thumb in praise. Impressive. Liao Qi was beaming with pride, her eyes curving into smiles. Liao Yao looked on with interest for a long while and, patting her sister's round bottom, said, "You've had your fun for long enough, it's my turn now." Liao Qi reluctantly made way for her. After Liao Yao took over, the enemies were all well hidden. At this time, Wang Yuan, the Military Preparedness Administrative Commissioner, disheveled, walked out from a guest room upon hearing the commotion outside, wanting to figure out what was happening, while a whimpering young lady was faintly visible on the bed inside the room. This man had repeatedly caused trouble, and Liao Yao immediately took aim at him. Liu Yao cautioned, "The target is moving forward, you need to calculate the lead based on his speed." "I know. The bullet will take approximately 2 breaths to travel there." Without further ado, Liao Ya's spring onion-like fair fingers squeezed the trigger, absorbing all the recoil, her fragrant shoulders and shapely hips motionless. The young Military Preparedness Administrative Commissioner was struck in the neck, and with a puff of blood mist, his puzzled face spun in the air several times before landing on the ground. Liao Yao looked at Liu Yao with pride, seemingly waiting for praise. "Beautiful." Liu Yao didn't hold back on the compliments, secretly admiring that martial artist women were indeed different from ordinary people. They not only enjoyed firearms, but their extraordinary physical attributes naturally endowed them with high marksmanship skills. Snake Master, having worked for the foreigners, had seen many Western things. Judging by the whistling of bullets, he deduced the attackers were using an unknown firearm. He immediately hit the deck, making sure his entire body was hidden behind the wall. At that point, Master Peng, missing an arm and a leg, valiantly dragged himself forward a few inches with a single arm, but his blood loss was too great, reaching its limit. He pleaded to Snake Master, "Save me." His expression and voice were filled with a fervent desire to live, but it was all in vain. Snake Master turned a blind eye, deaf ear, his mind racing. I can't keep hiding. The attacker's firearm has immense power, I must find a way to save myself. He took a deep breath, his arms suddenly bulking up significantly, and slammed them down on the ground. With a loud bang, floor tiles, debris, pieces of tables, and chairs were sent flying into the air. Snake Master seized the opportunity to dash out. He moved erratically as he attempted to flee. The most ruthless part was that halfway through his escape, he casually flicked his foot, sending the half-dead Master Pang flying into the open to cushion his escape. In Master Pang's desperate cries, a .50 caliber bullet punched a 30-centimeter wide hole in his chest. A segment of spine drenched in blood flew past Snake Master, but he was too preoccupied to care, zigzagging and running for his life in every possible direction. Liaoya fired twice in quick succession, but even after emptying the magazine, she failed to hit the target. After all, as a novice too far away, she couldn't hit an irregularly moving target, and she said anxiously. This man is the head of the Heilong Gang's External Affairs Hall, we can't let him escape. Liu Yao said with a smile, let me do it. He calmly reloaded the Barrett with a new magazine, fully focusing as he took aim at Snake Master, who was maneuvering like a snake. Everything in his view slowed down to half speed. His senses processed the external information rapidly, judging wind direction, distance, bullet velocity, and the target's trajectory. Liu Yao aimed at the empty space ahead of Snake Master and pulled the trigger. A muffled sound followed as the huge casing was ejected. 2 kilometers away, Snake Master's head precisely caught a .50 caliber bullet, his neck and everything above turning into a cloud of crimson mist. Junior brother is remarkable. Liu Yao is awesome. Chapter 75, Without any evidence. Liu Yao collected his sniper rifle without haste and took the two women for a joyride. He drove towards the edge of the city, rolling down all the car windows. He placed his hand on Liao Qi's beautiful leg at the passenger seat, stroking it while admiring the street view, and stopped by any shop that caught his interest. The two sisters were also very happy, their smooth and delicate faces full of smiles. While they were having fun, large groups of patrol bureau officers with serious faces kept rushing to Peng's martial arts school, and not long after, state soldiers also arrived. Seeing such a big commotion, there were many discussions among the crowds, and soon some curious onlookers went to check, bringing back earth-shattering news. Peng's martial arts school had been massacred. In no time, the entire Yunzhou was in uproar. Massacred? Really? Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Right, with Master Peng being an organ refiner and his 3 sons too, who could have wiped them out? It's true, the patrol bureaus started the post-mortem examination. Master Peng had been operating in Yunzhou for decades, with countless old acquaintances and a vast influence. His family's sudden demise quickly became the hottest topic of the moment. At this time, Liu Yao arrived at the eagerly anticipated Four Seas Tower with the two beauties. He had long wanted to try the herbal cuisine here, and now at last, he had the opportunity. The manager of the restaurant hurried out to greet them, cupping his hands and bowing repeatedly. The distinguished guests from Liao family fist honor us with their presence at Four Seas Tower. I am Jin Wang, please come inside. Liu Yao said directly, I've heard much about the great reputation of Four Seas Tower's herbal cuisine, and have come specially to try it. Serve us the best you've got. The manager's smile grew even wider. We happen to have white phoenix stew and tiger elbow, which are perfect for the two lady masters. The dishes will be served immediately. The manager escorted them to a private room at the very top of the restaurant, then excitedly went downstairs to make the arrangements. Before long, a waiter brought up the dishes, announcing them in a song-like manner. Here they are: white phoenix stew and tiger elbow, simmered on a gentle fire for 7 days. Enjoy your meal. The white phoenix referred to a black-boned chicken, and tiger elbow was self-explanatory. Both dishes had a fresh taste, the meat perfectly blending with the fragrance of the herbs, tasting neither fishy nor bitter. The sisters elegantly finished their meal, even grinding the bones to swallow. Their bodies, including the corners of their mouths, remained spotlessly clean, not stained by a single drop of soup, scoring full marks in dining etiquette. Liaoya praised, it lives up to its reputation, the medicinal potency is twice that of ordinary supplements. But the price is really too expensive, 1 tael of silver for a single dish. Liao Qi added, it is indeed a bit pricey, and the cost-performance ratio is very low. But it tastes very good. Liu Yao didn't mind at all, for the most abundant thing since having double through doors was money. Seeing the sisters looking like they still wanted more, he called out to the waiter, "Bring 2 more servings." The waiter was stunned. Two more servings? "Young master, these ingredients are all rare delicacies from the deep forests, we've run out." Liu Yao showed dissatisfaction, "Running a restaurant and you can't even let your customers eat their fill." Manager Jin hurried over with a quick trot, "We've run out of those 2 dishes, but we have other choices, the effects are not much different." Seeing that Liu Yao nodded in agreement, he sighed in relief, encountering for the first time in his decades of service, a situation where herbal dishes were sold out. This stuff was too expensive. On a normal day, they wouldn't sell many servings, slow cooking them for 7 days before they were sold. Moreover, only martial artists could eat it. For martial artists, it was a major supplement, but for ordinary people, it was deadly poison. Soon after, a series of herbal dishes were served, very eye-catching, and the customers all gave them an appreciative gaze. Just then, a squad of patrol bureau officers arrived at 4 Seas Tower, with 2 inspectors heading straight for the private room. The 2 inspectors came in after knocking, one with a young, square face and bushy brows, and the other was none other than an old acquaintance, Wang Dezi. Since this man had previously provided important information on dark energy heartbreak, Liu Yao didn't mind giving him some face, and greeted with a fist salute, "Inspector Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Dezi smiled apologetically, "Young Master Liu, I'm sorry to disturb you, there's been a major incident in the city, and I need a moment of your time." His demeanor was very humble, not at all like a patrol bureau officer on duty, as he carefully said, "The Pang family has been attacked, and I wanted to ask." Liu Yao casually answered, "This matter? Well, I've been out shopping with the 2 senior sisters the whole time, completely unaware of it." At that moment, the other young square-faced inspector stepped forward as if he wanted to ask something more pressing, "You recently had a quarrel with the Pang family." Liu Yao interrupted, annoyed, "We have not been anywhere near the Pang family within 4 li today, you can surely inquire about it in the nearby shops." His expression stiffened, and his demeanor turned rather unsightly. Wang Dezi hurriedly pulled him aside and shot him a meaningful look. This was not some ordinary person they could easily manipulate, but a martial faction with wealth, influence, and martial power. They had to tread carefully. The square-faced inspector lowered his head and said no more. At that moment, the medicinal meal on the table was giving off a rich, tantalizing aroma, stirring a hunger that came from deep within the heart. Only then did the 2 inspectors notice that all the dishes the 3 members of the Liao family were eating were medicinal meals. This table was worth at least 10 taels of silver, more than the total annual salary and perks of the 2 men combined. The ways of the world were truly unfair. Liu Yao lifted the teacup in front of him and said, "The Pang family is even selling opium now, so it's not surprising that they would offend someone." The meaning of raising the cup to see off the guests was very clear. Wang Dezi quickly bowed and said, "Forgive the intrusion, we will take our leave." After leaving the 4 Seas Tower and conducting an investigation, the square-faced inspector hesitated. They really spent the day enjoying themselves and never came close to the Pang family's residence. Wang Dezi sighed, "Let it be, even if we had evidence, we couldn't do anything to the Liao family, not to mention there are so many witnesses. Just report it, and let those above handle it." Half a day later, the situation had completely fermented. Everyone in Yunzhou, from high-ranking officials and rich merchants to peddlers and porters, was eagerly discussing the affair. Everyone immediately thought of the conflict between Master Pang and the Liao family, but the Liao family shouldn't have the capacity to do such a thing. Moreover, countless witnesses saw the 3 Liao family members spending the entire day having fun, never once approaching the vicinity of the Pang family. Opinions were varied, and even Governor Wen Renliang was alerted. The assistant prefectural judge Fang Xuan personally reported the incident to his superior. The Pang family was massacred. Yes, Master Pang and his 3 sons were all killed, along with a military preparedness administrative commissioner and a suspected high-ranking member of the Heilong gang. Governor Wen spoke in a mild tone, "Any dubious aspects?" Fang Xuan answered, "Reporting to Your Excellency, Master Pang had just antagonized the Liao family and was then wiped out right after. However, at the time of the crime, the Liao family was enjoying themselves far away and did not approach. This case has become a mystery." Governor Wen played with his Buddhist prayer beads, speaking indifferently, "I am informed of this matter, Assistant Prefectural Judge Fang, just handle it impartially as you see fit." Fang Xuan bowed deeply, "Your humble official takes his leave." The meaning of handle it impartially was easy to understand, let it go if there is no proof. Moreover, the Pang family's assets were quite substantial, a juicy piece of meat indeed. While chaos reigned outside, Liu Yao and his company had eaten their fill and were headed home round-bellied. Throughout the journey, Liao Qi kept gazing at him contentedly, a look that carried on even into the evening's rest. A mix of joy, tenderness, and deep affection was woven together, brimming with love. Liu Yao asked, "Why do you keep looking at me like that?" "It's nothing, I just feel so good to have you." Liao Qi wrapped her fair, beautiful legs around Liu Yao's waist, transferring her inner breath from the usual spot. Having transferred inner breath many times, she had gained experience. Instead of flooding in all at once, she did it bit by bit, allowing Liu Yao to absorb it more fully. A comfortable and exhilarating warmth flowed from the abdomen to the rest of the body, turning the blood hot like water, thoroughly steaming his insides and outs in a sauna-like bliss. In that instant, Liu Yao entered a mystical state. His body and mind relaxed, free of desire and craving, his thoughts reaching a selfless realm akin to that of sages and saints. Even though it lasted only a few seconds, he was aware he had, for the first time without the aid of ambergris, entered the state of sitting in oblivion on his own. Liao Qi was gently massaging her beloved's back and neck to help him settle, but she felt there was something unusual about his state and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Chapter 76, The Mahayana Teachings Surround Jinling. "I was entranced by you into a strange state of meditation." Liu Yao whispered his recent sensation into Liao Qi's ear, and the girl giggled, playfully tapping him a few times. After a bit of frolic, Liao Qi's attire consisted of only pink and white, truly a sight of plum blossoms in spring adorned with snow, with skin soft as jade and gentle as clouds, thoroughly moistened. Upon seeing this beautiful scene, Liu Yao took out a small golden pig brought from earth and said, "I've got a nice thing for you." Liao Qi took it with curiosity, "This is a little piggy, haha, I happen to be born in the year of the pig. What metal is this made of? It's quite shiny and pretty." "Gold. Haven't you seen it before?" The girl thought for a moment, then confirmed, "I haven't seen it." "No worries, just keep it. Treat it as an ordinary piece of jewelry." "Okay." Falling asleep to the sweet scent of Liao Qi, Liu Yao didn't mind. The two worlds were like twin stars, similar yet with their differences after all. "I'll ask senior sister when there's a chance, to see if she knows anything." As a long-standing household of Yunzhou, Pang's martial arts school, with its father and son having undergone marrow cleansing and thrice completed organ refining, was deeply rooted, so their annihilation caused a massive stir. Regarding the cause of death of the Pang family, there were those who said they were shot to death and others who said they were bombed, but no consensus was reached. Through this battle, Liao family fist thoroughly established its prestige, and no one dared to stir up trouble again. As a result, Liu Yao enjoyed a peaceful half-month. At this moment, he was slowly executing Liao family fist, ensuring each movement was performed with strength that penetrated the bones, internally tempering his skeleton from the outside in. The bone tempering realm, plainly speaking, involves endurance of strikes and weight-bearing exercises to toughen the bones and strengthen the body. With ample resources, his progress was already fast, and with his beautiful master constantly giving pointers, Liu Yao's cultivation soared by leaps and bounds. "Release your strength more, don't fear getting hurt. Minor injuries and pains can actually accelerate progress." Liao Qi attentively watched from the side, correcting Liu Yao's movements and power exertion at the first opportunity. Although she never said it out loud, the girl was always concerned about her beloved's illness in her heart. Your next chapter is on mvlenovelbin.net. So she transformed into Liu Yao's personal female coach, offering full services and devoting all her energy to the one she held dear. With this selfless help, Liu Yao's improvement was rapid. After half a month of arduous training, he could now generate a bang in the blink of an eye. The bang, crack sounds were incessant in the courtyard, and Liao Qi was quite satisfied. "Not bad, you're progressing swiftly. Strengthen tendons, toughen bones, refine organs, you'll be able to start organ refining soon." Seeing himself progress day by day, Liu Yao was very pleased and hugged Liao Qi, saying, "Thanks a lot, my little beautiful master." The girl used her fragrant handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Liu Yao's brow, her eyes full of longing. "Once you reach the blood exchange phase, your illness will be cured. I'll bear you several little babies, and we'll live every day in happiness." "Yeah, definitely. In fact, the girl's simple and honest wish was not easy to fulfill in the other world, where the unscrupulous and heartless reigned supreme. But Liu Yao firmly believed he would make her wish come true. Next, he needed to allow his bones some time to rest and grow. Liu Yao and Liao Qi switched roles, with him teaching her how to read. The method was simple: have Liao Qi read the newspaper. Newspapers, eager for sales, were written in vernacular, perfect for learning characters. He had accumulated many unread newspapers during the days immersed in martial training. The girl sat on Liu Yao's lap, picked up the earliest edition of the newspaper, and began to read. Izumo country, invading Goryeo, their rapacious ambitions are glaringly obvious. The girl stammered through this sentence without making any mistakes. Liu Yao, smiling encouragingly, said, "You're very smart and you learn very quickly. Keep going." Liao Qi beamed with joy. "Just by reading the newspaper, I can know what's happening in the world without leaving the house. Being literate is really wonderful." With her confidence bolstered by the praise from her beloved, she cleared her throat and read on more fluently. The great vehicle sect insurgents have overrun Jingzhou city. The prefectural governor's family committed suicide. No wonder the price of grain has never stabilized. The imperial court has lost a key stronghold. The great vehicle sect, those are the gun-wielding bandits we encountered outside the city during the porridge distribution. Organized and not at all like common rabble. Those people, by holding refugees hostage, caused chaos and shot the armed forces authorities. Liu Qunqi dead, making the headlines for several days. The funeral for the officer is today. Did sister go to offer her condolences? She should be back soon. We're not closed, just a courtesy visit. After chatting for a bit, Liao Qi picked up another newspaper and continued to read the great vehicle sect insurgents, besieging Jinling. Both exchanged a look of shock. Jinling, once the capital of 6 dynasties, was wealthy and bustling, incomparable to ordinary cities. Seems like the bigger the news, the shorter the report. When did this happen? Looking at the newspaper, they saw the insurgents, with forces of 500,000 and over 10,000 boats, advanced by land and water, sailing down the Yangtze River, looting and killing along the way. They arrived at Jinling on the 9th. Today is the 10th, this happened yesterday. To think so much has happened while I haven't left the house for half a month. Liu Yao frowned and said, Jinling is less than 300 kilometers away from Yunzhou, and it's connected by the Yangtze River. It's reachable overnight, which poses a danger. Liao Qi, unconvinced, said, they wouldn't dare to attack Yunzhou, would they? We have the foreign concessions here. Liu Yao shook his head, pointing to another article on the newspaper. This article says before, the great vehicle sect was just your average bandits that the imperial court could handle. But suddenly, they acquired foreign rifles and cannons, greatly increasing their combat effectiveness. The author of this article, Lan Ziyuan, explicitly accused Einheit of covertly supporting the great vehicle sect in stirring up trouble, aiming for ulterior motives. Liao Qi immediately understood and angrily exclaimed, these damn Western demons! Just as the girl finished speaking, a glamorous beauty appeared at the door. It was Liao Yu returning home. Hearing her sister's remark, she interjected. Western demons? All Westerners are the same. Meanies and Frandi are ruled by humans too, yet they oppress our court time and again, committing no less evil than Einheit. You're back, said Liao Qi, running over to her sister, sharing the news she had read in the newspaper, boasting that she could now read. Liao Yu took off her blazer and removed her bow tie, revealing a stunning figure, yet, there was a look of concern on her face. I just came back from the prefectural yamen, I've already got the news. It's clear the great vehicle sect has the support of Westerners since they used cannons to take Jingzhou. Yunzhou is too close, and the prefectural governor has already issued an order, requiring all registered martial masters to be on standby for defense. Upon hearing this, Liao Qi covered her mouth and gasped, are we going to war? Liao Yu spoke with worry, I hope not, Yunzhou hasn't seen war for many years. The battlefield is extremely dangerous, and organ refining, blood exchange all can't withstand a Western rifle, let alone cannons. Liu Yao thought for a moment, went to the storeroom, and took out 2 bulletproof vests, saying, try on these armors I brought back last time. The bulletproof vests, seized from the Foreign Affairs Bureau's agents, were made of Kevlar material with inserted bulletproof steel plates, level 4 armor, with extremely high defensive capabilities, able to block rifle fire at close range. Interestingly, while these items are hard to come by in the legally armed Star Alliance country, one can easily order them online in Xia country. Chapter 77, Sigh of the Worlds in Action Scroll. Putting on the equipment wasn't difficult at all, the two sisters got the hang of it in just a few minutes. If the bulletproof steel plates were inserted both at the front and back, the whole set weighed a hefty 30 kilograms. But the two young girls were full of vigor, each capable of leaping 10 meters high with ease. Such weight was completely negligible to them and didn't affect their singing, dancing, or rapping in the slightest. After moving around in the yard a bit, Liaoya even let her sister punch her to test the armor's defensive capabilities. With a thud, her sister's full-force punch was barely felt by herself. Liaoya couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "This thing is so hard, its defensive power is even higher than a full suit of iron armor." Continue reading at mvlenovelbin.net. Of course, it can stop rifle bullets. Liu Yao breathed a sigh of relief as she saw the equipment was effective. This way, as long as we're not hit by cannonballs, our lives should be safe. Having reassured themselves, Liaoya sighed, the world is getting more and more chaotic, even Yunzhou could be threatened by war. We need to intensify our cultivation and increase our strength. Personal power is the fundamental solution. Although martial training was exhausting and painful, Liu Yao was still enthusiastic about it. The feeling of growing stronger each day was intoxicating. No wonder fitness can be addictive. Martial training is somewhat similar to fitness, both being a pursuit of the human body's limits, stemming from a primal desire for evolution deep within our genes. Through continuous practice day after day, the delay in Liu Yao's punches and kicks shrunk even further, leaving only an imperceptible brief pause. When she reached the point where she could effortlessly deliver a strike with the force that could penetrate bone, the time would come for strengthening muscles, bones, and internal organs. The path of martial arts was smooth sailing, but the situation outside was getting worse. Bad news kept coming in the newspapers every day. The Great Vehicle Sect controls the Yangtze River's waterways, dominating the entire river. Jinling has become an isolated city. The Great Vehicle Sect's firearms are razor-sharp, equipped with the most advanced Einheit 18-pound field guns. The imperial court suffered heavy casualties. Influenced by this news, the price of grain doubled yet again. This led many citizens who could still survive before to become unable to afford food, eventually leading to a large-scale grain looting incident. The mob broke down the doors of the grain stores and swarmed in, taking everything they could grab. The patrolling officers arrived and opened fire without a second word, killing more than 10 people on the spot, which then led to a massive stampede that left hundreds dead, including the patrol team itself. Then meat supply was cut off. The meat shop owner personally came to apologize, kneeling down and saying, "Master Liu, I can only return your money. Even with money, I can't obtain pigs anymore. I've heard that the Great Vehicle Sect is coming, and all the households within 100 li of Yunzhou have fled." The scouts of the protection army of the Great Vehicle Sect had already appeared around Gusu, acquiring grain and looting the citizens, causing many to flee from the threat of war. Liu Yao didn't make it difficult for the man and accepted the silver before sending him away. 3 days passed, and then a piece of bombshell news exploded across the city on the 19th, Jinling fell. Jinling, the magnificent ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, was now enveloped in blue smoke, with several gaps in its walls large enough for coaches to pass through, and countless captives wailed as they were executed. In the distance, a multitude of followers escorted several men as they approached. One of them, with a long sword on his back and a headscarf on which 2 large characters were embroidered Heavenly King. At first glance, it looked like the king character mark on a tiger, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know he was the Heavenly King, somewhat comical to behold. Yet, he was none other than Hong Ronkan, the leader of the Mahayana sect who had captured Jinling, achieving world-renowned success in his rebellion. At that moment, the executioner, holding a bolt-action rifle similar to the 98K, stood atop the dug pit and fired, executing the prisoners of war in rounds, among whom were many elderly, infirm, and women and children. Seeing this cruel scene, Heavenly King Hong Ronkan frowned and said, "Use spears, or just bury them alive instead. We need to save our firearms for later, we still have to contend with the Imperial Court's indestructible Golden Body Realm warriors. That's going to be a tough fight." A few attendants took their leave to carry out the orders. Heavenly King Hong continued, "No sooner had we taken Jinling than the Westerners said they wanted to send emissaries to Kowtow. Truly a bunch of fair-weather snobs." A person beside him, with a gentle and unrestrained smile, flattered, "Heavenly King, your divine might is unparalleled. Having taken Jinling, you've established an emperor's foundation. These Western demon beasts are naturally bowing their heads in submission. Yang Qing, these Westerners just want to see us and the imperial court fight, reaping the benefits from our struggle. Heavenly King Hong scoffed, dream on. Next, I will take Yunzhou, once we get the tariffs, weapons and steamships from there, we'll talk. Yang Qing quickly bowed and advised, Heavenly King, it's not the right time to act rashly. Then he gestured to the side, and several sect army soldiers brought forward a man dressed in a crimson official's robe. The man was agitated, his eyes appeared bulging as if they might pop out, and he cursed loudly, You demon followers of the Mahayana sect! You are utterly heartless. You will certainly be smitten by heaven's wrath, struck by thunder, and left without a trace of bones. Hat, hat. Master Lu is truly a scholar, such an impressive vocabulary. Heavenly King Hong remained unmoved, still smiling, but the man before him suddenly seemed as if he was being choked, unable to speak a word. Everyone around, including Yang Qing, instinctively took a few steps back. They were long-time followers and knew well that the man's words had touched upon one of Heavenly King's great taboos. The next second, Heavenly King Hong's eyes seemed to turn into two whirlpools, and Master Lu suddenly rolled his eyes back, showing the whites, and abruptly clutched his own throat, choking himself with force. Even though his tongue protruded out far, he didn't let go, until there was a snap sound, and he had twisted his own neck, falling to the ground dead. Heavenly King Hong's eyes returned to normal, and he smiled at the surrounding crowd. The position of the Governor-General of Liangzhong really is unlucky. The one before was banished to the western frontier for opposing the opium trade, and this one died in office. Seems like the Shun dynasty's days are numbered. The crowd was slow to react before they started offering flattery. While Yang Qing was making his compliments, a chill went through his heart. What had seemed a rather ordinary spirit refinement, once mastered to a high level, proved to have endless wonders. It could manipulate another's body from a distance. Or even objects. Yang Qing glanced subconsciously at the long sword carried on Heavenly King Hong's back. It was this very object that had flown out of nowhere, silently killing the city's defending commanders, allowing them to easily take Jinling. Just then, Heavenly King Hong spoke and interrupted his thoughts. The Shun dynasty still holds the moral high ground of expelling the Tartars for the time being, so we can't rush things. Yang Qing, you shall represent me and properly receive the Einheit emissaries, to see what they have to say. Your subordinate obeys. Afterwards, Heavenly King Hong gazed at the Grand Jinling city, pulled out a book from his bosom and said, Today is a day of great joy. I hereby pass on the tome of worldly resignation to you all. May you all diligently cultivate and ascend to the divine nation at the earliest. This was a mystical spirit refinement method exclusive to the Mahayana sect, and mastering it could make one just like Heavenly King Hong. Including Yang Qing, everyone kneeled down, shouting joyfully. Thank you, Heavenly King. Thank you, Heavenly King. Long live the Heavenly King, long live, long live. Chapter 78, Wolong and Feng Chu. The world was in chaos, but Lu Yao paid no attention to the matters outside. At this moment, he lay in bed feeling incredibly uncomfortable. Numb, itchy, sore, stinging. Forget sleeping, he couldn't even lie still. This was the bone regeneration and growth process that one had to undergo in the bone tempering realm, a truly torture right down to the bones. Liao Qi tenderly stroked her beloved's chest, her warm and delicate hands slightly alleviating Lu Yao's pain. Shall I pass you some more inner breath? No, you've given me enough already. Speaking of which, how did you endure this torment? Lu Yao stopped the girl from transferring her precious inner breath and voiced his doubt. With a somewhat embarrassed reply, Liao Qi said, I'm a really heavy sleeper. Once I'm out, I don't know anything. I can't learn that trick. Lu Yao felt quite regretful, this was a special skill unique to the girl. Hang in there. Once you get through this, you can start the organ refining. I'll keep you company and we can chat. Sure. Lu Yao hugged Liao Qi, using her sweet scent, plus conversation, to distract himself. I'm getting a little impatient. The first two realms of the martial path, sinew strengthening and bone tempering, are just human levels, strong but not extraordinary. But organ refining is genuinely supernatural. The ability to jump 10 meters high, possessing a strength of 3000 jin, 1.5 tons. Even the speed of the fists could burst the air. This is the first significant transformation on the martial path. With such power. Just as Lu Yao was getting excited, he heard even and soft snoring sounds. Looking down, he saw the girl had fallen asleep. He continued softly, with such power. I can consider setting up a laboratory, extracting supplements from the other world. I could even venture into the international black market for arms and buy some big toys. At dawn, having barely slept a wink, Liu Yao got out of bed and felt somewhat better moving around. After busying himself outside for a while and practicing his Liao family fist, sweating profusely, he fetched a bucket of water from the well and poured it over himself from head to toe. He said with self-mockery, "My situation is a bit peculiar. Others worry about how to train their organs, while I'm waiting for my bones to grow." Liu Yao had examined the two girls several times and had personally witnessed Liao Qi's organ refining process, gaining a wealth of experience. With the aid of a color ultrasound instrument, the step that was hardest for others was the simplest for him. Only after a long while did Liao Qi get out of bed, rubbing her eyes as she asked, "Where did sister go?" Liu Yao answered, "There was a martial artist who broke in for a burglary last night. Your sister went to handle it and didn't come back. Is everything okay?" "It's fine, she was wearing full gear. Unless the burglar brought a cannon with him." In recent days, Liao Ya had been busy as a director of the National Martial Arts Association, not only punishing criminals but also mediating conflicts between martial artists, trying to prevent life and death fights as much as possible. These were the appropriate actions for a martial management department. Liao Ya received unanimous praise from the Yunzhou martial faction, at least superficially. Only when the sky was fully bright did an exhausted Liao Ya, and with bullet marks, return. 2 clear bullet holes were visible on the practice clothes she wore on the outside. Liao Qi hurried to check them, and after taking off the outer garment, revealed the bulletproof vest underneath, embedded with 2.45 caliber bullets at the chest. "I'm fine. Liu Yao's armor is extremely sturdy. I didn't dodge on purpose to prevent the thief from escaping." Liao Ya sounded nonchalant, praising the level 4 armor, and then patted her belly. "Is the food ready?" "I'm very hungry." Liao Qi said, "I'll cook now. We have to eat crab again, but luckily, Liu Yao likes it." Upon hearing they were having crab again, Liao Ya's pretty face immediately fell. At that moment, someone knocked on the big gate and called out, "Young Master Liu, it's old Jin from Four Seas Tower." "Ah, the food I ordered has arrived. From now on, we don't have to cook ourselves." Liu Yao got up to open the door, and there stood Manager Jin from the Four Seas Tower. He came with several trusted waitstaff, all of whom had bulging waists, obviously carrying weapons. Manager Jin personally handed over a large food container, saying, "Young Master Liu, your meal." "Thank you, it must have been hard work." "Not at all, not at all, it was expected of me." Manager Jin was overly polite, nodding and bowing as he stepped back 3 steps. He didn't leave until Liu Yao turned around and walked away. He took a deep look at the signboard of the Liao family fist, gaining a deeper understanding of young Master Lu's financial power. Liao Qi stared with eyes wide open and asked, "You ordered food from Four Seas Tower?" "Yeah, no need to cook ourselves today." Liu Yao opened the food box, took out the dishes, and placed them on the stone table in the yard. The dishes seemed to glow as the fragrance filled the courtyard instantly. "All medicinal cuisine? That's too extravagant." Even Four Seas Tower just uses medicinal cuisine as a gimmick, not expecting many people to buy it. Liao Qi had long positioned herself as Liu Yao's wife. Accustomed to poverty from childhood, she believed in the saying "little drops make a mighty ocean" and felt a pinch in her heart at that moment. Liao Ya swallowed her saliva and insincerely agreed, "Junior brother, we're fine with just taking supplements, eating this kind of medicinal cuisine isn't cost-effective." Liu Yao handed the sisters bowls and chopsticks, casually saying, "Just a trivial amount of money, not worth mentioning. I was even thinking of bringing 10,000 taels of silver to spend." 10,000 taels? Isn't the 1,000 taels you brought all there is? 10,000 taels of silver was an astronomical figure beyond the imagination of ordinary people, worth 2.5 million yuan on Earth, not a small number. But Liu Yao was a person who could travel between worlds, and now he could earn millions with just a casual round trip. That was without wanting to waste time or trying hard. If he put in more effort, tens of millions would be effortless. "I'm not bragging, but even the imperial court's 10,000 taels in war reparations, I wouldn't care about it. Come on, let's eat." The sisters realized they had underestimated their junior brother's level of lavishness once again and were stunned on the spot, sitting down properly to eat. After sitting down, Liao Ya's eyes lit up, How can we enjoy such delicacies without liquor? Let's have it with medicinal wine. Liao Qi, who also loved her drink, immediately concurred, indeed, indeed. The sisters got right to it, hauling out a jug of wine and getting started. Liu Ya reminded them, drink less, both of you, don't get drunk again. Although he cautioned them verbally, he was somewhat looking forward to it. Unfortunately, it was the sisters' second time drinking, and they had a larger tolerance. Their cheeks were flushed red, and their eyes rippled, but they did not embarrass themselves, they just looked a bit tipsy. Liu Yao, full of regret, turned to read the newspaper. But just as he turned around, the previously foggy-eyed Master Liao's eyes suddenly regained a hint of clarity, looking at her junior brother's back with a complicated expression and a touch of shyness. Typically, she sneaked peeks, carefully avoiding Liao Ya's perceptive gaze to prevent being rude. This time, thinking Liao Ya was drunk, Liu Yao became careless. Liu Yao lazily flipped through the newspaper. The other world's newspapers had their fingers in every pie, with news both timely and accurate. After the fall of Jinling, the imperial court reacted swiftly, constructing a solid defense line in the south called Jiangnan Camp. The following month, they set up northern camp behind it, boxing in the great vehicle teaching north and south. The two sides were at a standoff, but the imperial court's side kept making the news. Northern camp, situated upstream, had the imperial envoy Shang Heading struck by a brainwave. He purchased 10,000 caddies of gelsemium and arsenic trioxide, dumping them into the river, hoping to poison the followers of the great vehicle teaching downstream. Liu Yao couldn't help but comment, the idea is good, but this is the Yangtze River with the world's leading water capacity. Even if you threw 1,000,000 caddies into it, it wouldn't make a splash. Jiangnan Camp was not to be outdone. The imperial envoy Lan Yuanfang, who was proficient in firearms, made a shoebox-sized cartridge with explosives and nails inside that would detonate upon opening. It came with a note attached for the personal attention of Hong and Li, hoping to kill Hong Tianwang and Yang Qing of the great vehicle teaching at the same time. This was the modern historical predecessor of the mail bomb, but unfortunately, the people of the great vehicle teaching weren't fools, and this intelligence-insulting plan not only failed, but it also made the newspapers. For a time, these two were dubbed Wolong and Feng Chu. Seeing this, Liu Yao burst out laughing. With such immortals present in the army, one can imagine the combat effectiveness. If this was just a joke, what followed in the news left no room for laughter. Battleships Rattlesnake and Styx from the nation of Einheit arrived in Jinling, officially visiting the great vehicle teaching. Chapter 79, Have the junior apprentice brother kill it. The Yangtze River's misty waves ripple, resembling a colossal dragon lying on its back. The vast mountains, overlapping peaks upon peaks, reflect a vibrant green vitality in the river. God is truly generous to this ignorant nation, he said. The speaker was Lord Aspen, the Queen's envoy who, upon witnessing the magnificent beauty of the Yangtze River, couldn't help but express his admiration. At this moment, the battleship, having completed its visiting mission, was preparing to leave the ancient city. Along the coast were fully alert sect army members of the Great Vehicle Sect, vigilantly monitoring the fleet. Neither side trusted the other, the talks had been fruitless, at most a mundane military trade, with only a slight additional condition attached. Standing beside his lordship was a black-robed priest, glaring with dissatisfaction. How dare they blaspheme the teachings of the one true God? It is sacrilege. The motto of the Great Vehicle Sect led the priest to misunderstand, thinking this was a divine nation on earth, thus he actively participated in the visit. But once here, he realized it was not as he thought, and was quite displeased. Lord Aspen shrugged his shoulders, saying, Priest Miller, this heavenly king is merely using our teachings for his own small purposes. No matter, selling arms to both sides in a conflict is most profitable. Priest Miller extended a finger, drawing a triangular symbol before his chest. As the light flickered, an eye seemed to appear momentarily. God will devour these sinners. This rebellion will significantly weaken the Shun dynasty, enabling complete conquest of the nation. Precisely, said Lord Aspen, that's why we need to tip the scales even more, to intensify the struggle. Lord Aspen bared his sharp fangs, exclaiming excitedly, I can hardly wait to indulge in the sweet blood of a virgin martial artist. At that moment, what came to the Lord's mind was the figure of Li Pei. Since their last encounter at the Wang mansion, he had been constantly yearning for this beautiful, elegant, mature, and alluring woman, and her fresh blood. Inside the boxing gym. After finishing the medicinal wine yesterday, Liaoya helped perform the dynamic dragon subduing art massage. As a result, Liu Yao's bones began to feel numb, itchy, sour, and stabbing even during the day. You've eaten too many good things, the medicinal power is prompting drastic changes to your bones. Liaoya inserted a strand of her inner breath to check the situation and said softly, Junior brother, taking shortcuts always comes at a price. Hang in there. In a few days, once your bones have properly grown, you'll be fine. This is nothing, Liu Yao, who had experienced the pain of cancer, would not take such a matter to heart. Once I've practiced organ refining and acquired inner breath, I'll be able to massage you. Liaoya smiled, reassured. To be honest, I originally thought Liao Qi would be the first to master the dynamic dragon subduing art. I didn't expect you to progress so quickly. Pouting, Liao Qi complained at the side, I want to give massages to both of you, but you dare not let me. No, you should practice more. Using inner breath for a spinal massage is quite dangerous, the slightest carelessness can lead to paralysis, so one mustn't try it rashly. Only Liu Yao's ability to control his body with the mind moves with the will state when he's perfectly calm is truly reassuring. While the three were chatting, running footsteps approached the door, and someone shouted, Director Liao, the prefectural governor requests your presence. He was the prefectural governor's standard bearer, who after saluting the military, reported, the Jiangnan camp has fallen apart, the thieves are heading straight for Yunzhou. Governor Wen would like you to discuss the matter at the city wall immediately. Net. Under the operation of Wolong and Feng Chu, the government forces had indeed collapsed. It might be the mail package bombs made by the Feng Chu of Jiangnan camp were too insulting to one's intelligence, causing the sect army, equipped with full Einheit gear, to be the first to break through here. However, perplexingly, the sect directly and rapidly dispatched a flanking force straight towards Yunzhou. At this moment, countless old-fashioned sail warships were navigating the broad expanse of the Yangtze River. A man wearing a red turban shouted to his subordinates. The foreigners want us to attack Yunzhou, saying they will give us a batch of firearms for free if we kill 5,000 of the imperial court's troops. There must be an ulterior motive. This man was the commander of this army, Li Shaocheng. I'll just take the opportunity to capture Yunzhou and offer this piece of fat meat to the Heavenly King. Long live the Heavenly King! Long live! Long live! His followers, quite fanatic, formed a triangle gesture with the thumbs and index fingers on their chests. And on their warships, they transported many Einheit equipment's 18-pounder field guns, along with the cold gleam of Lewis guns. Governor Wen Renliang called for a gathering of Yunzhou's military and political officials atop the city walls, but only half showed up. The other half sent their resignations. Of course, there were also those who left without saying goodbye. Without changing his expression, Governor Wen straightforwardly said, the demon warriors of the sect are advancing by both land and water, and will arrive at the city by tomorrow at the earliest. Judging by their past actions, they will surely plunder once the city falls. Whether for your personal safety or your future, I hope we can unite and defend the state city. The faces of those who came to the meeting were ugly. Although the prefectural governor spoke well, everyone knew that the city's defense forces were insufficient, with only 3,000 state soldiers and 500 standard soldiers. The sect had nearly 10,000 men. But though their expressions were grim, they still held on to some hope. At this moment, everyone looked towards the only non-official present, a foreigner. He was dressed in a black tailcoat and, after tipping his hat to those around him, he spoke in fluent Xia language. I am William, the head of the Opium Company. Governor Wen, although I am a merchant, I am also a refined nobleman. The private armed force on my merchant ships is willing to contribute to the defense. But all that came before but was nonsense, and Governor Wen took the lead. I can provide 1,000 taels of silver. I can also call on the city's rich merchants to donate. This was no small sum, but William elegantly shook his head and smiled. No, Governor Wen, I don't need money. The Opium Company's annual earnings are sufficient. What I need are some privileges. William paused, then continued, I want you to waive my company's taxes, lift the warrants on my company's employees, and lastly, I want her. As he finished speaking, he actually pointed at Liao Ye. At the same time, he covered his mouth with his hand, blocking the fangs that reflexively protruded. But those crimson eyes could not be hidden. Liao Ye's hair stood on end, but she unflinchingly met the gaze of the vampire, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The others looked away, some of the less astute showing attempted expression. But Governor Wen decisively said, "This is an internal conflict of our dynasty, and we should resolve it ourselves. Mr. William, I welcome your help. But if you don't wish to, that is also fine. We are about to discuss military affairs, so please leave." "Then, I take my leave." William nodded and left at an unhurried pace, smiling at Liaoya before he went. Liaoya no longer looked at him, her mind suddenly filled with a bold idea: have the junior brother kill it. Even though her junior brother's realm was low, whenever she faced a problem now, he was the first person she thought of for help. Chapter 80, Offense and Defense. At this moment, Yunzhou City had become a defensive stronghold. Civil conscripts had already dug numerous war trenches around the city, and the state soldiers were guarding inside with a lackluster fighting spirit. However, none of them had deserted, as their families were all behind them. Artillery was placed atop the city walls to increase their range. Commander Su Qin, donning thick steel armor, patrolled the walls, raising his voice from time to time to boost morale. The patrol officers were on patrol in the streets. Guns were loaded, and anyone daring to take advantage of the chaos to loot would be shown no mercy and killed without pardon. The two sisters were both conscripted for the city defense, and Liu Yao followed them as well. After many days, the three once again found themselves on the walls of Yunzhou City. This location was far behind the battlefield, high up with a view that stretched far. Governor Wen Renliang was also stationed here, directly commanding operations. When he saw Liu Yao, he even gave a friendly smile. Liu Yao kept his distance and saluted with a cupped fist from afar, not approaching to disturb him. The sisters' task was to protect the city wall artillery from destruction by enemy martial artists. Martial artists could not withstand the bullets and cannonballs flying across the battlefield, so they were used for special operations such as raids, beheadings, and protecting important facilities on their side. The city walls were tightly secured at the rear. It was impossible for the enemy martial artists to traverse the entire battlefield and sneak over. Clearly, this was an easy task, which showed that the prefectural governor took good care of them. At the moment, the three gathered together for a chat. The Einheit sect is adept at spirit refinement. Their heavenly king is said to be the rare astral projection realm. The divine soul can leave the body and attach to objects, even on other people, which is very mysterious. Liaoya spoke of the news she had just heard while Liu Yao half-heartedly echoed along. Apart from worrying about his sisters, he mainly wanted to see what an otherworld war was like. He wondered what kind of sparks would fly when firearms met supernatural powers. But what he first witnessed was the cruelty of war. On the horizon, countless civilians of various attire surged forward. They were ordinary people from surrounding counties, some in ragged clothes and others in fine silk. The only thing they had in common was their desperate crying as they were closely followed by the sect army of the Einheit sect. Although the civilian attack tactic is cruel, it's effective at demoralizing the defenders, depleting resources, and has long been a commonly used strategy. The state soldiers were locals, and many of the civilians driven by the Einheit sect to their death were their relatives and friends, which immediately caused panic. However, Governor Wen on the city wall was as stable as Mount Tai, giving orders without even blinking an eye: open fire. In the war trenches and defensive constructions, elite marksmen supervised the battle, decisively carrying out Governor Wen's orders. The next second, the 9.8K rifles fired. Countless civilians running halfway were pierced by bullets, blood spraying as they fell to the ground. They tried to run back, but the sect army also opened fire, and again numerous people were shot down. The cries echoed to the heavens as the civilians were pushed by the sect army toward the trenches. Governor Wen made a gesture as if twisting prayer beads and ordered with his eyes closed, "Fire at full strength." Then, the Maxim machine guns within the defensive constructions started spouting flames, and the crowd fell as if mowed down. This was only the beginning, as both sides' artillery began to fire, and the situation became even more tragic. The shockwaves tore living people apart, and amidst the explosions, limbs and body parts flew into the air. Witnessing this scene akin to an earthly inferno, Liu Yao couldn't help but lament. Without the shelter of a strong nation, the dust of the times truly can become mountains, crushing people dead. Although the sight was not pleasing, overall, their side held the advantage. The civilians driven by the enemy were either dead or fleeing, the state soldiers had trenches for cover, and the enemy artillery was largely ineffective. Liu Yao concluded in his heart, primitive machine guns, the artillery range and accuracy are also average, combined with the warships seen at the port, they just barely meet the standard for a fight. The current situation was quite tense. Although the Einheit sect had numbers on their side, they couldn't take advantage of Yunzou's prearranged defenses. Especially since Yunzou's artillery placed on the city walls had the high ground and held a tactical advantage, causing severe casualties to the enemy while also destroying several of their artillery positions. Going on like this, they could win lying down. But Commander Li Xiaocheng of the Great Vehicle Sect was no slouch either. At that moment, he instructed his deputy, "I'm going to destroy the Shundog's cannons. You take the brothers and capture Yunzhou. I'll let you enjoy yourselves in the city for 3 days." The deputy flattered him, "Yunzhou is a piece of fat meat. Commander, you could also marry 88 fairies as your wives, just like the Heavenly King." Li Xiaocheng laughed heartily a few times and left with a few trusted aides. The two sides exchanged fire, and the battlefield was filled with pungent black and grey gun smoke. Liu Yao and 2 others were stationed on the leisurely north city wall. While scratching the bricks to alleviate the itch in his bones, Liu Yao watched with great interest as the otherworld cannons were being loaded. He saw a person insert a cannonball the size of a calf into the muzzle, another person used a rod to ram it down, and finally, a tug on a rope and the cannon fired. Suddenly, gunshots came from behind. Turning his head to look, it was the south city wall where Governor Wen was. A battle had erupted. A team of state soldiers, carrying a strange large box, approached from behind Yunzhou city. They kept their heads down, avoiding their faces being seen, preferring to take a detour rather than passing through crowded areas, heading straight for the city wall. They soon encountered the sentries, who also found this team of men to be abnormal, and immediately raised their guns to interrogate them. The next second, the slaughter began. A burly man carrying the large box suddenly drew 2 revolvers and fired simultaneously. The bullets swept out, hitting the surrounding sentries with precision, instantly killing more than a dozen. Enjoy more content from mvlenovelbin.net. The burly man roared, "I am Li Xiaocheng of the Great Vehicle Sect. Die, Shundogs!" While shouting, he led his men towards the cannons with an obvious goal in mind. Governor Wen urgently yelled, "Stop them! They're here to destroy the cannons, we can't let them succeed." His words were correct, but the martial artists on the city wall dared not move, at most firing a couple of shots as a gesture. Even General Su could only bellow, "Kill the enemy! Kill them!" So loudly it shook the heavens, but he did not budge an inch himself. Because Li Xiaocheng of the Great Vehicle Sect was famously at the blood exchange mastery level. The few people around him exuded vigorous vitality and acted with lightning speed, all of them having undergone organ refining and marrow cleansing. For his own people, approaching would mean certain death. Besides, if they really couldn't escape, wouldn't it be better to flee to the concession for safety than to throw their lives away? What happened next made everyone even more hesitant to confront them. 2 sentries turned the muzzle of the Maxim gun and began to spray bullets towards Li Xiaocheng and his group. However, when they took bullets to the chest, sparks flew, revealing the broken outer clothing and the dark steel armor underneath that was a full 2 centimeters thick. Li Xiaocheng raised his hand and shot the sentries operating the machine gun dead, then kicked open the large box he had brought, which was full of the shimmering cold light of Lewis guns. This standard weapon of the Einheit, weighing over 30 pounds, was dismissed by Li Xiaocheng's men as if light as a feather. Each man took one and began to sweep their surroundings with fire. In an instant, men and horses went down, the 98ks were completely suppressed, and blood and dead bodies littered the ground. This elite squad, impervious to knives and guns, with fearsome firepower, cut through resistance as if entering an uninhabited territory, arriving at the foot of the city wall. Li Xiaocheng targeted Governor Wen's position and sprayed a round of bullets. The muscular team captain of the sentries immediately shielded the front, absorbing 4 7.7 mm caliber bullets, and fell with several bloody holes in his body. Li Xiaocheng laughed loudly, "Holy warriors, heed my command, destroy the Shundog's cannons." Several of his men roared, "By commander's order." With that, they sprayed bullets at the cannon positions, killing and injuring countless gunners. Just as Governor Wen despaired and the surrounding martial artists and officials prepared to flee to the concession to save their lives, a strange gunfire sound came, and one of Li Xiaocheng's men's head exploded into 8 pieces. Liu Yao had arrived. Seeing an enemy sweeping his gun at his own artillerymen, he immediately killed him with his AK. As he was about to turn his gun to find the next target, he suddenly locked eyes with a stern gaze. It was Li Xiaocheng. Although nearly 100 meters apart, the two seemed to be facing each other at close range, and instantly knew, the other is also firmly in the spirit refinement stage. Chapter 81, I've learned something new again. Liu Yao immediately pulled the trigger and sprayed bullets, aiming to eliminate this troublesome enemy. Li Xiaocheng refused to show weakness. While firing his gun, he raised his arm, using the 1 centimeter thick steel bracer on his wrist to block Liu Yao's AK bullets. The two men, one nimbly dodging, the other standing firm and outputting fire, engaged in an intense shootout across the distance. Li Xiaocheng was showered in sparks but remained unharmed. The bullets he fired were also dodged in advance by Liu Yao, with neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. Eventually, it was Li Xiaocheng who ran out of bullets first. He immediately threw away his machine gun and charged forward. He stomped on the ground to propel himself, moving so fast that he even created afterimages, and against Liu Yao's fire, he desperately leaped more than 10 meters high onto the city wall. By that time, the areas not covered by steel armor on his body had taken 4 or 5 bullets, and there was even a bloody hole on his forehead. But the powerful 7.62 bullets were surprisingly caught by Li Xiaocheng's sturdy bones. Amidst a crunch sound, he reached out and plucked the deformed bullet stuck in his skull, sneering, "Shun dogs, you shoot quite accurately. Now it's my turn." Before his words had finished, he turned into a blur, shielding his head with his hands as he charged forward like an out-of-control truck. Li Xiaocheng's plan was beautiful: to kill the bone-tempering realm martial artist before him with a single slap, and then proceed to completely destroy the cannons on the city wall, securing his victory. Liu Yao revealed a warm smile, discarded the AK in his hands, and drew the Barrett from behind. The enemy was composed, and with an exceptionally strong physique, a single shot from the Barrett could likely be dodged in advance. But at this distance, even if the brain could react, the body couldn't keep up. When Li Xiaocheng saw the long, thick, black weapon in Liu Yao's hands, he instantly felt his hair stand on end, with a strong sense of crisis engulfing him. And to make matters worse, Liao Ya and Liao Qi suddenly poked their heads out, holding axe and firing at him to disrupt his movements. In the next second, a .50 caliber bullet was fired. Li Xiaocheng entered a composed state and used his steel bracer to block it. The bullet, carrying 18,000 joules of kinetic energy, easily penetrated the steel bracer, pushing Li Xiaocheng's arm back against his chest and blowing him off the city wall. With a thud, Li Xiaocheng created a huge crater in the solid ground and then shook his head as he got up. Glancing at his now useless arm, twisted and deformed with an additional bloody hole, he cursed, "Damn it! Yunzhou has the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau, could this be the Shun dog's new weapon?" His arm was mangled and perforated but not torn off, thanks to the blood exchange warrior's exceedingly resilient body. At this time, a large number of reserve troops had surrounded the area. Signal soldiers also took the opportunity to set up 2 machine guns and opened fire. Realizing he had to flee or be trapped here, Li Xiaocheng shouted, "Retreat!" and was the first to dash back the way he came, running swiftly. Liu Yao had no intention of letting him get away. He had a particular distaste for the drive civilians to attack the city tactic, and would naturally want to eliminate such a foe given the chance. Positioning the Barrett on the city wall, Liu Yao took a deep breath, and everything before his eyes slowed to half speed. His senses processed external information rapidly, calculating wind direction, distance, bullet trajectory, and speed, and the target's moving path. He aimed at a blank spot in front of Li Xiaocheng and pulled the trigger. A muffled sound echoed, and the bullet burst forth, hitting the target's back, tearing through the steel armor, then bursting open a bowl-sized hole filled with unusually thick, oozing blood. The blood of a blood exchange realm martial artist was like mercury, glistening with a beautiful luster. For normal people, this would have been a fatal wound, but Li Xiaocheng only let out a scream of agony. He rolled on the ground, then got up and continued to move erratically. His speed was close to 80 km per hour, like a small truck, using cover for erratic movements, clearly a veteran of many battles, and in the blink of an eye disappeared into the city's buildings. Liu Yao, seeing that the Barrett didn't kill the enemy instantly, was amazed. Is this the blood exchange realm? Physical resilience beyond imagination. Truly a realm capable of curing cancer. Without time for further thought, Liu Yao quickly called his 2 sisters to move away, as the sect army's artillery had begun to cover the city wall. At this time, the tide of the battlefield had already turned. Although Li Xiaocheng and his men were being beaten badly, they successfully distracted the Yunzhou artillery, allowing the cannons of the sect army to unleash their fury. Continually, cannonballs fell upon the city walls, chaotic rocks flew around, and numerous gunners were sent flying by the shockwaves. Without the support of artillery, the state soldiers, being fewer in number and far less formidable in combat than the sect army, who fought year-round, had actually lost 2 trenches to the enemy. If not for the presence of the standard-bearers supervising the battle, the sect army could have spent the night within the city walls. Yet, in such circumstances, Governor Wen's face was only pale, giving the appearance that he still had a move up his sleeve. He spoke slowly, "There is no need to worry, I have already called for reinforcements." After half a day of fighting, Su Kanjiang, still in shiny steel armor, asked in confusion, "Reinforcements? There cannot be any reinforcements nearby." "Ah! My lord, do you mean?" Although Governor Wen did not feel much like entertaining this man, he still needed him, so he reluctantly nodded his head. Before long, the sound of orderly, uniform footsteps could be heard from afar. What came into view was a mass of young people, all dressed in dark grey uniforms, marching in neat columns. Leading them was none other than the Director General of the Jiangnan Manufacturing Bureau Du Wenlin. "I, the official, have brought 3,000 artillery school students to assist in defending the city," he announced. Du Wenlin was equivalent to a central enterprise leader stationed locally, ranking on par with Governor Wen. The two did not report to each other and only maintained superficial interactions on normal days. But with Yunzhou at stake, both knew they would suffer if it was lost, so helping out was unquestionable at this moment. Without any regard for pleasantries, Governor Wen urged, "Director Du, please support us quickly. The bandits are about to break in." Du Wenlin waved his hand, and officers among the students took command of the battle. These artillery students were all part of the imperial court's new army, chosen from good families and far more useful than the state soldiers after undergoing extended training. Furthermore, not only did the Shun dynasty possess moral high ground in this world, but also it had the mandate to drive out the Tartars, gaining the hearts of the people far more than the degenerate feudal dynasty of Earth. The loyalty and combat prowess of the artillery students were thus guaranteed. Under enemy fire, they rushed to the top of the city walls and quickly set up the cannons to return fire. Others aided the trenches outside the city, steadying the situation once again. Experience new tales on mvlenovelbin.net. After observing the combat style of the sect army martial artists, Liu Yao was deeply inspired. "I've learned. Martial artists can fully utilize their superhuman physiques to wear heavy armor. When I return to Earth, I'll also find a factory to make a custom order." Having personally witnessed the power of the blood exchange realm, he further contemplated, "I need to get something with greater force for self-defense." While he was pondering, Governor Wen approached. Despite being a superior, he took the initiative to clasp his fists in salute. "On behalf of the people of Yunzhou City, high and low, I thank the Liao family fist. If you hadn't appeared in time, those bandits would have succeeded." Liu Yao modestly replied, "You are too kind, Governor. It is our duty to do so." Governor Wen warmly said, "In the face of danger, true loyalty shines. I have taken note of this kindness, and there will surely be recompense in the future." Afterwards, he spoke bitterly, "The sect army must have been tipped off by foreigners to get this far. It must be because I did not agree to their demands." Several days ago, Governor Wen had already arranged the city's defenses. It was impossible for the thieves to infiltrate. With the future and families of everyone present tied to this city, they wouldn't act as inside agents. Only the foreigners had the motive, and one didn't even need to think to know undoubtedly, it was the vile work of the vampire from the Opium Company. Chapter 82, Subtle Sense of the Heart. After half a day of fierce fighting, both sides ceased fire simultaneously, as they were running low on ammunition. The combatants shared the same routes, yet the weapons of slaughter were imported from abroad, particularly short on cannonballs. Li Shaocheng returned to the military camp in disgrace, only to find that he was the sole survivor. His entire army had perished, which infuriated him to the point that he cursed loudly, "Damned loyalists! I swear I'll skin you alive." Removing his steel armor, he discovered a hole the size of a bowl on his back, about 10 centimeters in diameter, with bone faintly visible. He was terrified. Thank God the steel armor absorbed some of the impact, or I would have been a goner. He called over an attendant to treat the wound, and then, by flexing his tendons and twisting, he managed to close the wound to a small seam. In the blood exchange realm, one has abundant vital energy, and a robust physique. A wound that would land an ordinary person in the ICU was only considered moderate on Li Shaocheng. By evening, amidst the lingering sunlight, countless members of the sect army were sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding their hands in a triangular symbol over their chests, silently praying for their deceased brothers. Some, missing arms or legs and wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, also joined in the silent recitation. In times of turmoil, the army is the greatest capital. Li Xiaocheng was considering the idea of withdrawal in his mind. Although Yunzhou was affluent, it might not be worth the prolonged struggle. Just then, a guard informed him, "Commander, a foreigner requests an audience with you." "Let him in," said Li Xiaocheng, as he put the steel armor back on and ordered his personal guards to load their firearms, taking no chances. Before long, Baron William from the Opium Company arrived. He sniffed the air a few times, detecting the blood of the blood exchange realm experts, and his expression became intoxicated. "What a rich aroma! What brings you here, Mr. William?" Unaffected by Li Xiaochen's disgust, Baron William smiled and said, "Oh, nothing much. Just here to bring a gift." With a wave of his hand, he summoned a group of about 10 people who, alongside a pair of mules, shouted cadences as they pushed along a massive cannon. "This is the 6-inch siege howitzer. My dear commander, I believe you will achieve a splendid victory." Recalling the wealth within Yunzhou city and that detestable youth from yesterday, Li Xiaocheng ordered his subordinates, "Bring out the thickest armor." The next morning, the sect army's new cannons demonstrated their might. The siege howitzers, using 60-kilogram shells, were tremendously powerful, capable of creating craters 1 meter deep and 5 meters in diameter. The blast radius was 20 meters, anyone within it would be pulverized by the shockwave, dying a gruesome death. Even if one were hiding in trenches, they wouldn't escape internal injuries from the impact. The morale of the Yunzhou defending forces plummeted. Coupled with the previous day's casualties, they had nearly halved in number. If it wasn't for their families behind them and the timely support from the artillery trainees, they would have already disbanded. The standard bearers weren't faring any better, having also suffered many casualties. Governor Wen urgently convened a military council to boost morale. At the council, he lavished praise on Liu Yao and the other two in front of everyone, with endless commendations such as "peerlessly loyal and brave, pillars of the nation, great heroes of chivalry," and emphasized Li Xiaocheng was wounded. Then, Governor Wen announced another piece of good news: "I just spoke with the commandery princess over the phone, she'll be here soon to support us. With her presence, Li Xiaocheng is nothing to fear." However, his actions did little to stabilize the situation. Those present were all seasoned officials not easily swayed by a few words of encouragement. They were discussing whether to retreat to the foreign concession for safety. And General Su went so far as to openly suggest, "Sir, we might as well agree to William's demands and let the foreigners help defend the city. Mr. William's armed merchant ships still have cannons." The group echoed in agreement, finding the plan sensible. Governor Wen's face darkened as he said, "Gentlemen, the Taiping Rebellion is a civil conflict that must be resolved on our own. If we allow foreigners to help defend the city, who would Yunzhou truly belong to afterward?" But those who would normally be submissive were now all advising him, "Sir Wen, desperate times call for desperate measures. It's better than losing Yunzhou." When faced with their positions and family wealth, everyone knew what the right choice was. General Su even pointed out, "Mr. William fancies female martial artists? Along with the Liao family sisters, perhaps we could select a few more to offer in exchange." This remark was too shameless, and for a moment, everyone dared not pick up on it, resulting in a somewhat chilly atmosphere. Governor Wen's face was frosty. He had realized that the people before him were eyeing his situation. Seeing his standard bearer's heavy losses and the standard bearer captain seriously injured, they began to have designs. At that moment, a sudden announcement came from a standard bearer: "Princess Yongping has arrived at the camp gate." Governor Wen quickly stood up and exclaimed loudly, "Quick, invite her in." The crowd below exchanged glances for a few seconds, then General Su took the lead, stepped forward with a fist salute, and said, "With the commandery princess here, those few bandits are not worth mentioning. This general will surely bring Li Xiaochen's head to present to her." Liu Yao did not attend the discussion at all. At this moment, he was studying the steel armor of Li Xiaocheng and others. The armor was 2 centimeters thick and weighed approximately 170 kilograms, crafted from common-grade carbon steel. Although it was easily penetrated by the Barrett, that was simply because of the inferior quality of the steel material. After all, his Barrett had only used standard ammunition, which at most could penetrate 11 mm if up against high-strength alloy steel like Earth's tungsten steel. If he were to use Earth's metals to make armor. "Senior sister, you two try and see if you can handle this weight." Liu Yao called the sisters over for a test. Liao Ye looked at the bullet-riddled, blood-stained armor with some distaste, and easily picked it up with one hand, saying, I now have a strength of 4,000 jin, so this thing is as light as a feather to me. Liao Qi also gave it a try and said with a delicate voice, I have a strength of 3,000 jin, it has some impact on my agility. Liu Yao had a good sense of the weight and laughed, I will get you both a set of armor, which will be much better than this. The sisters had long guessed as much and nodded their heads, looking forward to it eagerly. At this time, General Su suddenly popped up, running onto the city wall and incessantly scolding the state soldiers to do this and that, hustling and bustling as if deeply concerned about the battle situation. Seeing this scene, Liao Ye said with cold disdain, this man is as timid as a mouse, his steel armor is still shiny and new after a day's battle. Liao Qi nodded in agreement. When Li Xiaocheng launched his surprise attack, he didn't dare to step forward at all, completely wasting such fine armor. That's why I say equipment is inert, it's key to see who is using it. The three of them scoffed for a while, then suddenly heard the sound of a car approaching. The car braked and stopped quickly upon seeing them, and a short-haired beauty dressed in a female suit alighted from the vehicle. It was Li Pei. So you're here, I've had quite the search for you. The commandery princess is back. They came forward and greeted her, and Li Pei remarked in admiration, you have not been seen for many days, but have made quite a name for yourselves. Governor Wen has almost sung you to the heavens. Did you defeat Li Xiaocheng? Liu Yao shook his head, we only wounded him, and he got away. Li Pei laughed, Li Xiaocheng has reached blood exchange mastery, just one step away from advancing to the innate realm and becoming a grand master. You are many levels below him, it's incredible that you even managed to wound him. At that moment, Liao Ye asked, Commandery Princess, have you brought reinforcements with you? Li Pei first shook her head, I came alone by car, the imperial court can no longer dispatch a single soldier. Einheit and Frandy have perfidious intentions while our nation is mired in internal strife, we need to guard against them first. Then, Li Pei looked towards Liu Yao, her lips parting lightly, although I have not brought an army, I already have a plan and need your assistance. In gratitude, I am willing to offer the mystical refinement method. Liu Yao's eyes lit up. The mystical refinement method, besides being profoundly mysterious, had already been discovered to greatly enhance firearms. .net. For a long time, the knowledge of spirit refinement has been subject to a combined blockade by the imperial court, major sects and families, difficult to buy even with money, its value hardly needed any further mention. He quickly responded, please speak, Commandery Princess. Li Pei took out a piece of paper inscribed with subtle sense of the heart, and said, Young Master Liu, please join me in operating the cannon, to shoot Li Xiaocheng dead. Chapter 83, Solicit. Liu Yao was precisely in need of the mystical refinement method and, of course, wouldn't refuse, decisively agreeing to it. Li Pei was very generous and directly handed over subtle sense of the heart, Young Master Liu, you take a look first, we will need it for operating the cannon later. Liu Yao quickly flipped through it, only to see that it contained merely a few thousand words in a beautiful, small script that was clearly freshly copied by Li Pei. It described how to integrate the greatly enhanced five senses after spirit refinement and convert them into heart awareness. Li Pei explained, we who have undergone spirit refinement have accurate vision and stable control, making our use of firearms exceptionally precise. When you aim at a spot before firing, you can't quite explain why, but you just know it will hit the target. This is heart awareness. Liu Yao nodded his head. It was very clearly written on the paper with heart awareness, one could perceive even the most minute changes after locking onto them with the mind and spirit. However, the article ended with a mention that heart awareness could evolve into an even more mystical spirit awareness, but at the most crucial part, the text suddenly stopped. It was clear there was more to this secret manual, and Liu Yao couldn't help but give Li Pei a deep look. Li Pei smiled back with squinting eyes. His main purpose in coming back was to recruit Liu Yao, a man with money and skills, into his fold. This mystical refinement method was just one of the baits. The group arrived at the city walls, with distant shouts and booms of cannons echoing over. The entire battlefield stretched for tens of miles, shrouded in black and grey gun smoke, making the whole tableau look dirty and grimy. It was somewhat dangerous atop the city wall at this time, because the new cannons from the great vehicle teachings had a long range, and occasionally cannonballs would come flying over. Li Pei's mystical refinement method was not easily obtained. They came to a large cannon, where a cannoneer officer explained how to operate it before stepping aside, very curious about what these nobles wanted to do. This is a 90mm cannon purchased from the Kingdom of Jihad, theoretically able to hit targets up to 6,000 meters away. With the two of us operating, this cannon can achieve precise sniping, something Li Xiaocheng would never expect, said Li Pei as he introduced the cannon before adding, "Young Master Lu, you try firing it first." Lu Yao nodded and immediately stepped forward to place his hand on the cannon, staring intently at the muzzle for a while before looking at the target spot for a long time. Countless pieces of information gathered in his mind through his senses, adjusting the scale, turning the wheels. He was like a high-precision electronic scale, where any change in what his hands touched could not escape detection. After the adjustments, Lu Yao couldn't explain the reasoning, but he just knew where the cannonball would land. Pulling hard on the rope connected to the cannon, a thunderous boom sounded as a cannonball left the barrel, overturning several enemy soldiers 2,000 meters away. The cannoneers watching beside were dumbfounded. The binoculars in the officers' hands nearly dropped to the ground. They had trained for a year in the cannon school and still hadn't shot with such accuracy. This person was obviously firing a cannon for the first time, yet could be compared to an elite cannoneer. Lu Yao was quite pleased, finding the mystical refinement method to be quite useful. Judging by this, his marksmanship would also become even more precise. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Pei was very pleased and became even more determined to recruit Lu Yao. "Next, we'll cooperate. One person will operate one cannon, and we'll open fire together to snipe this brute." Next, Li Pei and Lu Yao adjusted the firing angles of two cannons together. The two had a disagreement. Lu Yao thought the scale should be adjusted by another degree, but Li Pei felt it was just right. So, they took the middle value, moving it just half a notch. Everything being ready, the two approached their respective cannons, aiming at the unsuspecting Li Xiaocheng. 5 kilometers away was where the new cannons of the Great Vehicle Teachings were positioned, and not far away was Li Xiaocheng's commanding flag, with him loudly shouting to boost his soldiers' spirits, dressed in an even thicker suit of steel armor. Apart from the thick bandages wrapped around his hand, one could not tell he was injured. Due to the long distance between them, maintaining the spirit refining state was very exhausting, so Lu Yao and Li Pei fired at once. With a tremendous boom, a violent tremor beneath their feet startled them as the backdraft from firing the cannon kicked up clouds of dust. 2 cannonballs shot forth, and Li Xiaocheng suddenly felt a chill as his hair stood on end, diving to the side without a word. But he didn't completely escape the blast radius of the explosion and was flung outward by the shock wave. His brain and internal organs suffered severe shocks, and shrapnel and stones riddled his entire body. A normal person would have been dead long ago, but Li Xiaocheng only felt a ringing in his head and some minor external injuries. He scrambled to run away, ignoring everything else, just as the second round of bombardment arrived. Right after Lu Yao and the others fired, Liao Ya and Liao Qi rushed up and reloaded within 2 seconds. The two sisters, with their incredible strength, handled the cannonballs with one hand, their efficiency surpassing an entire artillery squad. In this round of attack, Li Pei fired first, her cannonball injuring Li Xiaocheng from the explosion, but the resulting blast wave caused him to lose balance and fly sideways. However, Lu Yao was slightly slower. The artillery in his hand seemed to extend his limbs. In a state of deep concentration, he firmly locked onto his target. The world slowed to half speed. Information like wind speed, the velocity of the cannonballs, and the target's moving trajectory all converged in his mind. He made a slight adjustment to the elevation of the gun before firing. The cannonball whistled out, hitting Li Xiaocheng squarely in the chest. The kinetic energy of a Barrett .50 caliber bullet was 18,000 joules, but that of a cannonball started at 1,000,000. Li Xiaocheng let out a half-cry of surprise. In his look of horror and desperation, the 3-centimeter thick steel armor shattered like paper, followed by his own body. He burst apart like a walnut struck by a hammer, accompanied by an explosion and smoke. Lu Yao exchanged a joyful look with Li Pizan, then hurriedly shouted to the people around him, "The bandit leader is dead, quickly report to the prefectural governor." The crowd was slow to react, somewhat incredulous. An artillery officer peered through his telescope for a good while before his expression erupted in joy, and he hurried to relay the news. Lu Yao now felt a bit dizzy. Liao Qi quickly supported him. Initiating spirit refining state for targeting and calculating, the greater the distance, the more it drained his mental and spiritual energy. They were 5 kilometers apart, and he'd lasted less than half a minute. Li Pei seemed to fare much better, her face just pale. She explained with a smile, I'm at the blood exchange realm. I can use my primordial energy to nourish my divine soul. Blood exchange realm. It's really amazing. Liu Yao aspired even more for the higher realm. Governor Wen Renliang was secretly meeting with the vampire William. William sat leisurely, pulling out an exquisite brass pocket watch to check the time before saying, Governor Wen, please make your decision quickly. To be honest, I'm not particularly insistent on tax exemption. It's the virgin martial artists that I truly cannot do without. Experience tales at mvlenovelbin.net. Wen Renliang sat firmly in the seat of honor, his face expressionless. The commandery princess had actually come alone without a single soldier. Ammunition was about to run out, he could only. At this moment, a messenger with a joyful expression barged in, about to whisper the report. Wen Renliang's expression changed slightly, is there a change in the battle situation? Speak plainly. Reporting to the governor, the commandery princess operated the artillery and killed the bandit chief Li Shaocheng, the enemy forces scattered. Wen Renliang's expression relaxed, looking at William, it seems we won't be needing your armed merchant ships. William let out a gentle smile, picked up his gentleman's cane and stood up. That's a bit regrettable, but no matter. Respected governor, I shall take my leave. A group of soldiers half escorted, half forced William out, just as they ran into Li Pei and Liu Yao, who were on their way to meet with the prefectural governor. Good day, beautiful commandery princess, William said, tipping his hat, a gesture of respect. Surprisingly, when he rose, no fangs flashed in the presence of the ladies. Li Pei nodded absently, not uttering a word. William left with a smile. Liu Yao frowned and said, this creature reeks of fresh blood, he has just fed. And he harbors strong malice towards the commandery princess and my senior sister. Li Pei glanced at Liao Qi discreetly. Western demons were only interested in virgin martial artists, it appeared the girl was already claimed by Liu Yao. Putting away her curiosity, she started talking business. Li Shaocheng was a rising star of the Decheng sect, held in high regard. Your feat in killing him today is mighty. I will certainly report to the imperial court for a reward. That's too kind, commandery princess. But you've already given me a reward. Liu Yao patted the subtle sense of the heart tucked in his pocket. Li Pei spoke slowly, young master Liu, I've only given you part of the spirit refining method. After all, it is a treasure of the royal family. I hope you understand. Liu Yao shook his head to show it didn't bother him. Li Pei continued, young master is brave and wise, possessing extraordinary skills. I happen to need a captain of the guard. If you'd condescend to occupy the position, I cannot guarantee much, but methods of mystical refinement, cultivation techniques and supplements will certainly not be lacking. Liu Yao didn't reply hastily, instead, he asked, Commandery Princess, that vampire harbors sinister intentions towards my senior sister. Can you help me kill him? Li Pei was taken aback and spoke softly, that man is a noble from Einheit. Rashly killing him would provoke a dispute between our nations. He harbors sinister intentions? I can lodge a complaint on your behalf with the Einheit ambassador. No need, Commandery Princess, Liu Yao said with a smile. I don't have many years left to live, and I intend to devote all my energy to martial arts, hoping to reach the blood exchange realm soon to save my life. Please forgive me. Chapter 84, Finally Organ Refining. The great sect fled in a rout, and Yunzhou symbolically gave chase before withdrawing. After that, everyone gathered at the prefectural yamen with high spirits to discuss affairs. Governor Wen, a deeply scheming official of the imperial court, now wore a rare full-faced smile. Young Master Liu, you are welcome to come to me for anything at any time, without the need for prior communication. Thank you for your favor, my lord. In ancient times, high officials were not easily accessible and had to be contacted through various channels. Being given such treatment by the official meant he was held in high esteem. The other officials and martial artists present also were in high spirits. Defeating bandits was their duty, but killing Li Shaocheng, the rising star of the great sect. That was a great achievement indeed. Although it was the Commandery Princess and young Master Liu who directed the cannons, according to the rules, everyone would be able to share in the rewards. Immediately, everyone began to flatter the two of them. Liu Yao found them all rather tedious. When it was time to fight, they were as timid as mice, but when pursuing the remaining foes, they were as fierce as tigers. He really didn't want to attend, but Governor Wen had insisted, unable to refuse the man who had rendered great service, so he reluctantly came just to oblige. Li Pei had a cold expression and said very little. Her generous offer had been cruelly rejected, leaving the proud commandery princess feeling quite displeased. After the discussion ended, everyone left one after another. Liu Yao couldn't wait to get home, but Li Pei suddenly stopped him. The commandery princess stood with her arms crossed, glaring fiercely with her phoenix eyes and haughtily tilted chin as she said, "I know young Master Liu is wealthy, but there are some things money can't buy. A word of advice from an expert can save decades of hard work. Rare medicinal materials can only be collected with the strength of an entire nation. Young Master, you should think it over carefully when you're back home. If you encounter any difficulties, you are always welcome to change your mind." Liu Yao, an easygoing person, couldn't stand such arrogant demeanor and replied with a touch of irony. "Thank you for your kind thoughts, commandery princess. If you again encounter any difficulties in the future, you can also come to me." Having said that, he gave her a couple of intense looks. Li Pei hated being stared at there the most and instantly became angry with shame. But Liu Yao was right, every time it was she who sought his help, and he always helped with flair. At this moment, she couldn't bring herself to lash out. Li Pei had no choice but to cover her chest with an icy face, swallowing her anger and watching Liu Yao walk away. Back at the boxing gym, Liu Yao could finally focus exclusively on organ refining. For the past few days, his entire body ached unbearably, and the pain had now started to intensify. It felt as though his whole body had a toothache, an excruciating one at that. There was no helping it, martial arts training was inherently tough and painful, which is why out of 100 martial artists, perhaps only one could achieve organ refining. However, the pain was also a good sign, indicating he was entering the final stage. Liu Yao doubled down on restorative medicine, stimulating and nourishing his body, and didn't care even if the pain grew worse. After enduring the suffering for 3 more days, he finally felt some relief. In the morning, he woke up naturally instead of being jolted awake by the pain. He opened his eyes in bed for a while before realizing what happened, and then quickly went out to the yard to practice Liao family fist. Without even needing to gather strength, his moves now produced explosive sounds, as if there were firecrackers going off in the yard. The sisters hurried over when they heard the noise, and exclaimed with joy, "Liu Yao, you've achieved great success in bone tempering and can now begin organ refining." "Yes, I can hardly wait." Liu Yao let out a long sigh. The hardest step was behind him, what remained was actually quite simple. He took out the color ultrasound instrument, ready to advance to the organ refining realm. Liu Yao had originally thought it would be quite simple, but the result turned out to be even simpler than he had imagined. Normally, when someone takes this step, they must first sense the inner breath in their blood and qi, and then carefully control the inner breath to cautiously stimulate the 5 organs bit by bit. Under normal circumstances, this would take about a year. Some unlucky individuals might even damage their organs due to poor control of their inner breath, leading to failure in ascending to the realm. But all Liu Yao needed to do was strip down and lie down. 2 young girls used the color ultrasound instrument to give him a medical examination, and then stimulated his 5 organs together with their inner breath. They divided their tasks clearly. Liaoya said, "Little sister, you take care of the lungs, and leave the rest to me." "Okay, big sister." Liao Qi immediately placed her hands on Liu Yao's chest and directed inner breath into his lungs. Liao Ya's inner breath was more vigorous, responsible for stimulating the other 4 organs, the heart, liver, spleen, and kidneys. The 2 soft hands touching his body made Liu Yao feel as if he was soaking in a hot spring, incredibly warm and exceptionally comfortable. With such an imperial treatment, he refined his organs in just 1 day, a fact that could scare people to death if they heard about it. Liu Yao ate nourishing medicines every day and had abundant blood and qi. The surging organs then refined even more inner breath from this vast supply. There was so much that Liu Yao didn't need to pay close attention, he could naturally sense it. At that moment, he curiously manipulated these mouse-like things, letting them roam around inside his body. Liaoya wiped the sweat from her forehead and said with a relieved smile, "Stop playing, you need to save your inner breath for organ refining." Liaoya took a deep breath and smiled happily, looking even more delighted than if she had refined her organs herself. The 2 sisters had been busy for a day and a night without rest, and now they finally witnessed Liu Yao's successful organ refining, filled with indescribable joy. This stage of organ refining strengthens the organs, nurtures inner breath, and increases one's strength tenfold, far surpassing that of ordinary people. It represents the first qualitative change on the martial path. Net. The next day, Liao Ya began to instruct Liu Yao on matters related to organ refining. Liu Yao felt full of energy and couldn't help but jump. With the power of his legs, 2 shallow footprints appeared on the ground, and he leapt 5 meters high on the spot. But this was nowhere close to Liao Ya's 10 meters. She explained, "You have just refined your organs, your physique will gradually grow stronger." Then she cautioned, "You have to be careful when using inner breath to exercise your organs to avoid injury." But with the color ultrasound instrument, this step has become much simpler. She suddenly realized she didn't have much to teach him. As Liu Yao had previously operated the color ultrasound instrument to help the 2 sisters cultivate, he had accumulated sufficient experience and already had a clear understanding of how to cultivate. In the end, Liao Ya said, "With inner breath in the organ refining realm, the Liao family fist has a special cultivation method. Let Liao Qi teach you." Liao Qi was beaming, utterly elated that her beloved had ascended to the realm, and her face was always adorned with a smile. She pulled Liu Yao into the room and said in a sweet voice, "The Liao family fist at the organ refining realm takes too long to learn with the usual method. Better for you to place your hands on me to personally experience the way to exert force and how inner breath circulates. That way, you'll learn quickly." Because of their close relationship, she wasn't embarrassed at all. She boldly took off her clothes and indicated that Liu Yao should place his hands on her to feel. This was truly learning through enjoyment. Liu Yao placed his hands on the delicate and smooth skin of Liao Qi's back and waist, paying close attention, learning quickly the operation of inner breath and force. He immediately memorized it. Sometimes he placed his hands incorrectly, provoking the girl's screams and playful indignation, leaving her fair skin blushing red. Although the process was sensuous, this knowledge was extremely precious. When practicing punches, you use the force to drive blood and qi and inner breath to refine organs. This method, accumulated by the Liao family over numerous generations, was the fastest and safest way to train the 5 organs and was the core secret of their sect. After the instruction, Liao Qi's almond eyes became misty, her expression and demeanor exuding a silent yet intense invitation. Liu Yao just happened to want to test how much stronger his physique had become after organ refining. Chapter 85, Return. Liao Qi's unprecedentedly high-pitched scream indicated that the effects were not bad. In her urgency, she even tore the quilt in 2. Liu Yao recalled how the young lady often channeled inner breath to him and wanted to repay the favor. Liao Qi felt the warm current enter her body and immediately realized what her beloved wanted to do, hurriedly saying, "You can't deplete your inner breath." With that, she pushed back with her stronger inner breath. As 2 streams of inner breath surged into his body, Liu Yao was thrown into a state of oblivion, scrambling to commit this sensation to memory. It took him a while to recover and he said, "I've already completed organ refining, why are you still giving me inner breath? You still need to cultivate." Liao Qi caressed his back and neck, whispering softly, "Having done organ refining makes me content. Now, my greatest wish is for you to recover from your illness, and for our little baby. In these times, one cannot do without strength. I will arrange for someone to make an immortal pill when I return home, just one and you'll ascend to the Jin realm." The young lady looked at him with innocent and simple apricot eyes, full of disbelief, saying, "You're just trying to cheer me up, there's no such thing as an immortal pill. Just wait and see." After organ refining, Liu Yao felt his bodily functions had made a great leap and he felt ready again, wishing for a second round. Liao Qi pushed him away with a laugh, saying, No, you need to exercise restraint." Net. The young lady got up to tidy up, her fair and vibrant body radiating with youthful beauty. Liu Yao spent his time practicing fist forms, taking tonics, and enjoying the newspapers with the young lady, happily consolidating his realm for 3 days. During this period, a representative from the prefectural yamen came to bestow a reward. Governor Wen had high emotional intelligence. Instead of granting favors to Liu Yao and Liao Ye, he secured a 7th grade official title for Liao Qi. The position of commander. This was like giving a gift that delighted someone's wife and children, often yielding even better results. The sisters were overjoyed, laughing and displaying their small white teeth. Official titles were not only full of privileges but were also symbols of honor, status, and a testament to family pride. Liao Ye, holding her sister's hand, said happily, "All 3 of us have official titles, the Liao family is now a bona fide family of officials." Liao Qi also cheerfully said, "Ha, from now on, I'll be Commander Liao." Seeing the two bright and joyful girls, Liu Yao was also in high spirits, silently praising Governor Wen for his people skills. One early morning, Liu Yao practiced the Liao family fist suited for those in the organ refining realm and suddenly leaped 7 meters into the air. Then he moved to the side of the old carriage and lifted it with ease using both hands. I almost have the strength of 1 ton. It's no wonder the human physique can be so formidable, and no wonder organ refining warriors are treated preferentially and enjoy privileges. Liu Yao put the carriage down, quite satisfied with the drastic increase in his physical fitness. And this wasn't even his limit. As his realm continued to deepen, his physical qualities would improve even further. According to the scriptures, the limit of someone in the organ refining realm is 3000 jin of strength, that is, 1.5 tons. With such strength, I can start doing things on earth that I wouldn't have dared to before. After witnessing a lot during a previous city defense battle, Liu Yao had a more detailed plan for the future. At this moment, Liao Ye wasn't at home. He instructed Liao Qi, I'm going home for a bit, it will probably take about 5 days. Upon hearing this, Liao Qi quickly ran inside and took out the remaining medicinal wine, saying, have some before you go, if you don't, my sister will finish it all. Liu Yao laughed and took a big swig. The young lady wasn't a light drinker either, and both sisters loved to drink. But with this sip, missing a few days of tonics wouldn't be a big problem. Liao Qi embraced her beloved, whispering softly, be careful and come back early. Liu Yao confidently made his way to the apothecary, only to find it unusually quiet. Shopkeeper, he had a gloomy face as he said, Master Liu, the fighting outside has gotten so intense that we've completely run out of stock. There's only about 20 to 30% of the medicinal materials left, you take a look and see if there's anything you can use. Liu Yao made a round and indeed found the variety to be scarce, with only cow bezoars being somewhat acceptable. Other items, even if taken back, would only earn about 100,000 or 80,000, which wasn't very interesting. He bought 2 pieces of cow bezoar and left, heading for the silver store. Along the way, the clothes of the pedestrians were obviously much tattered, their expressions were more despondent, and those with pallid complexions were everywhere. Pawn shops had become the most booming business, and the human market wasn't far behind. People of various ages sat squatting by the walls with a straw inserted in their hair, waiting for others to pick them out. One attack by the Dachan religion had added insult to injury for the common people who were already suffering. And this was only a low-intensity, minor battle at that, which lasted less than 3 days, yet it had already wreaked such havoc on civilian life. On the road, those who recognized Liu Yao hurriedly greeted him with a bow, their gestures and expressions sincere. They were grateful to him for killing the bandit leader and resolving the crisis in Yunzhou. The fate of cities breached by rebel armies throughout history had never been good, with looting, killing, and pillaging as common occurrences. Arriving at Liu's Hung Silver Store, the lady manager dressed in a cheongsam, Wang Ru, was already waiting there. She was about to lead Liu Yao to the VIP area on the 2nd floor, but he went straight to the 1st floor to look at the ordinary goods. The once densely packed shelves now looked sparse, with a total of maybe 10 items. Liu Yao looked around and asked, Manager Wang, is that snuff bottle from last time gone? Wang Ru performed a curtsy and said softly, Master Liu, those items are only made when the craftsmen are inspired, there was just that one. And, there's been a war recently, many master craftsmen have fled to the imperial city. For a moment, Liu Yao didn't know which item to buy to resell on Earth. He couldn't distinguish the types of jade, a trade that would take years to learn. But there was a way. Liu Yao waved his hand grandly, then I'll take all of these. Wang Ru's face lit up with joy and she immediately said, please wait a moment, I'll have the staff wrap them up. In these chaotic times, these jade and precious stones were the least valuable of goods, and it was rare to have a lavish customer. Earth, He Kingdom. Liu Yao appeared silently in a desolate forest. Finding a large tree nearly 20 meters tall, he powered his legs and casually climbed a few times with his hands to stand atop the tree. With a weight of less than 100 kilograms, but a force of 1 ton, Liu Yao felt as if the gravity of the entire planet had decreased. Standing at the top of the tree, he looked out at the distant Wutian and Xin Wang Biotech Corporation. After setting a fire back then, most of the factory area was burnt down. Now, it lay deserted, with no one around. He took out his phone to see what the news said, but nothing was found. The incident in Annan was at least mentioned in the news once. But there was not a single mention of Wutian and Xin Wang Biotech Corporation online. You should know that there had been an intense firefight here, with Barrett rifles used, and dozens killed. Yet, the internet was portraying an image of peaceful times, without a trace to be found. Liu Yao understood in his heart, it seems that the Foreign Affairs Bureau has sealed off the news. Jumping down from the tree top 20 meters high, he made a thud as his feet sank into the ground. Dusting off his unscathed body, he mused, organ refining realm. I'm hardly human anymore. Although the bone-tempering realm was formidable, one could at least maintain a human semblance. But the organ-refining realm, it was beyond the comprehension of Earth inhabitants. As Liu Yao booked his flight ticket, he pondered. There are many important things I need to do this time: invest in a lab for research on medicinal extraction, find someone to design battle armor, acquire more powerful weapons. And then there is... He pulled out the hard drive left behind by the tragically deceased He Kingdom scientist. Let's see if I can crack it. It must contain many secrets, maybe it could even lead to a major news story. Chapter 86, Candidate Selection. Earth, Xia Country. After spending 2 months in Otherworld, Liu Yao couldn't help but take several deep breaths of his hometown air when he stepped out of the airport. It was still Li Lei who came to pick him up. Today, the girl was dressed in nude stockings and a professional suit, exuding an efficient vibe with a touch of sexiness. Liu Yao took the initiative to greet her. Long time no see, you look well. Are the family issues resolved? Li Lei flipped her hair with a smile. Thanks to you, the old man was sentenced to probation, no need to actually serve time in prison. Liu Yao nodded, that's good. Li Lei sized him up and exclaimed in surprise, have you been working out? You look much more muscular, even stretching out your clothes. Ah, just trained a bit. Liu Yao changed the subject. There's not much for drug materials this time, just 2 pieces of natural bezoar. He handed over 2 packets of drug materials. Li Lei took them and opened them to take a look, then laughed, perfect, just what we needed. Recently, all the major pharmaceutical groups are short of high-quality natural bezoar for experiments. After finishing the conversation, she transferred 1 million and then asked, where to next? The jewelry trading center. Liu Yao, yes. The girl fastened her seatbelt and started the car, and after driving for a while, suddenly said, I'm free today, so I'll be your driver. Liu Yao found it perfectly acceptable. Of course, that would be great, thanks. Li Lei showed a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, took a couple of glances at Liu Yao from the rearview mirror, and drove the car to the entrance of a clothing store. You really can't keep wearing these clothes, they might burst at any moment. I'll help you pick out a few suitable pieces. Liu Yao looked down and saw that this was indeed the case. The clothes he was wearing had been worn ragged from practicing boxing and battling. So the two entered the clothing store. Knowing that Liu Yao didn't like to dawdle, Li Pei decisively chose a couple of outfits for him to try on. In the changing room, Liu Yao looked at his increasingly robust and sleek muscle lines and unwittingly realized that he had transformed from a skinny guy into a stylish man. When he came out in the new clothes, the entire clothing store seemed to light up. Not only was Li Lei watching, but the sales associates and other customers shopping for clothes as well, their eyes filled with admiration. Liu Yao stood tall with bright eyes, especially his starry eyes, combined with a confident and commanding presence, he had an unmistakable magnetism. The few women nearby unconsciously blushed and their hearts raced. This was the body's innate desire to preserve excellent genes, triggering the brain with the secretion of hormones. The ancient instinct yearned deeply for the gifts of an extraordinary physique. At that moment, Liu Yao complimented, it fits very well, your taste is good. He paid directly amidst many hesitant expressions and left with Li Lei. After getting in the car, Li Lei drank half a bottle of water before she regained her composure, and chatted while driving. Are you going to sell the jade to Qi Kuya again this time? Actually, you could interact more with Elder Master Qi, he receives a national subsidy. Liu Yao said casually, forget it, I find it troublesome, efficiency is most important. Li Lei gave a wry smile. This guy didn't seem like he was in business at all, he didn't care about money, only valuing efficiency. They quickly arrived at the jewelry trading center. Qi Kuya, who had received a call in advance, was still there to greet them at the entrance. Mr. Liu, you've arrived. The woman had lost that hint of worldly charm and had become cautious and tiptoeing, as if she was very frightened of Liu Yao. At her side followed her grandfather's bodyguard Xiao Lu. Having experienced the last incident, and hearing that Liu Yao had killed more than one person, she was terrified. Consequently, she forcefully dragged along this retired expert from the armed police special forces to embolden herself. Xiao Lu tensed up, his expression stiff, as he managed to conjure a slight smile while nodding in greeting. Liu Yao handed over a large pouch of brocade boxes, saying, "Everything's here, Boss Qi, take a look. Make it quick, I'm in a hurry." Qi Kuya was momentarily stunned. Although she grew up immersed in the family trade, this was the first time she had seen someone sell so much at once. But she firmly remembered her great-uncle's secret to longevity and didn't ask any extra questions. She arranged the brocade boxes in a row on the table and took out her equipment to start inspecting them. There were 12 in total, and it took nearly an hour to check them all. Qi Kuya compiled the quality and prices of these jades into a message and sent it to Liu Yao. The prices varied widely, with the cheapest being worth just 3,000 yuan, and the most expensive 3.5 million. This was a guanyin pendant dripping with rich green, which Qi Kuya handled with utmost care, saying, "This is top-grade ice jade. Not only is the material superb, but more importantly, it has a spiritual charm. Looking at it clears the mind and calms the spirit, it is definitely the work of a master. The others are quite ordinary, with a total valuation of 5.5 million. In this appraisal, Qi Kuya adhered strictly to the rules, neither profiting extra nor losing money, with a clear conscience. Liu Yao liked this straightforwardness and immediately agreed, "Fine, make the transfer." The two settled the deal cleanly, and once Liu Yao received the payment notification, he nodded to Qi Kuya and left straight away. After he was gone, Qi Kuya patted her chest and exhaled a sigh of relief. "Wu, I was hardly able to breathe, the pressure was tremendous. I'm glad I dragged you here." Turning her head, she saw Xiao Liu's shirt on the back drenched in sweat. Sitting in the car, staring at the balance of over 16 million on his phone, Liu Yao fell into deep thought. Where should I look for someone to study the extraction of medicine? This was no simple feat. The chemical composition of herbs is very complex, containing various effective ingredients, as well as ineffective and toxic ones. Only by extracting the active components and further purifying them could he create the immortal pill he had promised Liao Qi. In Xia country, there was a renowned traditional formula, the 6-ingredient Remenya pill. After concentrated extraction, the original C bowl's worth of herbal juice is reduced to a 1-gram pill. What Liu Yao sought was an even more extreme effect. Therefore, he had to find a master in the professional field. But he couldn't find one himself. At that moment, he suddenly felt Li Lei sneaking glances at him. Liu Yao abruptly remembered, wasn't her family in the pharmaceutical industry? He quickly inquired. "I have a really effective ancient formula here, I want to find a professional to study its extraction. Can you help me find someone?" "Ah, that," Li Lei bit her lower lip, pondering for a while before responding in a muffled voice, "I do have a candidate, a professor at National Medical University, a PhD in Chinese medicine." "But why are you beating around the bush, just say it directly." Li Lei took a deep breath and simply stated. "It's my old man. At his age, he got involved in a romance and even conducted illegal fundraising, only to have a vixen run off with the money. Losing his honor so late in life, he's too ashamed to face others and hides at home all day. I'm afraid he'll succumb to illness from all the pent-up frustration, so I wanted him to work for you." Liu Yao was at a loss for words, finding the coincidence quite extraordinary. However, a professor from National Medical University was definitely a top figure in this field, and under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have the chance to meet such an expert. He was somewhat intrigued. "Let's meet and talk about it." Li Lei quickly said, "He may be foolish but not bad, and he does have skills. He can definitely handle your job." Chapter 87, Job Done. Liu Yao and Li Lei arrived at her company. Li Lei had already called her father and arranged to meet there. Li Lei's company was located in an office building in the city center, named Wanfu Pharmaceutical Co., Limited. A few employees greeted them and then curiously looked at Liu Yao, some gossiping in hushed tones. "The boss has got herself a boyfriend with quite the presence." In the general manager's office, Liu Yao took out the pre-prepared herbs and used Li Lei's medicine cooker to start making the 10-ingredient tonic soup in advance. Li Lei helped on the side, saying, "Actually, many people have been asking my old man to come out of retirement, but feeling ashamed, he's been hiding at home all this time. He probably thinks that since you're unconnected to his old circle, there's no risk of running into acquaintances." Sometimes people just can't get past their own barriers. As they chatted idly, the herbs were nearly ready when Li Lei's father Li Haihang hurried in. This was a handsome older man, nearly 60 with glasses, bearing a strong resemblance to his daughter. He had a sorrowful expression and seemed a bit awkward. A suspended sentence still leaves a criminal record. Falling from a university professor to a criminal had not only become a laughingstock but had also dealt him a heavy blow. Li Lei quickly introduced, "This is my friend, Liu Yao." Liu Yao immediately greeted, "Professor Li, how do you do, pleased to meet you." A hint of embarrassment appeared on Li Haihang's face. After the sentencing, his title of professor and all related academic honors had been revoked. He forced a smile and said, "Hello, Lei Lei talks about you often," all the while sizing up Liu Yao. In traditional Chinese medicine, diagnosis begins with observation, and after scrutinizing, Li Haihang's first impression of the bright-eyed and strong-bodied young man was good. Liu Yao handed over the prescription he had copied, saying, "This is the medicine I want to extract." Li Haihang's demeanor suddenly became professional and serious. He took the prescription, examined it for a long time, then took a cup from the medicine cooker, tasted it, and without further ado, finished it in one gulp. After pondering for a while, he said, 10-ingredient tonic soup, balanced and nourishing, a fine ancient formula. But this kind of balanced medicine is hard to break into the market. What's popular now are medicines for strengthening kidneys and boosting virility. So, Li Haihang adjusted his glasses and solemnly said, "Before investing, I suggest you think it over carefully." Upon hearing this, Liu Yao laughed. He wasn't in it for the money at all, losing the development funds wasn't a concern. "Thank you for the advice, but I still want to invest in the research. May I ask if you could come out of retirement?" Li Haihang, seeing his daughter's earnest gaze and not wanting his nearest and dearest to worry further, decisively nodded. "I will contact the staff and lab. The preliminary research costs will be 5 million, but I prefer not to handle the finances directly. Let's go through my daughter for that." Li Lei, overjoyed by her father's agreement to get involved, quickly said, "We can sign the official contract through my company. I can take care of the miscellaneous tasks." Liu Yao, in a state of complete focus, keenly sensed the emotions of the father and daughter, finding them quite interesting and feeling a bit envious at the same time. Family means they will reach out to pull you up no matter how dirty the mire you've fallen into is. Liu Yao extended his hand to the father and daughter, smiling, then, "I hope our cooperation will be pleasant." Pleasant cooperation, Li Haihang reached out to shake hands. The contract was readily available in Li Lei's company. Liu Yao glanced over it and signed his name straightforwardly, his casual and confident demeanor furthering Li Haihang's admiration. As they were leaving, Li Haihang said to his daughter, "Lei Lei, don't worry, I won't let you down." Li Lei replied, full of relief, "Dad, I'm just glad you're stepping out." After descending the stairs, Li Lei visibly relaxed quite a bit, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Driving Liu Yao to the base of his apartment building, the girl unbuckled her seatbelt and casually flipped her hair, seemingly wanting to go up for a visit. Li Lei was dressed in a professional suit dress today, her figure not half bad, the silk stockings making her legs look beautiful. But Liu Yao completely ignored it, hopped out of the car, waved at the girl, shouted, "Bye-bye," and headed straight up the stairs. Li Lei stared at his retreating figure for a long time before she bit her lip in vexation and drove away. Deep down, Liu Yao faintly felt that it had been a long time since this girl had shown her spirited side, lately always displaying the demeanor of a demure woman. Unfortunately, he was too busy. He had to prepare for cracking the hard drive next. Liu Yao dug out the number of Li Jin, whom he'd met on his trip to Annan country. Having saved Li Jin's daughter, the man had mentioned he knew about computers. After 2 rings, the call was answered, and an excited voice came through, "Brother Liu, long time no see." "Long time no see. Are you in the country? I need your help with something." "Sure, go ahead. Since I got back, I've been resting at home, plenty of spare time. I have an encrypted hard drive, the interface is full of strange coding, can you crack it? I'll need to take a look. I'm in Ning City, why don't you come over? We can meet in person." "Okay, it's just a 3-hour ride on the high-speed rail, I'll be right there." Liu Yao stepped out of the high-speed rail station, and Li Jin was already waiting for him. "Liu Yao, over here." Discover exclusive tales on mvlenovelbin.net. Driving a white Regal, Li Jin didn't seem at all estranged after a few months, and laughed, I'm living off my wife at home now. Thinking back, it's kind of scary, home is so much better. Liu Yao agreed on this point, indeed, it's chaotic out there. They chatted idly as they arrived at Li Jin's home, a modest high-rise of over 120 square meters. My sister-in-law is really busy these days, it's just me at home, so make yourself comfortable, please don't be polite, ha. Li Jin's family status seemed decent, as he even had his own private study. Inside, there were 4 computers, all working furiously as mining machines. Taking the hard drive from Liu Yao, he connected it to a physically disconnected computer and began to examine it. Liu Yao waited patiently, looking at the photographs hanging on the wall. Most were happy moments of their family of 3, with a few of important personal milestones. Among them was a photo of Li Jin's wife, Zhao Ye, smiling at the entrance of her workplace. She looked much younger in the photo, as though she'd just started her job. And the name of the workplace was the Provincial Mechanical Design Institute. A thought struck Liu Yao, and he thought of his battle armor project. What he wanted was not an ordinary ancient armor, but a humanoid tank designed by professionals. Just then, Li Jin suddenly exclaimed, there's progress. Brother Liu, the encryption on this hard drive isn't hard to crack. But it will take a significant amount of time to calculate, can't be done in a moment. Pointing to the photo, Liu Yao asked, is your sister-in-law working at the Mechanical Design Institute? Yes, our country recently is assisting the coal-to-oil project in Yukharan, her institute has received several big orders, she's been incredibly busy. Li Jin picked up the phone, I'll call her to come back, let's have dinner together. After he said this, he dialed his wife's number, Zhao Ye come back soon, Liu Yao's here. Chapter 88, Humanoid Tank. Zhao Ye, upon hearing Liu Yao had arrived, took leave from work and went home, even buying a lot of groceries to make a full table of food and opened several bottles of fine wine, not finding it a hassle at all. Experience exclusive tales on mvlenovelbin.net. Overwhelmed by her hospitality, Liu Yao took his seat and said with a smile, I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you. Don't you ever mention that. Zhao Ye robustly filled a full cup of white wine, I was scared to death back then and didn't properly thank you, which I really should have. Here's to you, I'll drink first in gratitude. With that, she drank heartily. Yinyo is my life, without you, it would have been all over for me, I'm going to drink another one to you. Zhao Ye was truly grateful and poured herself another cup to drink. The couple, being genuine in nature, were extremely grateful for Liu Yao's rescue of their daughter and kept urging him to eat more and offering toasts. After a warm dinner, Liu Yao brought up his question to Zhao Ye. Zhao Ji, do you work at the Mechanical Design Institute? I have something I'd like to design. Liu Yao took out his phone and showed her many pictures from games, specifically the power armor from the Fallout and Warhammer series. Zhao Ye seemed puzzled, isn't this from a game? What are you? Liu Yao explained, I have a friend who is a cos enthusiast and needs a very realistic prop for competing and filming web dramas. So, I'd like to design a metal battle armor that completely covers the user. After skimming through the game images again, Zhao Ye said. It's similar to individual exoskeletons. Our country's exoskeletons are already capable of helping female soldiers lift 150 kg cannonballs. But powering them has always been a big issue. What kind of power system do you plan to use? Liu Yao waved his hand grandly, I don't need a power system, there's a special traction tool. The one thing martial artists never lack is strength, they are the best power source. No power system. Zhao Ye thought for a moment and remarked, in that case, it should be easy to make. Liu Yao nodded, that's great, then I'll entrust your institute with the design. Zhao Ye sincerely suggested when she heard his request, our institute charges a lot, at least 300,000. You can find a design company outside, a few tens of thousands will be more than enough. She wanted to save Liu Yao some money. The Mechanical Design Institute provided the most professional technical services to all sectors of society, and their fees were quite steep. But the last thing Liu Yao lacked was money, he only cared about efficiency and quality. Thanks for the kind gesture, Zhao Ji, but I trust the larger institutions capable of handling international orders more. What he wanted wasn't just some cosplay toy. From materials science to joint design, from biomechanical transmission to comfort level, everything needed to be professionally designed and produced. Seeing that Liu Yao wasn't concerned about cost, Zhao Ye stopped urging and said seriously, "All right, I won't let you down. Tell me your requirements." Liu Yao smiled, "Please take care of this for me, Zhao Ji. My requirements are quite simple, just 4 words: human-shaped tank. I don't care about the weight, durability takes priority, it needs to be wearable by the user themselves, because they'll need to wear it for a long time for photography and display, so it should be as comfortable as possible. And the most important point, the battle armor will be scrutinized by many foreigners, it must showcase the prowess of Xia country's mechanical industry. There can be no faults found by experts in the design. It has to be realistic and it must be able to block high-powered firearms and explosions." Zhao Ye listened to his detailed specifications as if it were truly going to be used in combat. She hadn't considered this because, according to the requirements, the armor would definitely weigh no less than 200 kilograms, any regular person wearing it would be like putting themselves in a metal cage. Zhao Ye couldn't possibly imagine that Liu Yao was really planning on wearing it in battle. Earth's northeast tigers weigh 500 kilograms and can leap 6 meters from the ground, their front paws capable of breaking tempered glass. Elephants weigh 8 tons and have the mighty strength to pull down weeping willows. But not even these powerful creatures can withstand firearms. The martial artists of the other world face the same dilemma: strong bodies but low defenses. That's why Li Shaocheng of the Desheng faith wore steel armor in battle, and it was remarkably effective. Liu Yao wanted to arm himself with earth alloy steel that was generations ahead. After communicating for a bit, Zhao Ye took note of all Liu Yao's demands and instructed, "You're the boss now, feel free to make any requests anytime you want." Liu Yao nodded with a smile in agreement. Just then, Li Jin suddenly burst out of the study and exclaimed, "Your hard drive has been decrypted." This hard drive was left behind by a deceased doctor of science from Kyoto University who had mentioned, Zhang Xian's headquarters are in Guadala city of the Inca nation. They have private security and even military protection from the Inca nation. Furthermore, with the involvement of the Foreign Affairs Bureau of the Star Alliance country, Liu Yao realized that Zhang Xian was far more complicated and difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Therefore, he did have some expectations for the contents of the hard drive. Perhaps, like in the movies, he might uncover some earth-shattering criminal evidence, release a significant news story, and get all those opium trafficking bastards killed. However, after seeing the contents of the hard drive, Liu Yao was utterly baffled. It was all incomprehensible equations and symbols, not a single character he recognized. Li Jin was equally perplexed, only Zhao Ye said uncertainly, "This looks like chemical equations." Liu Yao shrugged and muttered to himself, "This might be some sort of sinister contraption for making opium." "So," he said, "no worries, as long as it's decrypted, that's good enough. Thanks a lot, Brother Li." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Liu Yao excused himself to leave. Li Jin and his wife wanted to keep him for a couple more days, but he really had pressing matters to attend to. He still needed to acquire even more powerful weapons. While Liu Yao was fussing with this hard drive, far away in Guadala city of the Inca nation, in a classically styled luxury villa, the long-absent Zhang Xian was basking in the sunlight by a spacious swimming pool. All around the villa, countless security personnel wearing bulletproof vests and carrying automatic rifles patrolled vigilantly. In the pool, several bikini-clad beauties frolicked. At Zhang Xian's feet lay a massive white tiger. Lazing about, every so often, it would open its mouth wide in a yawn, showcasing fearsome fangs like daggers. Moments later, a Black Hawk helicopter approached from the distance and landed on the villa's helipad. A white man with a briefcase jumped out. He wore sunglasses that obscured his eyes, but through the opening of his black suit collar, a bulletproof vest was visible. Zhang Xian stood up and greeted with a smile, "Hello, André." The white man named André responded coldly, "Regarding the destruction of the He Kingdom factory, it has been confirmed that the attacker came for you. Take a look at this footage. Do you have anything to say?" Upon finishing his words, André took out a tablet and hit play. On the screen appeared an action movie scene: Liu Yao wearing an Ultraman mask and gunning down a drug manufacturing facility with dual firearms. "This is a segment of surveillance footage, Mr. Zhang Xian, you need to think carefully. Have you offended any professionals?" Zhang Xian shrugged and said, "The number of people I've offended is simply too many, any one of them might send such professionals. Has the equation not been found yet?" André removed his sunglasses, revealing an eye that had been blinded. "Not a single trace. If we don't find it soon, we're going to miss out on a great revolution." Zhang Xian's delicate face grew dark with clouds. The lost equation was an inadvertent research result obtained from the He Kingdom factory. It was the process of refining crystal opium without caffeine. This technological breakthrough was revolutionary, equivalent to turning water into oil. It would surely cause a storm in the entire Earth opium world, no less significant than the Second Industrial Revolution. But now, the equation had suddenly gone missing. And it was thoroughly lost. To maintain secrecy, it was stored without internet access. Zhang Xin picked up the tablet, staring at the image of Ultraman, feeling oddly familiar with the figure. The very man Zhang Xin found familiar, Liu Yao, was currently worrying over acquiring high-powered weapons. Chapter 89, It's not very peaceful outside. Since he had seen a blood exchange realm martial artist, Liu Yao had lost interest in small-caliber weapons. Being in the blood exchange realm was like being a human-shaped dinosaur, even .50 caliber weapons couldn't kill them in one shot. But powerful weapons were regulated, and ordinary people simply had no way to obtain them. Angsha country was in constant chaos, and it wasn't far from where he was in Ning City. He could get there within 3 hours if he left now. Liu Yao decided, since it's so close, I might as well take a look and see if there's a chance to get something. Liu Yao promptly made his way to Ruhi City. This was the largest inland port in the southwest of Xia country, bordering Angsha country. The street's greenery was quite distinctive, all being broad-leaved tropical plants. Liu Yao withdrew 200,000 from the bank, planning to use this money to bribe military officers in the conflict zone. The average annual income in Angsha country was about 5,000, so 200,000 for a machine gun wasn't too much, right? In the past, he had obtained weapons through robbery, but this time he wanted to try being a good person. He took a taxi to the border checkpoint at a leisurely pace, but at the base of the wall, he saw many people squatting, and armed police had drawn a cordon and were keeping watch. Liu Yao was curious, and the taxi driver explained, these are refugees who smuggled themselves over from Angsha country. They're afraid to go back because of the war, and it's not right to ignore them, so we can only temporarily take care of them. Liu Yao understood. The driver sighed and added, for them, foreign land has become the safest refuge. It's really pitiful. It's not very peaceful out there, hey. The two of them chatted idly until they arrived at the checkpoint, only to find that it had been cut off by the border army. The driver said helplessly, it was open yesterday. It seems the fighting over there has gotten fiercer. It's definitely dangerous. I advise you not to go. Liu Yao smiled, didn't say anything, paid the fare, and got out. With his current physique, he could easily make his way through the jungle and enter on his own. Liu Yao went to the supermarket and bought a large backpack full of snacks, all prepared for Liao Qi, and all sweet. The conflict in Angsha country had flared up again, and it looked like heavy weapons were being used. The light from modern weaponry was especially noticeable in the dim light. Liu Yao watched with curiosity, while others around him were unfazed. Many aunties continued with their dance exercises, and the old men chatted and played chess unfazed. A sight of peace on one side and constant war on the other was truly astonishing. Liu Yao, feeling contemplative, made his way into the jungle and crossed into Angsha country. The forest was misty, the soil under his feet moist and soft. Having reached a deserted spot, Liu Yao stretched his neck from side to side and then broke into a sprint. Having been stuck in the city for the last few days, he felt stifled and headed straight towards the hilltop where gunfire had erupted before. His legs pumping powerfully, creating depressions in the ground, his heart supplying blood throughout his body, Liu Yao burst forth, instantly reaching the speed of a small car. The strong wind brought about by his running caused branches to sway and leaves to scatter chaotically. Liu Yao ran exhilaratingly, immensely enjoying himself. He leapt over obstacles with ease, sometimes even using the tree trunks to propel himself over muddy pits. With this surge in strength and my body weight at just under 100 kilograms, I've become even more agile and flexible. The temperature was around 36 degrees, but Liu Yao ran with a sweat without feeling hot. His lungs were rapidly expelling the heated waste gases, cooling down swiftly. He felt his lungs were like high-pressure air pumps, rapidly exchanging gases with the outside world. This is also one of the benefits of organ refining, and what martial path brings is not so much increased strength as it is an overall evolution. A watched pot never boils, and what seems like a short distance actually spans unknowably far. Liu Yao ran for nearly an hour to arrive, glanced at the navigation app on his phone, and saw that his speed was 66 km per hour, and that was without giving it his all. Liu Yao was very satisfied with the tremendous enhancement of his body, entered a focused state, and slowly approached the site of the previous firefight. After passing the last row of bushes, he had left the thicket, and what came into view was a small village nestled in the mountains. The village bore a distinct foreign style, with buildings supported by columns and suspended above the ground on stilt houses, beside which were expansive paddy fields. At the entrance to the village, there was a wooden sign with neatly written simplified Chinese characters Nilan Village. On the borders, many people from Angsha country spoke the language of Xia country and used simplified characters. In theory, a pastoral scene should be infinitely idyllic, but the sight before him was more akin to inferno. The houses all bore the marks of explosion and fire, none unscathed. Throughout the village, there were corpses everywhere, with bodies in the paddy fields bloated from soaking, and swarms of flies buzzing about in a frenzy. Greeting Liu Yao was a row of wooden poles at the entrance to the village, atop which the decapitated heads of villagers were impaled. Modern army massacring a village. This place was at most 100 kilometers from Xia country, and Liu Yao had never imagined such a thing could happen. It's not very peaceful out there. Liu Yao stepped forward and closed the eyes of several heads on the poles that clearly belonged to children. Then his ears twitched, and he heard the sound of a car engine in the distance. It was most likely a jeep. He dashed after it in a flash. A Toyota pickup was stuck in a quagmire, with only 1/3 of its body visible above the ground. 2 Wollongong vans were going full throttle in an attempt to drag it out. This was a 50-person army unit, and it seemed this was the reason for their delayed progress. Enjoy exclusive chapters from mvlenovelbin.net. The pickup bogged down in the mire was presumably the officer's vehicle. At this moment, the officer, who was short, dark, and fat, was hopping mad, cursing furiously and waving a blood-stained, curved military saber. By his side, several women bound at the hands and feet begged in the language of Xia country. Once taken back to the army camp, they would face a fate of being violated to death. Liu Yao had already arrived and saw everything clearly. He suddenly noticed the enemy's civilian car had a heavy machine gun rigged up on the roof. Judging from its appearance, it should be a Browning M2. One could simply understand this gun as an automatic shooting Barrett. Liu Yao moved his wrists and couldn't help but mock himself. It looks like I'm going to have to plunder again, even though I wanted to be a good person. At this moment, the camp leader Cha Ai was fuming with rage. A perfectly good road had a massive mud pit that had ensnared his beloved pickup, and no matter how hard they pulled, it just sank deeper. On this outing, they had only slaughtered a village and captured 5 women. Losing a vehicle would be a huge loss. Just then, as men and vehicle struggled, the beloved pickup suddenly stopped sinking and began slowly emerging from the mud pit. Cha Ai's face brightened with joy, and as he looked at the 5 captured women, he already started fantasizing about the delights awaiting him back at the camp. But suddenly, with a bang, a gust of wind blew by, and 2 of his men were sent flying into a tree trunk and then rebounded off, spewing chunks of their innards on the ground. A man from Xia country with a backpack was seen picking up an AK, flipping the selector switch to full automatic mode. Chapter 90. Liu Yao appeared at a location that was not the best for shooting because he didn't want to accidentally harm those 5 pitiful women with stray bullets. 2 fully automatic AKs lifted their barrels, and in the entranced state, all the enemies turned into 0.5. No, wrong. The enemies were clearly moving slower than before. Only 0.4 times the speed? Their cries were discordant, and the action of pulling the bolt looked very strange. Liu Yao even had the leisure to sigh in admiration. My spirit refining stage has progressed. The next second, he opened fire with the axe in both hands. With the organ refinement physique and minute consciousness control, even dual wielding, he activated the recoilless mode. The 7.62 bullets spun and screamed out of the barrels, easily piercing the soldiers who had just revealed faces of terror, spewing a large spray of blood and turning them into broken water bags riddled with holes. Normally, the spread of a full auto AK would be the size of a coin, but now the deviation of the bullet impact would not exceed 1 centimeter. Liu Yao precisely controlled his arm muscles, and the muzzle flexibly aimed at each enemy, completely like an aimbot. 2 guns, 2 magazines, a total of 60 bullets without a single miss. This 50-man army was wiped out on the spot, all within 3 seconds. .net. He discarded the emptied axe and walked unhurriedly towards the only remaining captain Cha Ai. It was near this man that the 5 women were located. Liu Yao, fearing accidental injury from stray bullets, did not aim and fire in their direction. Cha Ai's eyeballs were nearly bulging out of their sockets, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. His 50 battle-hardened, inhuman subordinates were all killed in 3 seconds. Several with quick reactions were even shot dead in mid-air while trying to dive for cover. As Liu Yao approached, Cha Ai pulled out his M1911 and aimed it at him, pulling the trigger. Liu Yao locked onto the target, and as soon as Cha Ai's finger moved, his spine energized his body for a sudden sidestep to dodge the bullet. After organ refining, his physique greatly enhanced, the movements were swifter, the distance further, almost like teleportation. Cha Ai simply couldn't keep up with Liu Yao's speed, firing his bullets in vain. The handgun clicked emptily, and desperate, fearful shouts erupted from his mouth in a language Liu Yao didn't understand. Liu Yao's spine twisted suddenly, channeling the strength of his entire body into his arm, and he punched Cha Ai squarely in the chest. Amid a piercing crack, Cha Ai's chest caved in on the spot, the broken rib stumps piercing through flesh and protruding outside the body. He flew backward, denting the door of the Wuling Hongguang car. All the holes in his body oozed thick red blood, and he died on the spot. Liu Yao now knew the consequences of him punching an ordinary person with full force. Afterward, those 5 women knelt before Liu Yao and kowtowed while saying, "Great hero, thank you for saving our lives." The cultural works of Xia country were highly influential here, and among them, martial arts novels were the cream of the crop. Liu Yao helped them up and said, "No need to thank me. You better leave quickly." The 5 women thanked him profusely and then fled, supporting each other. Liu Yao went straight to the vehicles and began dismantling the Browning M2s mounted on them. The weapons of the army that committed mass murder were mostly old and severely damaged, except for these heavy machine guns which were extremely well maintained. Every crevice was spotless, evenly coated with gun oil. The large screws that ordinary people needed a wrench to turn, Liu Yao could unscrew with his bare hands. He dismantled all the Browning machine guns from the 3 vehicles and then collected all the ammunition. Liu Yao was very pleased, he finally had high-powered military firearms at his disposal. The Browning M2 machine gun can be called a legendary gun, with a total production exceeding 3 million units, and it is still in production, equipped by over 100 countries, and is a main force in the Star Alliance military. This machine gun has a total length of 1.7 meters, and weighs 50 kilograms. It uses the same .50 caliber bullets as the Barrett, but its power is much greater. Compared to it, the Barrett is like a little brother. Because the Browning M2 is not only fully automatic, but it also has a thicker and longer barrel measuring 115 centimeters. Barrett's barrel is only 74 centimeters. The longer the barrel, the more powerful and accurate the bullets fired. The longest recorded kill shot for firearms on Earth, 2286 meters, was made with the Browning M2, and it held the record for a full 35 years. Liu Yao scavenged around, carried nearly 300 kilograms worth of stuff, walked out 10 kilometers, and returned to the other world through a door in a particularly dense jungle. Liu Yao took a deep breath of the fresh air of the other world and instantly felt refreshed and invigorated. It was early morning here, and the 2 sisters had already gotten up, their skin faintly reflecting the sunlight, smooth and white like freshly peeled eggs, pleasing to the eye. At the moment, the 2 women were playing a catch game, but they were tossing a large stone roller. Liao Ya fiercely threw the 500-kilo stone roller toward Liao Qi, and as it whooshed through the air, a strong wind hit her face, and Liao Qi caught it with a painful shout of difficulty. "Sister, take it easy. It's because you're not deflecting the force properly. How many times have I told you? You need to channel the force into the ground, not take it on with your body. You just can't seem to learn it." While the sisters were enjoying their game, they suddenly noticed Liu Yao had returned and immediately ran over with sweet smiles on their faces. "You're back, and you were gone for 5 days this time." Liu Yao enjoyed the gaze of the 2 pairs of bright eyes and said with a light laugh, "There was a lot to do this time, but fortunately, everything went smoothly. Come, take a look at this." With that, he revealed the 3 machine guns he had brought back. The machine guns, with their cold, hard lines, exuded an aesthetic of precision engineering and were quite imposing. The bullets on the belt were each longer and thicker than a finger. They were made specifically for engaging lightly armored targets and for anti-aircraft use, and using them on people would be exceedingly cruel. Although the machine guns, with ammunition, weighed a full 50 kilograms, the 2 young women were no ordinary people and easily lifted the guns, which were as tall as a person, as if they were picking up a box of instant noodles. So thick and long. Liao Ye, with a slightly excited face, said something that made her sister a bit embarrassed. Liao Qi gave her sister a strange look and picked up a machine gun to try its feel. If people from Earth saw this scene, they would be extremely surprised because the machine gun, since its design inception, was never meant to be handheld. It was designed to be fixed to positions and on vehicles. The gun was not only heavy but had tremendous recoil. However, in the hands of the two young women, none of these aspects posed a problem. They held the base of the machine gun with their right hand, pressed the trigger with their left, aimed at the sky, and fired off a few shots. The volume was alarming and very low-pitched. Liao Qi had to use her body against the gun to control it, whereas Liao Ya didn't need to go through so much trouble, as she could easily handle it with the strength of her hands alone. Liu Yao found 2 recently captured 4x scopes and installed them on the machine gun rails, saying, "This will make shooting long-distance targets easier for you too." The sisters fired a few curious shots and then turned their attention to a large backpack full of snacks that Liu Yao had brought back. After a scramble, they each opened a pack of Oreos and hungrily dove in, with Liao Qi devouring 5 pieces in one go, bulging her cheeks. After a meal of snacks, Liao Ya wiped her mouth and reverted to her gentle demeanor. Looking at the sky, she said, "The sun has set, it's time for our medicinal bath." Liao Qi quickly pulled Liu Yao to get ready, while her voice sweetly rang out, "Liu Yao, you've also completed organ refining, so we'll need to modify our medicinal bath. Sister will bathe alone from now on, while I'll join you." Chapter 91, The first move is the strongest. Happiness came so suddenly, half of my long-standing wish was actually fulfilled. Liu Yao's mouth spread to his ears as he smiled and said, "That's great, let's hurry up and prepare the medicine." "You look dead." The girl's cheeks reddened slightly, and she lightly punched him. "My sister's cultivation progress is very slow, so let's increase the dosage and see if it can help." "Isn't the medicinal wine very effective?" "That's because it was augmented with a demon beast egg, the newly brewed one isn't as effective." The two chatted while preparing the medicinal bath, doubling the dosage, which made the entire concoction appear even greener. Liao Ya of the marrow cleansing realm bathed first, and only after she was done did it come to Liu Yao and the others. Liu Yao was the first to get in, waving his hand to urge, "Come on, come on." The pale Liao Qi hesitantly came in, pushing away Liu Yao's roguish hand, scolding, "Be good and don't harass me." But how could one resist such a creamy body? Liu Yao sneakily pinched here and there, eliciting continuous tender rebuke from the girl. After fooling around for a while, he noticed a touch of gold on Liao Qi's chest. It was the little gold pig. "You've been wearing it all along. It looks pretty, so I've been wearing it the whole time. Take some time to ask your elder sister if she knows what kind of metal this is." As Liao Qi responded, she scooped up the medicinal liquid and poured it over her sleek body. As the two of them talked, they unwittingly sat down next to each other. Liu Yao reached out to carefully feel the exaggerated curves of the girl's waist and hips, as well as the sexy lines of her abdomen. At that moment, with her hair still dripping wet, Liao Ya was cultivating in her room. Her figure was slender and exaggerated but not at all bloated, because there was not an ounce of superfluous fat on her body, all the flesh was in all the right places. Only the word enchanting could describe her. Liao Ya furrowed her brows, using the color ultrasound instrument to scan her body constantly. The progress of her cultivation had become increasingly slow after reaching the marrow cleansing realm, especially since having finished the demon beast egg-infused medicinal wine, her cultivation had completely stalled. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh and lay in a spread eagle position on the bed. Actually, this was not slow at all, but previously Liu Yao had helped her cheat, and her cultivation had soared like a rocket. Now that the rocket had turned into a car, Liao Ya found it difficult to adapt. The supplementary medicines and medicinal baths aren't as effective as before. To get stronger effects from the medicine, I have to join some power and work for them. Just as Liao Ya was worrying, she suddenly heard her sister's cry with a hint of weeping. Her face turned red, and she spat, "Damn girl! Can't you keep quiet during a medicinal bath?" She decided to cover her head with the blanket, trying not to listen, but curiosity was eating at her. The next day, Liao Ya went to practice her routine in the courtyard as if it were set in stone, but she suddenly noticed that a piece of the bathtub rim had been broken off, missing a corner. This was an important piece of cultivation equipment, and she was immediately furious, finding her sister and twisting her ear to interrogate, "Did you do this?" "Ow, it hurts. I did it accidentally," Liu Yao said he would replace it with a better one. "Why would you damage the bathtub?" Liao Qi lowered her head, embarrassedly saying, I got excited and couldn't control the strength in my hands, not that you'd understand. Her words came to an abrupt stop because Liu Yao was coming over, and it wouldn't be appropriate to discuss secrets in front of her brother-in-law. Liu Yao greeted them and then sat in the courtyard reading the newspaper to catch up on the events that had happened during the days he was away. The situation outside was still chaotic. A rising talent from the great vehicle cult had died, enraging Heavenly King Hong greatly, but he didn't have the energy to seek revenge in Yunzhou because the imperial court had sent a indestructible golden body realm commander to suppress the rebellion. The newspaper heaped praise on this great grandmaster named Zheng Qiahan and held high hopes that he would soon quell the rebellion of the great vehicle cult. After all, the great vehicle cult had no indestructible golden bodies, and Heavenly King Hong was merely at the innate level, who could be pulverized with a single punch when up close. But with the great vehicle cult consuming so much of the imperial court's attention, the colonial powers were becoming restless and harboring ulterior motives, especially the opium companies at the various ports, which had shown frequent unusual activities recently. Putting down the newspaper, Liu Yao asked, Elder sister, is that vampire named William we met last time the head of the opium company in Yunzhou? Liao Yu replied, yes, it's a noble from Einheit, and it has even subjugated the Heilong gang as a vassal, possessing formidable strength. Liu Yao followed up with another question, are vampires afraid of things like silver and garlic? After giving it some thought, Liao Yu answered, they are afraid of pure silver. During the Amenes Federation Civil War, legendary vampire hunter Lincoln collected all the silverware from the civilians to make bullets and cannonballs in order to defeat the vampire prince, and that's how they won. She instantly realized what Liu Yao was planning and exclaimed in surprise, you want to kill William? Liu Yao nodded decisively, I really hate how that western demon beast looks at you as if you were food. I'm dying to slaughter that thing. Liao Yu felt inexplicably happy to hear him say that, but after some thought, she still tried to stop him. This is too dangerous. The leader of the Heilong gang is a high-level expert who has fully achieved blood exchange, and the vampire William who has subdued him would be even more powerful. Liu Yao laughed, that's great, we can take care of them both at once. Seeing that his elder sister was still hesitant, he raised his thumb, pointing to the M2 heavy machine gun and said, this thing can easily kill someone at the blood exchange realm. Let's handle it like last time, long distance, leaving no evidence. Liao Qi was already tempted, chiming in, elder sister strike first to be strong. They won't spare us either and are bound to cause trouble. Liao Yu took a deep breath and her expression firmed up. She took hold of her sister's and junior brother's hands, saying, then we'll strike first. But we can't be rash and brute force it, let me gather some information through the National Martial Arts Association first. Liao Ye, as a martial artist with benevolence, fulfilled her duties responsibly after becoming a director of the National Martial Arts Association and did many practical things, gaining substantial reputation among the civilians and low-ranking martial artists in Yunzhou. She was bound to secure information upon inquiring. Meanwhile, Liu Yao was also busy, with Liao Qi helping by feeding moves. In everyday life, Liu Yao often made use of the advanced technology knowledge from Earth, causing the girl to have quite a hard time, with cleaning the floor and washing the beddings every time. Now, the girl spared no effort, her fists immensely powerful, and the one howling in pain was Liu Yao. At that moment, the cries of the newsboy came from the street. Extra, extra, Grandmaster Zheng was defeated by the leader of the great vehicle cult, Hong Rongkan, and suffered severe injuries. He escaped by jumping into the river. Chapter 92, Heilong Gang. The only thing occupying the front page headlines of all major newspapers was one event. Hong Rongkan used sorcery to gather the followers' willpower, divine manifestation of a 30-foot-tall lawful form in battle, utterly defeating Master Zheng. Below this news piece, there was also a blurry black and white image, a 30-meter-tall light giant, with a single slap, sent numerous government forces flying into the sky. Underneath lay the toppled and twisted artillery position, looking like toys. There were also some rumors. Not only was Master Zheng's golden body broken, but his divine soul also suffered severe injuries, and he only managed to escape by jumping into the Yangtze River. Mahayana sect Devil's divine thought possessed the cannonballs, shooting through 100 miles, resulting in heavy losses for the government forces. One of the four pillars protecting the nation has fallen, the foreigners may make a big move. Liao Qi flipped through the pages in disbelief and exclaimed, how could a great grandmaster in the indestructible golden body realm be defeated by an innate Blood exchange innate leakless indestructible golden body, separated by two major realms, it was unimaginable how the defeat occurred. Didn't the newspaper say, besides martial path innate, Hong Ronkin's spirit refinement realm is also out of body, and he has divine skills at his disposal, said Liu Yao as he put down the newspaper and rubbed his temples. Normally speaking, he was just a small fry who had just completed organ refining, such significant national affairs should have nothing to do with him. But as long as one lives in this world, one cannot avoid the dust of the times, do not fantasize about keeping oneself clean. In the afternoon, Liaoya came back with even worse news. Taking advantage of the imperial court's crushing defeat, Einheit and Frandy sent troops to pressure and made some outrageous demands: open the entire territory to trade, tax exemption for goods, establishing a concession in Imperial City. Liaoya removed her necktie, her willow brows slightly furrowed, and said, the imperial court suffered a great defeat, and the foreigners are looting a burning house. The world will become even more chaotic. Liu Yao asked, is there any news about the vampires and the Heilong gang? Liaoya gave a bitter smile and said, there's no need to investigate anymore. The vampire William has already entered Yunzhou City with the Heilong gang blatantly, and is now widely issuing hero invitations, preparing to hold a foreign medicine sales conference. Foreign medicine was a euphemism for opium, and Liaoya spoke with hatred. Before, they didn't have the guts, but now the imperial court has its hands full and no longer has the energy to manage them. The commandery princess has reminded me multiple times to be careful of the Heilong gang's revenge. Liu Yao said with a smile, isn't that a good thing? They're all together, which makes it convenient for us to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Where is this foreign medicine sales conference taking place? It will be held at the headquarters of the Heilong gang on the docks, in 3 days at noon. Good, we can also pick a good spot in advance, to give them a proper send-off. Yunzhou had one oddity at this time: there were no opium dens. This was unique throughout the Shun dynasty. The entire opium industry has seen unprecedented development, with a massive scale. The area dedicated to opium cultivation reached 19 million mu, accounting for 2% of the country's arable land, with some prefecture governments taking up to 75% of their agricultural land. Opium dens were too numerous to count nationwide, even outnumbering tea houses. Seeing that it was impossible to prohibit opium, the imperial court instead began to devise ways to tax it, and they found a lofty excuse: charging taxes to increase the cost of consuming opium, in order to curb the spread of the drug harm, nobly labeled ban by taxation, though they actually sought huge profits from it. As a trading port, Yunzhou had no idea how much opium flowed in every year, yet it did not have a single opium den, which was very strange. The main reason was precisely due to the Liao family stirring up several incidents, consecutively wiping out 2 opium distributors. One could imagine, such actions caused heavy losses to the opium company and the Heilong gang. The armed forces in Yunzhou were greatly weakened after the battle with the Mahayana sect, and the prefectural governor's elite troops captain was still lying in bed. The imperial court had even less capacity to care about other matters. The Heilong gang suddenly found that the shackles on them were gone. So, disregarding the warrants for their arrests, they entered the city directly, widely issuing hero invitations to sell opium. Many responded at once, and martial artists from other places came in droves, looking to pick up the goods. The Heilong gang's gang leader originally had 4 adopted sons, whom people in the Jianghe called the 4 dragons. Liu Yao had blown up one with a barret, and now only 3 remained. At this moment, among the 3 dragons, River Flipping Dragon looked at the sea of people before him and couldn't stop grinning. Haha! The Great Vehicle sect actually banned opium, and now all the customers from the south are coming our way. We're going to make a fortune. Ocean Overturning Dragon, rubbing his shiny bald head, was quite puzzled. You're telling me that the Great Vehicle sect, a rebellious cult, got so bored they banned opium for what? Not only do they earn less but also offend the foreigners. I don't get it. River Flipping Dragon said, naive, that's what they are. Not only did they ban opium, but they also rejected the treaties signed with the foreigners, acting as if they were the legitimate power without having won the world yet. Let's not bother with that, just increase the price of opium by another 10%. He finished speaking, tossing his beautiful head of hair. Ocean Overturning Dragon complained, why does a man like you keep such long hair? River Flipping Dragon sneered, what's it to you? Baldy. Say that again. As the 2 were bickering, Sky Pouncing Dragon, the eldest among them, arrived and ordered, stop fighting, our foster father wants to see us. He was in charge of the gang's punishments and naturally carried an air of authority, but his missing corner of the lip made him look somewhat odd. River-flipping dragon and ocean-overturning dragon burst out laughing. What are you trying to act tough for? That fiery horse hasn't even finished biting off your lip. Heard you got a piece bitten off down there too? Can it grow back before the blood exchange? Sky-pouncing dragon, who loved to dominate, had not expected to encounter such a fierce woman this time. He was caught off guard and bitten several times, and despite hiding for several days, the wounds still hadn't healed. His face turned ugly as he angrily said, "Shut up! Hurry up and follow me to see our foster father. We're going to deal with the Liao family." River-flipping dragon's eyes lit up. That eldest daughter of the Liao family can be called an absolute beauty. I'd be willing to live 10 years less just to have a good time with her. Ocean-overturning dragon nodded enthusiastically, filled with anticipation. Sky-pouncing dragon rolled his eyes and said, "I'd want that too, but she's reserved for Mr. William, he only drinks the blood of virgins." River-flipping dragon and ocean-overturning dragon showed signs of disappointment and reluctantly followed Sky-pouncing dragon away. The three arrived at a spacious and grand training hall. There, already waiting, was a man with a cold expression and white temples, Wu Heilong, the leader of the Heilong gang, a powerhouse that had mastered blood exchange. His white temples were somewhat unusual, since blood exchange warriors shed their mortal body and hair, retaining black hair until death. Wu Heilong had narrow eyes, and looking at his three foster sons carelessly, tossed 3 documents at them and said, "Take these, from now on we're nationals of Einheit." The trio were overjoyed. Having committed numerous crimes, they were wanted by the imperial court and couldn't go anywhere. At last, they had a breakthrough. "Foster father, does this mean we have diplomatic immunity now? Can we go into the state city and kill and play with women as we please?" Wu Heilong nodded and said, "While the trade meeting has yet to start, go and take care of the Liao family first. Remember, don't kill them too easily, I want them to suffer excruciating pain and die in agony." The three hurriedly nodded in agreement. After leaving the training hall, River-flipping dragon looked around and whispered to his brothers, "Our foster father was grievously injured by Liao Qigong in his early years, with no hope of ascending to innate. He loathes the Liao family to the core. The eldest daughter of the Liao family will become Mr. William's blood slave, truly, a fate worse than death. Once Mr. William grows tired of her, could he reward her to us? You're dreaming. Even if Mr. William tires of her, he'd only trade her for new flavors with a consul Mr. and the like, we wouldn't get a chance at her." Chapter 93, Big Surprise. In the martial arts studio, Liu Ya recalled the last vampire he killed was incredibly tenacious. To be on the safe side, he decided to prepare a big surprise. He found 3 wine bottles and took out 50 taels of silver, asking Liao Ye, "Senior sister, can you help me turn these pieces of silver into small beans?" Liao Ye complied immediately, her delicate hands transforming into pincers as she shaped the already soft high-purity silver into the size of beans. Liu Yao gathered the now useless small-caliber bullets, unscrewed the tops, poured the gunpowder into the wine bottles, and mixed in the silver beans, creating homemade bombs. Once detonated, countless silver beans would scatter and shoot out in all directions. The sisters understood the purpose of these devices and felt distressed. 50 taels of silver, you're really willing to spend? Liu Yao was exceptionally proud, just a small sum. With these, even if the machine gun doesn't kill it, there's nothing to fear. With this preparation, nothing could go wrong. Liu Yao said, "Only after wiping out these treacherous villains can we practice martial arts in peace." Each sister picked up a homemade bomb and nodded gravely. Just then, they suddenly heard the sound of various musical instruments playing, growing louder as it approached the gate. The 3 exchanged glances, sensing something was off. Liu Yao immediately grabbed the machine gun, while the sisters went out to check. They saw a group of people tied with red cloth, carrying a sedan chair. It was a marriage proposal procession. But the 4 strong men leading the group wore cold smiles that didn't resemble those of people here to celebrate a joyful event. Net. Upon seeing each other, Liao Ye gritted her teeth, "Wu Heilong." They saw a man with an icy demeanor and graying temples, none other than the Heilong gang leader, Wu Heilong, a warrior with blood exchange mastery. Wu Heilong remained silent, while his 3 adopted sons stepped forward. The river-flipping dragon, his hair reaching his shoulders, stood on 1 foot atop the sedan, scratching his itching groin as he laughed, "Today, we come to propose marriage. All 3 of us brothers admire Master Liao and wish to bask in her grace, which is why we've come together to propose. The sky-pouncing dragon and the other brother chuckled lewdly in agreement. Why doesn't Master Liao get into the sedan right now and join us in eternal bliss? They burst into loud laughter together, causing tiles around them to shake and dust to fall, clearly all in the marrow-cleansing realm. On the other side of the wall, Liu Yao didn't follow the sisters outside but instead manned the machine gun, pulling the huge loading mechanism to chamber the rounds. Just by the sound, he could clearly tell what was happening outside and was contemplating whether to mow down this group right now. The weapons in his hands could easily shoot through the nearly 2 feet thick courtyard wall and kill them. Liaoya was in no way panicked, facing enemies several times stronger than herself, because she knew she had a man behind her supporting her. The foreigners' dogs dare to bark wildly. You're wanted by the imperial court for your crimes. Where did you get the gall to enter the city? Ha, sorry, Master Liao, but we are now employees of the Opium Company, legitimate Einheit people with diplomatic immunity. River-flipping dragon reigned in his lewd smile, his cold eyes glinting. Bitch, your Liao family has destroyed so much of our Heilong gang's business, did you really think we would let it go just like that? Today, we will take back everything with interest. Whether you climb into that sedan yourself or we beat you senseless and drag you in, it will happen. As he spoke, the 3 marrow-cleansing realm martial artists surrounded Liao Ye, ready to strike. Liu Yao, completely focused, locked onto his targets through the wall, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire. Starting the fight at this moment would be disadvantageous, it wouldn't have the element of surprise and was too close for comfort, but he could not afford to wait any longer. Just as the tension was about to explode into action, a car raced in. Driving was the eunuch Zhang Jin, and the person on the car was Li Pei. She rushed to the rescue the moment she received the message. Li Pei nodded at Liaoya and said softly, "Don't worry, I am here." She then shouted at the Heilong gang members, "You scum don't want to live anymore." Simultaneously, countless men in black and patrol officers appeared nearby, guns aimed at the enemy. 3 men were also pushing a Maxim gun towards them. Liu Yao slightly relaxed his trigger finger. Wu Heilong, who had been silent all along, slowly stepped forward and took out a cross-shaped medal, which he pinned to his chest, and said coldly, "I have been awarded the Einheit Knight Medal. Commandery Princess, if you are not afraid of causing a diplomatic dispute, go ahead and shoot." Li Pei's pupils contracted, knowing that the imperial court was currently focusing on suppressing the Dachshund sect and certainly didn't want to give Einheit an excuse to start a war. But the Liao family members were individuals whom she regarded highly as the backbone of the nation, and Liu Yao was someone she absolutely intended to take under her wing. Wu Heilong let out a sneer, then said to Liao Ye, "Your father severely injured me back then, made me watch my ship sink with my own eyes, and dashed my hopes of advancing to the innate realm. This vendetta must be settled. He he. I have arranged a nice place for you." Liao Yajiao retorted, "You brought it upon yourself. By relying on opium smuggling to rise to power, who knows how many people you've harmed. If someone like you advanced to the innate realm, that would truly be an injustice." Ha ha ha. Wu Heilong suddenly burst into laughter. His face was expressionless, and his narrow eyes were filled with chilling light, laughing in an extremely creepy manner. A martial artist sheds their mortal coil and is no longer a mere mortal. Yet you always constrain your thinking within the human perspective, which is a grave mistake. Upon hearing this, Li Pei hesitated no longer. She waved her hand, and amidst the sound of many guns being cocked, she said coldly, "Sir Wu, this is the land of the Shun dynasty, you may leave." She also searched her inner breath, looking as if she was truly prepared for battle. Wu Heilong gave a cold glance around before respectfully turning towards an exceptionally large car in the distance, approximating a bow with his hand on his chest. The car slowly approached, its paint was gleaming, and its emblem looked like a bat. The driver was a dark-skinned man from Tianzhu. He hurriedly got out of the car, opened the door, then lay on the ground for the passenger to step on him as they descended. The newcomer was none other than the vampire William. He was still dressed in a black tailcoat, one hand covering his mouth with a handkerchief, but his eyes were blood red. "Most esteemed and charming commandery princess, seeking love from an employee of my company hasn't violated your nation's laws, has it?" Li Pei coldly replied, "Miss Liaoya is an official of our country. She has been harassed by your people. Please leave immediately." William calmly looked at Li Pei, then in the blink of an eye, startling everyone present, suddenly appeared behind her. Including Li Pei herself, no one saw how he moved there. William reached out and lifted her hair, lamenting, you've been under a lot of stress lately, anxious, and your hair quality and scent have both diminished slightly. Li Pei's palms came together like a knife and she swung fiercely, tearing through the air with a piercing sound aimed at William, but she hit nothing. William somehow had already returned to his original place and continued, "You should cherish your wonderful body, it's God's gift." Li Pei's expression was difficult to read, her opponent's speed was much faster than her own. William gracefully tipped his hat in a bow and then said, "Then we shall take our leave for now." He then looked meaningfully at Liaoya and whispered with a hint of significance, "Perhaps we will meet again soon." After speaking, he turned and got into the car, leaving, and the members of the Heilong gang also followed him in retreat. Wu Heilong said coldly, "I didn't expect the Liao family to be so highly valued by the commandery princess, but that doesn't matter. Soon they'll be too busy to care." Chapter 94, Strafing. After the members of Sea Dragon Gang had left, Liaoya hastily expressed her gratitude, "Commandery princess, thank you for coming to our aid." Li Pei smiled and said, "Please don't mention it, both morally and logically, this is what I should do." At this moment, Liu Yao also came over to pay his respects. As soon as the commandery princess heard that the Liao family was in trouble, she immediately came over, and naturally, everyone was grateful. Li Pei sized him up and exclaimed in surprise, "You've reached organ refining." She remembered when she first met him 5 months ago, he was still in sinew strengthening, but now he had unexpectedly advanced to organ refining. Liu Yao said with a light laugh, "I have gained a little, it's not worth mentioning." Li Pei nodded and casually praised, "Your talent is not bad." She didn't think much of it. The early stages of martial path were all about laying the foundation, and with abundant resources, willingness to train hard, and guidance from a good teacher, it was only natural to progress rapidly. However, to make progress like Liu Yao within half a year was still quite impressive. What she didn't know was that Liu Yao had trained from being a weakling with no strength to spare. Li Pei seemed to be in a hurry, her expression somewhat anxious. She took out a pocket watch to check the time and said, "I still have other matters to attend to, you all be extra careful. If there's anything, come directly to me." After speaking, she nodded at the three of them and then got into her carriage and left. Experience exclusive tales on mvlenovelbin.net. Watching the carriage leave into the distance, Liu Yao quickly instructed his sisters, "Load the machine guns and ammunition into the trunk, and bring the homemade bombs too. This time we need crossfire, so we must split up. Hurry and try out the earphones and guns to see if there's anything you're not familiar with." The sisters replied, "Don't worry, we've already practiced several times, and we're quite proficient." Liu Yao nodded and said, "Good, there's no time to delay, let's set off." The inland port of Yunzhou is a precious locale, located south of the Yangtze River and playing a pivotal junction for sea and river transport. Ships come and go in abundance, ranging from new heavy oil-powered cargo ships, old steam-powered models, and even ancient vessels reliant on sail or human traction to dock. This place has always been controlled by gangs, with Sea Dragon Gang being in control the longest, for 20 years to this date. The Sea Dragon Gang General Hall occupies a large area, with the central main building known as the Hall of Righteousness, serving the function of a meeting hall. Today, guests were coming in an endless stream. The visitors, dressed in lavish clothing and exuding extraordinary presence, were all wealthy merchants, influential business people and high-level martial artists. Nearly 100 members of the bone-tempering realm, under the leadership of a few masters of organ refinement hall, were greeting guests. The three dragons stood at the main entrance, specifically to receive important guests. "Lord Chiwu has arrived, please welcome him." "Madam Sun, it's an honor to have you, your presence truly graces this occasion." For a moment, the Hall of Righteousness was bustling with all the gathered elites greeting and mingling, alive with activity. Just then, the clock struck 12 times, signaling the time had come. Wu Heilong rose to his feet and moved to the center in front of the hall, looking at the full house of heroes with considerable pride. He fist saluted and shouted, "I am deeply honored by the presence of all esteemed guests here with Sea Dragon Gang today." This shout was heard throughout the hall by hundreds of people, and everyone respectfully fist saluted back. Wu Heilong continued to shout, "Our Sea Dragon Gang's opium is of high quality and competitively priced, and can even be delivered directly to various prefecture governments along the river. Your visit here today will certainly not be disappointing." The crowd below nodded again and again, eager for this was the reason they were so eager. Such direct delivery was rare these days. Wu Heilong paused and then shouted, "However, I have an even bigger trade to introduce to you all. Instant silence fell among the crowd below, all held their breath, waiting for Wu Heilong to continue. Wu Heilong took out a medal and flashed it around, saying, "I am honored to represent the Einheit Royal National Knights and introduce to you the overseas labor trade. Any martial artist who is a virgin can participate. The Great Einheit Empire will give preferential treatment to cooperating partners, not just in opium and armaments, but also the chance to be awarded medals." The crowd was instantly in an uproar. They were all worldly individuals and knew that the Western demon beasts favored the fresh blood of virgins. This was clearly about finding food for the vampires. Wu Heilong clenched his fist and burst the air, making a loud noise to quell the noise, and continued to shout, "If you don't wish to get involved, you may leave now." After a while, someone shouted, "We run an apothecary, we can't be involved in such unconscionable acts, farewell. My clinic came here only to buy opium as a medicinal primer, we also dare not get involved in these matters, farewell." Only a few people left, the rest remained firm as Mount Tai, excitement still evident on their faces. Some even teased the only female martial artist Sun Sunyang, "Sunyang, are you still a virgin?" Sun Sunyang, who ran a brothel, retorted vulgarly, "I've eaten more plain porridge than you've eaten rice." Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter, creating a lively atmosphere. Those who dared to open opium dens were notorious, they were already part of the underworld, willing to dabble in any trade. What Wu Heilong spoke of was basically human trafficking, nothing too serious, as long as the foreigners were willing to pay the price. Sun Sunyang nonchalantly said, "Just find those nearly starving decent girls, give them some cheap tonic, and teach them some kung fu for a couple of days. It'd be their fortune to serve the foreigners." The people nodded in agreement. Seeing the fervent mood, Wu Heilong also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The matter was settled. His own future in the martial path was doomed, the only option left was to completely side with the foreigners and strive for a vampire's first embrace. William sat elegantly on the Taishi chair, feeling quite satisfied with the performance of these human vassals. Once this was accomplished, he would have an endless supply of fresh food to enjoy, which he could also exchange with others of his kind for a change of taste, or even send back home as gifts to curry favor with important people. Thinking of the wonderful life to come, William shuddered as if electrocuted. It was time for him to take the stage, using his unique appearance and status to enhance persuasiveness and gain more partners. William straightened his tie and slowly walked forward, a picture of noble elegance. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed an extreme danger and instantly moved to the side. But it was still a step too late, his left ribcage completely vanished. Only then did the sound of large-caliber ammunition tearing through the air reach him. The next second, a barrage of bullets swept across the hall, turning the trafficking conference into complete chaos. Human bodies, furniture, and walls exploded, while splatters of blood, flesh, and debris filled the air amidst panicked screams and total mayhem. Sun Sunyang reacted quickly and immediately tried to escape using her movement technique. But just as she reached the doorway, she burst into a cloud of blood mist, torn apart in midair. The strong vitality of someone in the marrow-cleansing realm allowed her to scream loudly, only adding to her immense pain. Wu Heilong immediately took cover behind a column as thick as his waist and bellowed, "Ambush! Get the armor!" Liu Yao and his two companions were positioned in a forest about 1 kilometer away from the Hall of Righteousness, each climbing up a large tree nearly 30 meters high. They were spaced widely apart, forming a fan shape that surrounded the entire Hall of Righteousness, creating crossing lines of fire. As soon as the vampire William made his appearance, Liu Yao shouted through a wireless headset seized from the Foreign Affairs Bureau. "Everyone's here, they are all in place, let's do this. Wu Heilong and William are the priority targets." Two crisp voices responded, "Understood." The three of them pulled their triggers, and amidst jackhammer-like thunderous noise, countless huge shell casings were ejected as bullets screamed out of the barrels like pouring rain. The doors of the Hall of Righteousness crumbled to countless pieces as if they were made of paper, the walls crumbled like cookies, not at all impeding the bullets' path. Those in the sinew-strengthening and bone-tempering realm ended up like crushed tomatoes, with only the bodies of those in the marrow-cleansing and organ refinement somehow remaining intact. Thus began the bloody carnage. Chapter 95, Bloodbath at the Hall of Righteousness. Suddenly ambushed, everyone present was a seasoned player and immediately someone tried to use their body skills to escape the place. Such an exposed act was very foolish. No sooner had they left the loyal hall than they were fired upon by 3 anti-vehicle machine guns, and before they could run a few steps, they became chunks of flesh scattered on the ground. Only a handful of them with superior body skills managed to flip over the wall head, but were blown to pieces in mid-air and fell down. So many martial artists deployed their techniques, yet not a single one managed to escape the yard. Liu Yao praised in the team channel, "Well done." The three had been living together for a long time and had developed perfect coordination. Immediately after, Liu Yao commanded in a low shout, "Lower the muzzle and sweep the house." The 3.50 caliber heavy machine guns immediately began to strafe the loyal hall. The walls were instantly riddled with countless transparent holes from the large caliber bullets, each bigger than a sea bowl, cutting down countless people who lost their limbs and screamed and roared in chaos. And it wasn't over yet. After the .50 caliber bullets blew apart the walls and the interior furnishings, numerous fragments gained the kinetic energy of shotgun pellets and shot out in all directions. Countless heroes were turned into sieves spraying out their life force, and no one dared to stand anymore. Fan Tianlong moved along the wall like a snake, presenting a minimal target to gunfire, but in the next second, Liaoya had him in her sights. The girl's scope was an infrared sniper scope specially given by Liu Yao, with all targets clearly visible, prioritizing the key ones. With a slight push of the muzzle, a series of bullets whistled out, turning Fan Tianlong into a three-piece dragon, spilling a mosaic of blood on the ground. A scalp with a full head of hair was blown away, landing on the forehead of his brother Wu Heilong who had been knocked down. With an additional head of hair, Wu Heilong seemed especially ridiculous. He hurriedly tore off the disgusting thing and threw it away. In the next second, Liaoya turned the muzzle and cut the man in half at the waist, finishing a double kill amidst the flesh chunks and the debris of internal organs scattered across the ground. The girl excitedly shouted in the team channel, "Junior brother, your long and thick gun is really awesome." Cough cough. Liu Yao coughed dryly and shouted through the headset, "I need to reload, you two hold them off for a bit." He opened the cover of the Browning M2 machine gun, took a new belt of .50 caliber bullets from the metal ammunition box beside him, inserted it into the gun, closed the cover, and pulled back the huge bolt to complete the reload. "All set, continue." The three kept firing at the Hall of Righteousness, and the 3 boxes of ammunition each was carrying were almost used up, the ground littered with shell casings. These ammunition boxes designed for .50 caliber bullets contained 750 rounds each. With so many bullets fired, the walls of the Hall of Righteousness were covered in large holes the size of bowls, with the midday sun shining through them. The walls were crumbling, and finally, the east wall collapsed first, reaching its limit, followed closely by the other 2 walls, stirring up clouds of dust. Plus, the gate had been shredded by bullets, turning the once luxurious hall into a large gazebo, completely transparent. Now it was good, those inside no longer had any cover and were completely exposed under the muzzles. Shouts and screams mingled with the piercing whiz of bullets, and continuously people were hit, exploding into mists of blood. Watching their peers ripped apart and sprayed with blood and flesh, the heroes were close to collapsing. In their disregard for everything, they screamed, "It's not our fault! It's not our fault! We won't buy opium anymore! No more! It's the Heilong gang's beasts who are doing evil, spare us! Spare our lives!" But the 2 gangs were more than a kilometer apart, they couldn't even hear the gunfire, let alone the shouting. Within 2 seconds, they were turned into ground meat by Liao Qi operating the machine gun. All their ambitions and valor went down the drain. The only remaining sky-pouncing dragon clung close to his adoptive father's side, hiding behind an equatorially thick column. The 2 were receiving special attention from Liaoye, with fragments flying all around as bullets shattered the surroundings, leaving the Nanmu pillars looking as if they had been gnawed on by dogs. "This won't do," Sky-pouncing Dragon shouted, "Stepfather, let's run towards the river." Grandmaster Zhang escaped by jumping into the river. Wu Heilong remained calm and collected, continuously observing the situation and said, "We're surrounded by 3 teams, and the gap they left open is a trap. The riverbank is bare and in full view, running there would make us live targets." At that moment, a few ordinary gang members, aimless like headless flies, ran over carrying a suit of steel armor. As a volley of bullets swept through, their bodies were torn apart, missing arms and legs scattered around. Enjoy more content from mvlenovelbin.net. The steel armor clanged to the ground, undamaged. Wu Heilong's pupil shrank. With armor, many things that were previously impossible could now be attempted. His biceps bulged as his hands snapped up like tiger pincers and grabbed Sky-pouncing Dragon, while with a shake, he rendered his sworn son completely powerless to resist. The strike, both hard and soft, was powerful enough to demonstrate profound kung fu skills. Sky-pouncing dragon exclaimed in alarm, "Stepfather! I've been loyal and devoted to you." At this point, even a biological son would be out of consideration, let alone a worthless sworn son. Wu Heilong's expression remained unchanged as he flung his arms and tossed Sky-pouncing dragon in the opposite direction of the steel armor. The gunman, who had been watching this spot, immediately turned Sky-pouncing dragon into 7 or 8 unrecognizable pieces. Meanwhile, Wu Heilong, like a snake, slid flat on the ground, lightning fast, and made his way to the steel armor, slipping into it from underneath. This scene was caught precisely by Liu Yao, who praised, "Now that's the true serpentine maneuver. Gliding over the ground in a flash, so quick." Liao Yu responded over the COMM channel, "That's the Eve Dragon Stake, a secret of the Heilong gang." Originally unremarkable, it became a famous stance after the rise of firearms, very suitable for dodging bullets and cannonballs. Liao Qi commented, "Wu Heilong is wearing the steel armor. The design of that armor is so strange, it looks like a skirt." The armor Wu Heilong donned had a distinct Western style, complete with a breastplate and war skirt to protect the thighs, and the chest was emblazoned with the Einheit Knight's insignia. Moreover, wearing nearly 200 kilograms of steel armor didn't slow down his movements at all. Wu Heilong continued his swift ground-hugging dash, heading straight for the riverbank. Liu Yao was about to open fire with full focus to kill him, but in the next second, 2 huge holes abruptly burst open in the man's chest, propelling him forward. It was Liao Qi who had made the shot. The young girl cheered, "Ha, I hit him." She truly had a talent for shooting. While Wu Heilong had all 3 of them occupied, a particularly grandiose vintage car with its engine at full throttle roared into the Hall of Righteousness. "Master, hurry, get in." The Tianzi driver, yelling frantically for his master to get in the car, was utterly oblivious to his own safety. William turned into a shadow and slipped into the car from his hiding spot, with thick, smoke-like substance still oozing from the large hole in his chest. The Tianzi driver, screaming, floored the gas pedal, and the car shot out. It was actually an armored bulletproof vehicle. He firmly believed he could rescue his master and receive a handsome reward. The trio from Loyal Hall immediately opened fire. The other world's carbon steel was average, failing to withstand the bullet barrage, which pierced the car from all sides. The car's body was riddled with holes, and soon, the bulletproof vintage car disintegrated into a pile of scraps. William's body was riddled with numerous large holes as he forced himself to use his ability to turn invisible, vanishing from sight with only the slightest water ripple in the air hinting at his location. Liu Yao took a deep breath, focusing intensely as he locked onto the enemy and opened fire, saying, "Watch the trajectory of my bullets." Every 5th round from the Browning M2 was a tracer, aiding the shooter in adjusting their aim and marking the enemy's location. The sisters immediately followed suit with gunfire, forcing William to show himself. He could only protect his head, desperately using an ability resembling blink to save himself. But under the concentrated fire of 3 anti-vehicle machine guns, the bullets rained down like a storm, leaving no place to hide. William was torn to pieces, with only a small portion of his body managing to crawl into the ruins and out of sight. Chapter 96, Human Experimentation. At this time, the Hall of Righteousness, which once sported flying eaves and ridge beasts, had been reduced to ruins. Seeing no moving objects left in the scope, Liu Yao said, "It's about time. Let's move in, but watch out for the vampire." The 2 sisters responded, understood as they simultaneously hugged their machine guns and leapt down from the tree. The 3 of them ran like speeding cars, arriving in just 1 minute. The entire building, including the surrounding walls, had been blasted into a state resembling a sieve. The signboard of the Hall of Righteousness, already full of holes and askew, chose that moment to fall, smashing to the ground and breaking into pieces. Thanks to the notorious reputation of the Heilong gang, no one within 10 miles dared approach, making it convenient for Liu Yao and his companions to carry out their actions. Upon arriving at the Grand Pavilion, the first thing they saw was Wu Heilong, gravely injured and hiding behind a pillar. He had 2 fist-sized holes in his chest and was coughing up blood. "It's you, my Heilong gang's foundation of 20 years, ruined in an instant." Wu Heilong's steel armor was thicker than that of Li Shaoqian's, but this also meant that after being pierced by the .50 bullets, the deformed bullets tumbled violently within his body, inflicting even more severe damage. As he spoke, he kept one hand on his chest where an old-fashioned metal cylinder needle was inserted, pumping medication that would soon take effect. Liaoya stepped forward and said coldly, Wu Heilong. Did you ever imagine this day would come? Where is my father's body? Cough cough, winners rule and losers suffer, I have nothing to say. The great Einheit won't let you get away with this. Wu Heilong suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, and a black substance began to spread along his veins from the covered area. His wounds instantly healed and his muscles swelled up, making him look like a hairless gorilla with fangs protruding out, transforming into a black humanoid bio-monster. Wu Heilong's eyes had turned into vertical pupils, emitting a sharp and terrifying howl as he lunged forward. The howl came with a sort of sonic attack that threatened to burst one's head upon listening. The sisters opened fire immediately. Wu Heilong's defense had increased substantially after his transformation, but it still couldn't withstand the .50 bullets. His body exploded with disgusting black ooze, with bits and pieces of flesh flying everywhere. His limbs were shot off, and soon he collapsed into a heap of mush on the ground. Wu Heilong had completely lost his sanity and, despite being reduced to such a state, his mouth continued to snap shut, with his fangs clacking in a kaka sound. After exchanging a glance, the sisters opened fire together, turning everything above his chest into powder with their machine guns, thus ending Wu Heilong and settling a long-standing vendetta. The continuous fire had made the machine guns extremely hot, with blue smoke curling up from the barrels. Liaoya looked up at the sky and said with emotion, Father, your daughter has accomplished what you always wanted to do. Liao Qi softly said, Father must have been watching over us all this time, that's how we met Liu Yao. Liu Yao smiled and said, such satisfying revenge. But we still have an extra task. As he spoke, he shot at a relatively intact corpse, which was flung aside to reveal the vampire, William, beneath it. Only the area above his chest remained, and yet he was still alive, now crying out in panic, I am nobility of Einheit. You can't kill me. You're provoking a war between two nations. Liu Yao laughed and said, it's well known that Einheit will take advantage of the turmoil within Shun dynasty to invade, what's that got to do with you? While speaking, he took out a specially made homemade bomb and pretended to throw it. Liaoya said, Junior brother, there's no need to waste it. Just shoot this demon beast dead. Liao Qi also nodded repeatedly in agreement. Liu Yao said, I want to see how much vampires fear silver. William, with his hands on the ground, tried to flee in desperation. Liu Yao entered a calm state, precisely tossing the bomb onto William's path, detonating it with a single shot. The explosion was average in power, much like a hand grenade. However, the scattering silver beans turned William's face into a pincushion. The moment it came in contact with the silver, it instantly began to smoke and char as if seared with a hot iron. The pain was excruciating, and it let out an unbearable wail. In a short while, William had transformed into a handful of flying ashes, scattered by a gust of wind. Even in death, it left behind a red gemstone, but it was as big as a chicken egg. Liu Yao picked it up casually and said, the effect of silver isn't bad. Liaoya said helplessly, that's because you used too much of it, that vial contained more than 10 taels of silver, who would be willing to use it like that? Liu Yao looked around and said, mission accomplished, all the villains are wiped out. Let's hurry and search for father-in-law's remains. The Hall of Righteousness had already turned into a large cool pavilion, with nothing much worth searching for. The three of them split up and headed to the side chambers to continue their search. They only found some useless silver coins and jewelry, and a copy of Eve's Dragon Pile turned out to be an unexpected delight. Liu Yao, not giving up hope, thought, how could the headquarters of a gang not have a hidden chamber? He went to Wu Heilong's living quarters, fully focused and used the barrel of a machine gun to gently probe the walls and the floor. As expected, he felt that the sound coming from one area of the floor was not right. He called the sisters over, and without looking for a mechanism, they violently broke open the floor. What they saw was a cellar. It was well constructed, with bricks paving the walls and floor. The place was empty, filled with torture devices and cages for imprisoning victims, apparently where Wu Heilong kept his captives. But Liu Yao felt something was amiss because there were also many pieces of equipment obviously used for chemical experiments, beakers, pipettes, reagents, all available. Approaching the only table there, he opened a drawer to find numerous documents and photographs. The documents were in English, filled with symbols and diagrams of human anatomy, indecipherable for the moment. But the photographs were quite clear, they were filled with Shunchao people in terrifying states of death. They all died from various diseases, some covered in blisters, some with ulcerations all over their bodies, and others had turned into the same kind of monsters as Wu Heilong had become. The back of each photo contained detailed dates and notes. Liu Yao understood instantly and said coldly, "This is actually a human experiment lab. Such beasts." Ironically, this place was managed by the vampire Luo Su, the one who first attacked the boxing gym. After its death, the opium company had not found a successor, and it had been left abandoned until now. Liao Ye was also furious, and she clenched her teeth. "Let's hand these photos and documents over to the major newspapers, expose them. Let the world see the true face of these foreigners." For many years, the opium company had been conducting human experiments in the Shunchao. Everyone was aware of it, and many people had witnessed the bizarre effects of the foreigners' stimulants. But definitive evidence had always been missing, and suspicions could only remain suspicions. Now with these documents, it was different. Although Liu Yao didn't think exposure would be very useful, causing trouble for the opium company was also quite satisfying. The three of them hurried back to their vehicle and headed straight for the newspaper offices. They divided the documents and photographs into 4 parts, keeping one for themselves and discreetly tossing the other 3 through the front doors of the newspapers they passed while driving. The staff at the newspapers were not surprised and quickly picked them up. It was common for people to provide news in this manner, and it often led to explosive stories. But this time, when they opened them, they almost dropped the contents on the floor. They immediately ran into the editor-in-chief's office to report it. After Liu Yao and the other 2 finished all this, they returned home to rest, but outside, a huge uproar had begun. Chapter 97, Temporary Residence. The very day, every newspaper in Yunzhou ran extra prints. The sun hadn't even set when the explosive news had already spread everywhere. Opium company conducts human experiments. Researching biochemical weapons. Scholars interpreted from the documents that Einheit was actually developing poison gas. This was something openly banned for its malevolence. Public opinion erupted in an uproar. Everyone cursed, boiling with indignation. These Westerners are no better than beasts. Such beastly actions are infuriating. It's a pity that our nation is weak and unable to avenge this affront. The news spread rapidly, reaching the prefecture governments of Jingzhen, Huguang, and others. Other colonial powers also condemned Einheit. Of course, the main reason they did so was that in the division of global colonies, Einheit occupied the most and the best. Later comers like Izumo and Jihad could only occupy places where not even birds would defecate. They had been eyeing Einheit with envy and took this opportunity to kick it while it was down. For a while, Einheit became the rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to hit, and the opium company was targeted by all. One melon followed another, and as the heat around this event slightly waned, the bloody scene of the Sea Dragon Gang's downfall was discovered on the 3rd day. The Hall of Righteousness was a den of evil to begin with, and normal people wouldn't dare to approach within 10 miles of it. It was only because guests' relatives couldn't find them that they came to the door and discovered the scene. So, the newspapers went into extra prints again, to cope with the sudden surge in sales. The newsboys were overjoyed, seldom getting a chance to have a full meal thanks to the good business. The downfall of the Sea Dragon Gang had a significant impact on ordinary people, especially the poor who made their living around the docks. The Sea Dragon Gang did everything but good deeds. Bullying men and tyrannizing women, collecting protection fees were just the basic operations. With their death, many people who previously struggled to survive heaved a sigh of relief. At once, the public celebrated the downfall of the Sea Dragon Gang. Those in the know turned their suspicions and awe towards the Liao family. Both the Pang family and the Sea Dragon Gang had offended the Liao family before being wiped out. And the Sea Dragon Gang's case was truly terrifying. 200 strong martial artists had died a gruesome death. How did the Liao family, with just 3 people, manage that? Given the limitations of the era, rumors flew everywhere in no time. Some said young Master Liu had his own army, others claimed young Master Liu practiced sorcery. Opinions were divided. And the death of the vampire William seemed to go unnoticed on the surface, with no one caring. The martial arts school returned to its peaceful routine of training. The 2 sisters were studying Eve's dragon pile, planning to teach it to Liu Yao once they mastered it. After all, Liu Yao had been practicing martial arts for less than half a year, his foundation was still too shallow. He could understand the terms in the secret manual but didn't know what they meant. It was better to wait for the beautiful girls to teach him hand in hand. At that moment, he was in the courtyard, wielding the stone roller. Following Liao Ye, Liu Yao had become the second cultivation fanatic in the household. Day after day, he devoted all of his energy to cultivation. There was no other reason, he simply enjoyed the feeling of becoming stronger and wanted to know how powerful he could get. Organ refining realm wasn't too difficult if external resources weren't lacking. Tonics and medicinal baths could generate a continuous supply of vital energy for the organs. The organs, in turn, refined this vital energy to produce inner breath that nourished the body, creating a positive cycle throughout the body, growing stronger every day. He picked up the stone roller the sisters had been playing with and swung it. Weighing 500 pounds, it felt like a regular person moving a chair, not too strenuous. Casually, he threw the thing on the ground. With a thud, the ground shook 3 times. It was time to deliver newspapers. Recently, Liu Yao had taken a special liking to reading newspapers, because the newspapers from other world dared to write about anything and everything, and their tone was piercingly sharp, often causing bouts of uproarious laughter. The door knocker sounded, and a skinny little newsboy came to deliver the paper. The child was covered in patches, carrying a huge shoulder bag filled with newspapers, and on his head was a tattered baseball cap. Liu Yao received the newspapers and casually handed him a steamed bun. The newsboy devoured the generous bun in an instant. Bending down to the ground he called out, "Thank you, Master Liu," and then ran off. These kids wouldn't keep hold of money even if you gave it to them, so it was better to just give them food. Opening the newspaper, the front page headline was all about the Sea Dragon Gang General Hall riddled with bullet holes. Sea Dragon Gang internal strife, more than 200 members including the gang leader and his sworn son wiped out. Informed sources reveal that the cause of the internal conflict was the uneven distribution of spoils. The imperial court will send a wise and capable person to manage the inland river docks. Liu Yao furrowed his brows. What happened to him didn't look like internal strife, someone was helping from the shadows. Given the current network of the Liao family, the only one who could be of secret assistance was that commandery princess? As he was thinking this, she had already arrived. Li Pei stood with her arms crossed in front of her chest, staring expressionlessly at Liu Yao for several minutes. She picked up a newspaper and, pointing at a black and white photo of the Sea Dragon Gang's ruins, said with a mock smile. "Did you do this? Tisk, not a single survivor. How did you hire foreign gunners? How did you kill William? It is adept at short-range teleportation, very troublesome to deal with." Liu Yao shook his head emphatically, "I didn't do it, I know nothing, don't talk nonsense." Li Pei, gazing intently into Liu Yao's eyes, turned into a human lie detector, yet both remained composed and she could discern nothing, left with nothing but a staring duel. And speaking of which, those watery eyes of the beautiful commandery princess were quite attractive. After a mutual stare down, Li Pei was the first to speak. "William was a noble, its death will alert the Yunzhou consul from Einheit. That person doesn't deal in evidence, mere suspicion is enough. The trouble you're in is not small." Li Pei watched Liu Yao closely, and seeing that he still wore no expression, continued, "If you become the captain of my guards, I will ensure your safety. How about it?" Liu Yao knew she would make such an offer, so he immediately wanted to use a terminal illness as an excuse to rebuff her. But Li Pei also saw through him, knowing he would still reject the offer. And seeing Liao Yao with a worried expression that stirred pity, Li Pei straightforwardly said, all right, I'm happier than you about the Sea Dragon Gang and William's deaths." She tossed aside the newspaper, grabbed Liao Ya's hand and said, "Sister, pack up your things and come stay at my residence for a few days." Liao Qi questioned with surprise, "What does this mean?" Li Pei bluntly said, "Whether or not you did it, staying at my place for a few days will spare you a lot of trouble. Just publicly claim that you have been staying at my place the whole time without going out." Liao Ya nodded gently, her voice graceful, "Thank you for your concern, commandery princess. We will indeed impose for a while." Li Pei, who loved Liao Ya's gracefulness, held her hand tightly and smiled, "Sister, there's no need to worry. The opium company got involved in human experiments, and at William's death site, a biolaboratory was discovered along with a mutant flesh body. Einheit dares not investigate openly and can only swallow this bitter pill." When she laughed, her eyes curved into crescents, and the teardrop mole added a bewitching charm. "I'll wait for you in the car. I don't have many friends in Yunzhou, so I'm quite happy you can come. It's a good opportunity for us to share cultivation experiences." After Li Pei left, Liao Ya said helplessly, "Commandery princess's kindness is not easily declined. Let's stay there for a few days." Liu Yao shrugged and said, "She means well and is worried about us. Let's go put the machine gun in the trunk, and bring some golden elixir brew. It's not good to show up empty-handed. Chapter 98, Night Talks Gold. Li Pei's residence was located on King Yun Street, close to Du Wenlin's home, where only officials lived, guarded by standard bearers. The eunuch Zhang Jin was well aware that his master valued the 3 members of the Liao family highly and had arranged for them a private courtyard adjacent to the rockery garden, boasting a splendid view. Liu Yao drove the classic car straight into the courtyard to park, then curiously surveyed the elegant and delicate garden. In the study, Zhang Jin came to report, "Commandery Princess, the Liao family has been settled in. Keep an eye on them for me, we must not be impolite." At the moment, Li Pei was examining 2 bottles of golden elixir brew closely. The Liao family really isn't lacking in material wealth. This was what Liu Yao had just given to her. The herbs used to brew this alcohol were very expensive, the cheapest being deer antler and lingzi mushrooms, and they were used in large quantities. After all, brewing medicine only required a pinch, but soaking alcohol needed handfuls being thrown in. Take ginseng, for instance, when brewing medicine only a few slices were needed, but soaking alcohol required an entire root. Thus, a bottle was quite valuable, worth 10 taels of silver on the imperial city's market. Zhang Jin, storing away the golden elixir brew for his master, laughed. To send 2 bottles of golden elixir brew is indeed generous. But young Master Liu is wealthy and it's normal for him to be generous. He would never forget the shocking sight when he discovered 1,000,000 caddies of grain stored in that remote warehouse. In the evening, Li Pei visited the courtyard of the 3 from Liu Yao's group. Stay connected via MVLEMPYR. Are you finding it comfortable to live in? If you need anything, just let me know. Liaoya said with gentle grace, "Thank you, Commandery Princess, this place is very nice, we lack for nothing." Li Pei nodded, sat down with an easy grace, and everyone began to exchange their experiences in cultivation. They first discussed the most difficult spirit refinement. The cultivation of spirit refinement was incredibly arduous, with less than 1% of martial artists at the same realm achieving it. It was assumed that no one had made much progress, but then Liu Yao casually mentioned, "I have entered the state of sitting forgetfulness by myself twice." After saying this, he even winked at Liao Qi, causing the girl's cheeks to redden with embarrassment. Li Pei was shocked, and immediately pressed for details. "How did you do it?" 99% of spirit refiners were stuck in the stage of focused spirit and meditation. Sitting forgetfulness was rare even in the imperial city, let alone for someone as young as Liu Yao. Liu Yao replied earnestly, "Just relax both body and mind, free from desires and aspirations, reaching a state of selflessness, like a saintly sage." Li Pei appeared contemplative and said, "A state of saintly sage." Before thanking him formally, "Thank you for the guidance." Liu Yao struggled to keep a straight face, "Not at all, not at all." Liao Qi gave her sweetheart a stare, partly to interrupt and partly out of curiosity, and asked, "Commandery Princess, the newspapers say we are going to war with the foreigners again." Li Pei sighed, "The great powers are exploiting our difficulties, and the envoy from Queen Einheit of England is being especially brazen, demanding that we give up customs control over several trading ports." Liao Qi spoke harshly, "These detestable foreigners, they are always bullying us." Liu Yao asked curiously, "Commandery Princess, with the many experts at the imperial court, are we still afraid of the foreigners' firearms?" Li Pei took out a 9mm bullet and placed it in her palm, lamenting. "An organ refining expert spends 20 years cultivating, yet cannot stop such a small bullet. And such tiny bullets are produced continuously from factory production lines, enabling ordinary people to use them, let alone cannons. Moreover, the foreigners have more than just firearms. In today's world, merging cultivation with technology is the true path." The scene fell silent, leaving only the sounds of early summer insects. After a little while, Li Pei smiled again. "There's no need to worry, with the great Grand Master of the indestructible Golden Body realm overseeing things at the imperial court, and with scholars diligently researching techniques, our current difficulties are but temporary." At the mention of indestructible Golden Body, Liaoya perked up, her eyes shimmering with intense longing as she gazed dreamily. Indestructible Golden Body, to withstand cannonballs with one's flesh, what a sight that must be! We martial artists should indeed strive to reach this supreme summit. Li Pei glanced at Liu Yao and said meaningfully, "To ascend to this realm, you must serve the imperial court. You must know that the gold required for cultivation is extremely precious and scarce in output, so much so that no amount of money can buy it." Liu Yao and Liao Qi, upon hearing the word gold, hurriedly bowed their heads to conceal the expressions on their faces. Curious, Liaoya inquired, gold? Is that the miraculous metal that has been lost since the time of immortal Qin? Li Pei waved her hand dismissively, it's not exactly lost, just that its yield is very low, there is simply not enough to meet the demand. The imperial court has deployed many experts to guard the sites. Alas, who knows what the first emperor of Qin did to exhaust the country's gold reserves entirely. Liu Yao listened intently to every word, not daring to interject with any further questions. Unfortunately, Li Pei herself didn't know much and didn't elaborate further. Subsequently, Liaoya began to seek advice about the practices of the marrow cleansing realm. With Li Pei as an experienced mentor, she patiently provided guidance. The so-called marrow cleansing is the first step in refining immortal bones and shedding the mortal shell. When perfected, one's marrow will be as frost with a strength of 6,000 jin and a lifespan that can reach 120 years. The Art of the Dragon Slayer manual I gave you before can greatly speed up your progress. After the discussion, not only did the three Liao sisters benefit greatly, Li Pei herself revisited her knowledge and made substantial gains. The two girls enjoyed their talk so much, they decided to sleep together that night. Liu Yao and Liao Qi entered their room, and the girl quickly took down the small golden pig and, patting her chest in fear, said, "This thing is actually meant for the cultivation of golden body experts. Liu Yao, if such high-level items appear in the world, they will surely lead to fierce slaughter, where tens of thousands could easily perish." "I hadn't expected this either." Liu Yao was equally surprised and said, "With this, when we advance to the indestructible golden body realm, we won't be lacking resources. By then, the whole family will be able to withstand cannonballs, and we can crush anyone we choose." Liao Qi, holding the small golden pig under the light, found its golden radiance even more captivating. She then carefully hid it away, growing ever more hopeful for the future. Indestructible golden body realm, hey! Can I achieve it too? Li Pei and Liao Ya's conversation was lively, topic after topic, and they even touched upon Liu Yao and Liao Qi, noting how 99% of their fellow disciples had paired off as couples. It was nearly midnight before they went to bed to rest. They shed their clothes, one wearing a earth bra and the other in a belly band, both equally impressive in stature, and both boasting beautiful collarbones and seductive lines. Their fair bodies glowed even more enticingly under the lamp, and for a time, the two beauties competed in allure, neither outshining the other. Li Pei was curious about Liao Ya's earth underwear and couldn't resist touching it. "This garment is really exquisite, it looks foreign in style, doesn't it?" Liao Ya suppressed her shyness and let her do as she wished. It's quite comfortable to wear." She involuntarily hunched her shoulders and shrank back when touched by someone else. With a giggly smile, Li Pei fondled it a couple more times, saying, "Sister, don't be shy. It's inconvenient for us to grow up like this, it even attracts disgusting gazes. But the more it's like this, the more we should stand tall. Besides, they're just envious through our clothes." Liaoya herself couldn't be so nonchalant, and could only offer a bitter smile. Then, she found an unworn large-size bra and gifted it to Li Pei, who happily accepted the present. After both women went to bed, just as Li Pei was about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard a woman sobbing, as if someone was biting on something. Being from the court, she immediately realized what was happening and spit contemptuously. "They really can't help themselves." The noise was very faint, Liaoya couldn't hear it, but Li Pei, with her focused spirit, could just barely make it out. The restrained and melancholic sobbing continued until the commandery princess finally fell asleep in the latter half of the night. Chapter 99, First time giving a massage to my senior female fellow student. The next day, Li Pei got up and tried on her new sports bra, very satisfied. It felt a bit awkward at first, but after getting used to it, it's much more comfortable than a belly band, and it saves trouble. She moved her arms a couple of times and then with a fierce motion, she swung her fist and burst the air, saying, not bad, it doesn't hinder movement at all." Liaoya combed her hair while giggling softly, feeling a small sense of superiority. She possessed things that even the commandery princess admired, and she even had better things. However, Liaoya also looked at Li Pei's skin, which was like creamy jade, full of yearning. This skin wasn't only white but also had a unique luster. Looking good was secondary, as its toughness could resist small caliber bullets, a trait of a blood exchange realm martial artist. Noticing Liaoya's gaze, Li Pei generously extended her arm and said, "Sister, you can take a close look." Closely appreciating the body of a blood exchange warrior could benefit your progress. Liao Ya nodded and immediately started to carefully touch and observe. Having a fully realized female model to refer to and point the way could result in twice the effect with half the effort in her own cultivation. Seeing Liao Ya so focused and graceful, Li Pei thought, if I really had such a sister, that would be great. The bunch at home, what are they even? Seeing how much Liao Ya cared about her progress in the martial path, she suggested. Last night, during our chat, I found out you still haven't tried the Wonders of Art of the Dragon Slayer manual. This massage secret technique greatly benefits cultivation and has miraculous effects. Now that your junior brother Liu Yao has begun organ refining, it's time for him to learn it. Although there is some danger, the two of us can teach him together. Liao Ya's eyes lit up. She had long been looking forward to this secret technique. Previously, she was thinking of having her sister learn it to massage her, but it's even better if Liu Yao learns it. For something as core as massaging the spine, trusting a spirit refining expert is more reliable. Massaging the spine is not child's play, one's life hangs in the masseur's hands. If the person has malicious intent, they could easily harm someone, which is why it's typically done only between close relatives. As both a junior brother and brother-in-law, Liu Yao was the perfect choice. Learning Art of the Dragon Slayer manual also delighted him, and massaging his senior sister was, of course, his duty. Next, Liao Qi lay down, and Li Pei and Liao Ya together supervised Liu Yao's cultivation. Although massaging the spine is highly beneficial, it is also extremely dangerous. The two of them working together was like having double insurance, ensuring absolute safety. The significance of the human body's great dragon goes without saying, and it's also unfathomably intricate. It connects all the meridians, organs, muscles, and bones of the human body and is the most critical aspect of cultivation. Watch carefully. Li Pei stretched out her hands, which were as white as jade, and gently placed them on Liao Qi's beautiful back, channeling inner breath while pressing down. Her technique was many times more skillful than Liao Ya's, able to stimulate multiple aperture points at once. With this press, Liao Qi felt so good she moaned out loud, then quickly covered her mouth with a flushed face. Li Pei couldn't help but give her sister a white look, thinking you were yelling so happily last night. Liu Yao was completely in focused spirit state, seriously memorizing every step and technique. Li Pei instructed, the strength and release of inner breath should be slow and smooth, too much can injure, too little is ineffective, and you must tailor your force and technique to each individual. But since you are in focused spirit and no subtle sense of the heart, this should not be too difficult. Give it a try. Liu Yao took a deep breath, placed his hands on Liao Qi's back, and with the powerful aid of following one's body movements and subtle sense of the heart, he replicated Li Pei's massage with 99% accuracy, causing Liao Qi to hum in comfort. Not bad at all. Li Pei repeatedly admired, though not too surprised. After all, spirit refinement is marvelous, and this was why she valued Liu Yao so much. She took out her pocket watch and looked at it, saying, Liu Yao, you're now ready to graduate. It seems you might even surpass me, so I should leave with my mission accomplished. I'm heading to the National Martial Arts Association, we'll meet tonight. Once Li Pei left, Liao Ya could hardly wait. Her progress was slow, and she had long been looking forward to the world-famous Art of the Dragon Slayer manual. She dragged her sister up and sent her out to practice boxing, while Liao Ya herself lay on the bed and lifted up her clothes. Liu Yao started pressing from the Dazui point at the nape of her neck. As usual, the elder sister's body was fair, tender, and smooth. At this moment, there wasn't much embarrassment between them. Although nominally siblings, they were actually master and disciple. Physical contact during martial arts practice was inevitable, and they had long since grown accustomed to it. However, as Liu Yao applied his techniques, with flawless strength and inner breath spreading, Liao Ya couldn't help but let out an unconscious ah from the pleasant sensation. She quickly closed her mouth, but the spine is the most important and mysterious part of the body, and when stimulated appropriately, one can't help but react instinctively. Liao Ya covered her mouth, constantly making hum sounds, her soul-stirring voice making Liu Yao's bones go soft. He was currently massaging the middle section of the spine, which was the most accident-prone area and allowed no room for distraction. Liu Yao focused his spirit and breath as best as he could to block out his elder sister's moans, moving his hands downwards, reaching the Hui-Yang point, which is at the end of the spine. Liao Ya let out a surprised cry and instinctively tried to get up, then realizing it was part of the Art of the Dragon Slayer manual, quickly laid back down. Even within close sect members, touching this area was deemed inappropriate. Liaoya forcefully suppressed her embarrassment, her face turning beet red. Still, the massage at this awkward spot went on for too long. Sensing something was amiss, Liaoya couldn't help but speak up, "Junior brother." Ah! The alluring peach was too tempting, and Liu Yao had actually lost track of time while immersed in it. Only after his elder sister's reminder did he return to his senses and hastily completed the remaining steps. As soon as it was over, Liaoya quickly got up to get dressed. She wasn't fooling herself, she had already realized her junior brother had developed inappropriate feelings for her. She glared at him, wanting to scold him, but they had been through so much together. It was a lie to say there were no feelings, and the junior brother had even helped her avenge her father's death. Liaoya's mind was full of thoughts, and she just exhaled a complex sigh with her pretty face flushed. At this moment, Liu Yao was regulating his breath after an excessive consumption of inner qi, his face slightly pale. Liaoya placed her hand on his chest, transferring some of her inner qi to him, and said, "Your inner breath is still weak, you don't need to complete the whole set. Do as much as you're capable of." Liu Yao shook his head nonchalantly, asking, "Elder sister, is it effective?" After sensing for a while, Liaoya exclaimed in admiration, "My organs, muscles and aperture points all feel incredibly warm and comfortable. Places that would take a day of cultivation to refine can be reached with just a simple press from you. It's truly a miraculous skill." Liu Yao smiled and said, "Then I should press them for you every day." "No need." Liaoya subconsciously covered her buttocks and declined, but then, realizing the technique's effectiveness, she lowered her head and whispered softly, "Once every 3 to 5 days is enough." Liu Yao nodded, confident, and said, "I've just learned it, and with more diligent practice, I'll master the skills described in the book to cause organs, muscles and meridian points to resonate together. The effect will be even better then." Liaoya nodded, feeling somewhat melancholic, "Compared to you and the commandery princess, my techniques are far inferior. It seems I also need to continue working hard on spirit refinement. Last night, you mentioned the saintly sage state." Just then, Liao Qi suddenly pushed open the door, looked around outside, and stealthily whispered, "Liu Yao, shouldn't you tell sister about that thing?" Chapter 100, Eve's Dragon Pile and Firearms. Liu Yao knew that Liao Qi was referring to the matter of gold. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head, "Senior sister can't keep secrets, and she might end up sleeping with the commandery princess tonight. Better wait until we get back to the boxing gym to talk about it." Liao Qi nodded vigorously, "That's right, it's a matter of great importance, we absolutely can't let any information leak." "What exactly is it?" Liao Ye, with eyes like autumn waters, looked somewhat puzzled. Liao Qi said with a smile, "Liu Yao has something good, but for now, we can't tell you. I'm afraid it might frighten you." "How could I possibly be scared?" She ruffled her younger sister's head and didn't think much of it. It was likely something delicious, fun, or a weapon. In any case, the junior brother wouldn't leave her out. She took out the Eve's Dragon Pile from the Heilong gang, saying, "I've already mastered this technique, it's just right to teach it to you too." "So soon?" "It's not difficult, it's just about imitating the way an Eve dragon uses its muscles and bones to generate force. This is the advantage of having an academic bully in the same sect, there's always someone to teach you hand in hand if you encounter something difficult." Liu Yao only needed to wait for the girl to use her delicate little hands to draw the key points of force exertion on his body, and then he could control his body with spirit refinement to learn. Eve Dragon is actually a gecko, and Eve's Dragon Pile frankly is about imitating a four-legged snake. This kung fu wasn't considered presentable in the past, because it was truly unsightly in a fight. While others stood erect with spears or proudly wielded swords, you'd be crawling and rolling on the ground, with an appeal that was negative. Later, when firearms appeared, everyone suddenly realized the ones practicing this kung fu were only about a foot high while lying on the ground, moving as though they were flying close to it, making it very hard for firearms to hit them. Moreover, when cannonballs were incoming, if you were lying down, you could also avoid the blast wave and shrapnel. Consequently, Eve's Dragon Pile became a sought-after technique, with countless people wanting to acquire this secret manual, and the sects that already had it were desperately keeping it secret, preventing it from being leaked. Liaoya advised, "In the initial phase, you can run on the ground like a four-legged snake, and once you reach a certain level of proficiency, you can move freely on walls. Liu Yao was the first to master it, swaying his waist and using his hands and feet together to transform into a four-legged snake, darting around the yard so fast that only streaks of shadows remained. Ha ha ha, indeed, 4 legs are much faster than 2. Liu Yao found it very amusing as he ran, leaving after images all around the yard. He even occasionally dashed next to Liao Qi, playfully biting her leg, causing her to scream in surprise. Having learned Eve's dragon pile and played around for a while, it was already the afternoon. At this time, Li Pei returned by carriage. Seeing Liu Yao's antics, she knew what he was up to. She took off her coat and called out, "Eve's dragon pile? Watch this!" Finished speaking, she lay on the ground, belly up, activated Eve's dragon pile, and even pulled out 2 shotguns, managing to slide up the wall like that. This skill can be used to move quickly while shooting. Liu Yao nodded in agreement, trying it out for himself, but unfortunately, without using his hands, his speed decreased significantly, and more practice was needed. Liao Ya approached softly and asked, "Why did sister come back so early? Are you done with your tasks?" Li Pei smiled, "Today has been exceptionally leisurely. Einheit has now become the rat crossing the street, and the imperial court, holding on to righteousness, has finally breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, we owe a big thank you to those heroes." The 3 of them smiled with reserved politeness, and Liu Yao was curious about the current situation. Before he could ask, Li Pei volunteered the information. Jihad and Einheit have ongoing petty scruples over the overseas colonies, with deep-rooted conflicts between them. This time, having obtained evidence that Einheit developed poison gas, Jihad repeatedly caused trouble in the international community, putting Einheit in a very passive position. The Opium Company, implicated in the matter, dared not utter a word, not even mentioning the fact that William had died. Li Pei took Liao Ya's hand and said with a narrow smile, "So, this affair is considered over, and you can go home any time. However, I would still like my sister to keep me company for one more night." Liao Ya had no choice but to agree, and the 3 of them stayed with Li Pei for an additional night before returning to the martial arts school the next day. Yunzhou Einheit Concession. The Opium Company Li Pei mentioned as not daring to speak out welcomed 2 distinguished guests, a man and a woman, that day. The man had a slender figure and sported a full beard, dressed in an exquisite black suit, with an Einheit knighthood medal pinned to his chest. This was the consul of the Einheit Yunzhou Concession Vladimir. At the moment, he poked a suit of armor full of bullet holes with his cane and said, "The armor of the Imperial Royal Knights was torn apart like biscuits. Looking at the caliber, it appears to be some type of rapid-fire cannon. This armor happened to be Wu Heilong's." The woman wore a black and white striped dress with a latticed veil over her face. Her vermilion lips parted lightly, "Mr. Consul, it looks like I'm taking over a hot mess. A reputation that couldn't be worse, nearly collapsed trade channels, and dangerous enemies." Consul Vladimir held his head high and said, "Miss Cardin, I'm afraid the danger is even greater than you imagine. Baron William died from pure silver purification, and not even his soul was preserved. This indicates that the enemy is exceptionally wealthy. Are you suggesting the enemy is the Shun Country Imperial Court? I can't guarantee that, you'll need to investigate slowly. However, I suggest you first learn the native language, which will make starting work easier." Miss Cardin nodded and then shook a small bell in her hand. A Tianzhu servant knocked and appeared at the door, bowing before bringing in a girl about 12 years old. The little girl was covered in patches but looked neat and clean. She curtsied and then stood without speaking. She was there to apply for a maid position and was somewhat at a loss on her first day at work. Miss Cardin first praised the Tianzhu servant, "Well chosen, Mahad." Then she gestured for the little girl to come closer with her finger. The girl hesitantly walked a few steps forward, and Miss Cardin clenched her fist. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened as the blood in her body uncontrollably burst from her veins, spraying out and assembling into a slowly revolving blood orb beside Miss Cardin. The Tianzhu servant, unperturbed, picked up the now mummified little girl and, after bowing, retreated. Miss Cardin had already absorbed the blood orb and, after closing her eyes to savor it for a moment, spoke fluent Xia language, "I have already learned the native language." Consul Vladimir noticed the smell of blood and also revealed his fangs. He was clearly upset and covered his mouth with a handkerchief, saying in a muffled voice, "A fine memory of blood spell. But that was quite impolite of you, to dine in the presence of a gentleman. I apologize, I am a believer of the original doctrine sect." Miss Cardin licked the corner of her mouth. I have always felt that keeping food like livestock is a violation of the noble vampire instinct. Consul Vladimir suppressed his instincts and retracted his fangs, shrugging, you should have a lot in common with those mercenaries and armed merchants. Miss Carden laughed, I am the newly appointed manager of the Opium Company, it is indeed necessary to maintain good relations with employees and partners.